Mic check.
There you go.
Hey.
All right, good morning again. Did everybody have too much fun at Paris last night or what? Good morning. Morning, there we go. Day 2 of ITAD Summit is here. Based on what I saw yesterday, I think everybody at least took one walk through the exhibit hall. That place was packed all day yesterday. It'll be open till 5 today, so make sure you get in there. And then join us tonight from 7 to 10. SDS Logistics is sponsoring our closing night reception, and one of my favorite parts of the entire ITAD Summit, the awards will be given. The ITAD Industry Excellence Awards will be given out tonight. 9 categories nominated by you, voted on by you, selected by you, honoring your peers in the industry for the work they've done over the last year. So come out and enjoy that. Make sure you have your badge, please. Security will be checking badges just because we are kind of at capacity, and we want to make sure that as you come in, you're getting the services you paid for as an attendee, and they're not being enjoyed by those who aren't part of the show. So we do it to protect you. I know it can be frustrating if you forget your badge, but please just take a moment and make sure you got it with you before you leave your house today. This session is sponsored today by Terra Nova, so thank you, Terra Nova, for sponsoring today's session. This is a hugely important topic as our industry grows and starts to really become, a globally a global empire, really, where we are working with customers who may have facilities all over the world. We need partnerships. We need to understand what's going on in different regions, and so we're really excited to bring together a group of professionals who have a ton of experience from literally every corner of the globe. They're represented on the stage, and so it's really, I think this is one of the coolest sessions we've got going on, because it really is folks who are so entrenched in their industry, in their region, talking about how we can make our industry stronger by working together across borders and across regions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kevin Corrigan from CX Tech, who's going to moderate today. And I hope you enjoy this. I know in the pre-conference conversations we had, it was just absolutely amazing to listen to. So it's going to be a great session.
Thanks, Daryl.
Sorry.
Good morning, everybody. It looks like we're getting people flowing in. I was a little worried as some of you drugged me out late last night, so pardon my voice. My name's Kevin Corrigan. I represent CX Tech as their Chief Strategy Officer, and one of those many hats I get to wear is looking at global partners and how does our business expand through partnership in global regions that we don't operate. So I will not take up too much time today talking about the U.S., because I think most everybody understands how the U.S. ITAD programs work, and it's rare that you're looking for a partner here in the U.S. unless you're representing a global location that you are looking for a U.S. partner. So this is probably for both people, whether you're from U.S. or non-U.S., and we're represented here by different countries and different companies, and these gentlemen have a great perspective on what their business does in their regions, and that's what we're going to really dive into today. But I'll give a chance for them to introduce themselves very quick. Craig?
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you very much. My name's Aaron Blacklock. I'm the Chief Sales Officer at Renew IT, headquarters out of Australia, though our business is fast and rapidly growing into different markets in different regions.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Divya Kohli. I come from India, a company called Terra Nova. We are spread all across the country, from New Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, all over. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Jose Rivera here from eCycling. I'm in Puerto Rico and Dominican Republic.
Hi everyone, I'm Craig Campion. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Converge UK, representing the UK and Europe today. Nice to meet you all.
Great, thanks, gentlemen. So one thing we're going to dive right into is talking about compliance and regulation, because one thing we found out is that it is different for every region. right? We understand what the requirements might be for your company and what services you're providing, but each one of these gentlemen have a unique issue or situation, and that's the question that kind of we're going to pass through here is, in your region, what compliance or regulation challenges have changed recently or are changing for you guys in your region? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd say one of the biggest challenges we have in the UK is like the downstream processes. We have to keep all the waste that we process in the UK. Like, we can't export any of it. It's a huge challenge as well. So a lot of the waste and materials that in other regions, we were talking on a meeting last week where you can execute value for it, we have to pay to dispose of, and customers are very strict on that. I know the US R2 is massive for you guys over there in terms of like how you handle your downstream processes, but in the UK, we don't really use R2. Like, there isn't the downstream processes for doing it, so we have our own like processes in terms of like what we use, and we pay partners to take those materials, and that's been the biggest challenge in the UK, especially since post-Brexit as well. We've kind of been like a standalone body trying to sort out that side of things, so that's been a real challenge for us.
And Jose, what's it like in Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, and you touch a lot of Latin America too?
So Puerto Rico, as a U.S. territory, has same federal regulations like any other state. So our customs is U.S. customs. In Puerto Rico, we have regulations since 2012 in terms of e-waste, meaning they were banned from landfills, so they need proper disposition, which help a lot of the industry. Now we're seeing more regulation towards solar panels and large format lithium batteries, which are becoming the new problems that our industry overall needs to take a look at. Dominican Republic behaves more like LATAM. What is happening what I'm seeing in LATAM is that they're implementing more the extended producer responsibility program, meaning that the government cannot afford to handle all the e-waste that is being generated across the country, and not only e-waste, meaning all electric components, refrigerators, consumer electronics. So it's overwhelming for the governments to handle those. So they are implementing these type of programs. So the OEMs or whoever is representing the brands locally need to take responsibility of those materials after their warranties are over.
What I believe regarding the compliance perspective, India has made tremendous progress in writing formal regulations around ITAD and e-waste recycling over the past decade. So the challenge is not writing more rules, it is effective implementation. You know, I've been at the center of, I've been fortunate to be around as an expert panel member at Ministry of Electronics and IT and Ministry of Environment and Forest back there in India. So what I've learned over the years is, you know, I think a good regulation does not create industries, confidence does. A good regulation creates confidence for the customers, for the investors, and responsible recyclers. So the challenge is not to, you know, make, I think the next step is to make compliance more simple, transparent, and globally trusted.
Yeah, I'll take over now. Yeah, no, look, I think all these points which were raised, we're, in Australia, we're obviously at the bottom of the globe, and we quickly follow and adopt other countries' processes, specifically the UK around e-waste and how that gets processed. It costs us a fortune to pick up that you know, interactive whiteboard and to dispose of that, you know, and sometimes to explain that to a customer of what that really means and that cost involved. It's super important. I guess looking at a broader compliance, we've just onboarded a large multinational enterprise customer, and you know, we were at the final stage after 2 years of going through a lot of red tape around some of their requirements that they needed. On the 11th hour, just before we were about to get 80,000 assets from them, they said, "Hey, just by the way, you got that SOC 2 audit?" And we're like, "What the hell's a SOC 2 audit?" And obviously, a SOC 2 audit is probably more common in the US market, but it's definitely not something that was a requirement in the Australian market, you know, 12 months ago. And that process normally takes about 6 months. We're very fortunate enough to have an incredible compliance team, and I think they got it done within 3 weeks. So look, we're again, just to echo some of your points, we follow pretty much what the rest of the globe are doing.
Yeah, thanks. And this really drives the point for US-based companies that have multinational contracts using and finding a partner in that region that can actually perform the service but do it under the regulation and compliance of that country. One thing that over my 20 years of experience have brought me is that trying to do a pickup in a foreign country as a US citizen, trying to figure that out and trying just to use maybe a logistic service or somebody to pick that up and bring it back to you, net, in the end of the day, I've never found those to be financial if it's a small pickup. You have to just find a good partner, get a contract with that partner, get a statement of work and expectations with them, and really just lean in. They're not your competitors, they're your partners in a place that you need them. The OEMs do it. I saw some of the OEMs are represented here at the show. They have partners in every country that are ITADs, that are helping them provide the service. So we have to look at that in a different way. Now, maybe you're a little delicate where you don't want to partner with a company that is exactly like you and has contracts in the same countries. Maybe you want to separate from that. But these guys all represent a business that is dominating in their own regions, which is why they were picked up here to be on this panel. And whether you're buying or selling to them just from a transactional standpoint, lean in when you get a contract and find the partners. There's many others in this room that represent other regions as well. So that kind of flows into something else. I wanted to talk about your customer base. So your customers in your regions, how are they serviced, I guess, and how are you servicing a U.S. customer in your region? I'm sure you are. So are you treating them differently? Are you treating them? I heard you mentioned R2. What processes are you following for those U.S. customers that you service today?
Yeah, I think the big thing when you're setting up partnerships across different countries is being respectful of the different bodies that we use. So, for example, in the UK, ITAD is the big governing body that we use. They are there from a compliance point of view to protect the customers. In America, as I said before, you guys use R2. In the UK, not many companies have heard of R2. It's always ITAD is the company that the customers have used, and you need to be an ITAD accredited company to be able to work with that. So we'll say to our partners, yeah, great, we can help you with the work, and we will work to the processes you expect us to, but we work to ITAD standards, and this is what we do. This is what we do with the working units. This is what we do with the waste. The same if we need a partner in the US. We respect the way that you follow things and the bodies that you've got, and it's very different all around the world. I was speaking to Ethan at Renew IT about getting a partnership set up there, and again, you've got different policies and bodies that you use, and we need to respect that and educate our customers that we're going to be using a partner to do this work. This is what they work to. This is how they do it. This is their downstream processes, and everybody's got to kind of join together and understand that every single region does operate slightly differently in terms of how they do things as well. So
Puerto Rico, because the regulation has been in place since 2012, the industry is more mature, meaning clients are more aware of the value of data wiping, for instance, and they understand the importance to have a good reputation. They understand what an R2 certification means, what an ISO certification means. So that's very similar to the rest of the US. Dominican Republic, and I will say most of the LATAM countries, because their lack of regulation or the lack of the implementation of a successful implementation of regulation, you see that most of the material are being managed by scrap yards. Like 90% plus of the material of these countries are still being managed by scrap yards. Data wiping is still in a very early stage. Companies prefer to handle their hard drive internally. They destroy them internally. There's no trust for a third party to pick up their material with their data-bearing devices, like other developed countries. But it is important to understand that the regulation also comes with the trust issue. They are banks. They are financial institutions. They need to protect their information regardless the regulation on the countries.
So yeah, regarding partnerships with global ITADs, I would tell you, all our factories are R2B3 compliant. We are ISO 9K, 18K, 27, 45, OSHAs, all compliant. So we understand the requirements of the global companies. We understand that the customers do not just go for an ITAD, they go for certainty. We do partner with a couple of global ITADs. We are very careful with whom we partner with, because for us, our reputation is at the forefront always. But yeah, we are open to having more global ITADs to partner with us. We are very transparent in the reporting, a pretty well-structured organization. Yeah.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that, and a lot of the points said as well. Look, we're obviously being in Australia and New Zealand, we're very fortunate enough to have we invested heavily into a large operational footprint, and so we can cover the whole country, including New Zealand, to support some of our global ITAD partners that we have today. And look, you asked a question around how would we go about supporting them. Well, it all sort of stems from the original framework, and whatever they need that we will deliver, and we've got to be able to adapt to that. That's just part and parcel of working in that market. You've got to be adaptable. You're right, we've got processes and policies, but you might have something a bit more advanced or something that isn't considered. So, sharing that IP and that knowledge is paramount. And look, we try to mirror and white glove as many services as we can to support our network.
Yeah, for the U.S. Companies using you guys or other third parties inside of these countries, one experience that I've recently found out was trying to backhaul that stuff. So it's great. We can find a partner in the country to help us do the pickup, the customer service. Now you've got that dancing routine that you've got with the partner that you used. Are they going to give you enough value for that product? And now you're looking at it from a value perspective. You're like, well, we're both in the same industry. We can both sell it wholesale for the same price. Really, how am I going to make money on this job? You're probably not. If it was a small pickup, you're probably not going to make money on that job. You serviced your customer, they should be happy. Your partner's going to make a little bit of money on it, but ultimately these are small jobs. If they were large enough, you may have sent a crew yourself along with a partner to get that done, and then you're going to line haul it back. So you got to get rid of the emotion and look at it from a financials perspective, where I may do business with Jose, for example. We do business together, buying and selling, and he processes laptops for me in a free trade zone in Dominican Republic. So you have these opportunities, but ultimately we're still going to run our business in the U.S. We're still going to sell the product ourselves. But when it comes to small jobs, we're letting the partner kind of do that for us, and we get hands off of that process. So as we're talking about product, I want to flow into another question for you guys, and I'm going to go a little off script from what we talked about. But it's in your regions, is there something specifically hot? Is there product that is hot in your region, meaning that you're buying from the U.S. to import and sell, or is it hot in your region just because it's captured? I know India is probably the most captured country when we can't get things in and out. So you might have a little different of a unique answer, but where Australia many times will buy from the U.S. and import things that are hot in their market. So why don't you guys talk about what's hot, and then also what's the data centers doing in your country? That's something that I think a lot of us don't know about, because it's unlikely that a U.S. company is sending us into a foreign country for that service. You guys are probably dominating that. So I'm interested to hear from you on data centers and what's hot and what's not in your market. We'll start on the other end with Australia.
Yeah, for sure. Well, look, I think we live in a world now which is it's very easy to access data and what things are trading for. You can build some amazing frameworks using AI intelligence to basically get API links and to see what things are trading for in different markets. One thing which is super hot right now, and I'm buying a ton of, by the way, is GPUs. We in Australia are so incredibly late to the party, and we're still arguing around about building these data centers and where we're going to build them. But when time comes, they desperately need GPUs. Now, not everyone needs GPUs. There's a specific few that want to host and be cloud companies, but they are on the very back end of the queue of the global customer base. And so we've found a very, very small niche that requires large and valuable GPU product at the moment. But look, it's ever flowing. I recently purchased, I think it was about 8,000 Dell laptops out of the US specifically to support a short-term rental that we did, right? Our market's very, very small. I think Australia and New Zealand is less than the population of California alone, a little bit bigger than the Dominican Republic, but it is small. And, this is the whole purpose of coming to this event, right? It is to diversify our customer base, diversify our suppliers, and find reliable people to work with.
So, talking typically about India, it differs quite a bit from Australia, and so India is, I come from a country of about 1.4 billion people. We have a decently big market size within ourselves. Of course, exporting e-waste into India, and like taking it out of India, is 100% banned. You cannot do that. But you've got a very large customer base of global companies, and they have like hundreds of thousands of assets. So we are pretty hands-full with what we do locally. I do understand that sometimes some global customers have a requirement of getting their assets back in the country, some very typical prototypes. So Terra Nova does have an export license. And we are very careful about what we export, and we report it to the authorities. But yeah, there is a legal provision for that. We do have that.
What specifically in India? What are the data centers doing? Are you seeing the explosive growth that we're having here in the U.S.?
Definitely, yes. Definitely. 5 years from now, it will be booming with a lot of data centers. India is typically very conscious about the data centers also. The government, how it thinks is, we want to localize the data. We want to have more and more data centers within the country, and control the data within the country. So there is absolutely tremendous growth in setting up of data centers, and 5 years down the line, I think that's where the industry is heading to. In terms of ITAD and e-waste, we expect a lot of servers.
In terms of hot products, in LATAM overall, laptops and cell phones, like any other place, are the hot products. But here's what happens in Dominican Republic. Cell phones have special taxes, very high taxes. So for customs, whenever someone declares that are importing cell phones, for them that's just a red flag immediately, especially if they are used. So what custom does, so let's say you send a shipment to Dominican Republic, 100 cell phones at $100 each. They will take a look at that inventory. They have their own intelligence office, people looking at websites, eBay, Amazon, et cetera, and they will determine the real value of the product regardless what you put on that invoice. And they will say, no, these cell phones are not $100. You're gonna have to pay taxes on $200. This is very important because this can make or break any good deal, because now your buyer has to pay taxes on a device that he's purchasing at $100, but he needs to pay taxes on a $200 value. So take that into consideration whenever you're talking to a client overseas, especially in LATAM. Ask them, how does your taxes look like for specific products?
So at Converge UK, we've got 2 parts of our business. We've got the ITAD side, and we're also an IT reseller. We're the only IT manufacturer in the UK with in-house IT recycling. And what we've seen on that new side over the past year, 18 months, is a new laptop that we'd sell into a university that was costing £750 is now £1,500–1,600. So what that's done is really driven up the demand for refurbishment devices and remanufactured devices. So the demand for 10th Gen Plus products across the UK, in particular into like schools and colleges and private sector businesses where they just can't afford to buy new anymore, has massively driven up that demand. And that's one thing that I've seen here is the investment going into people starting to do refurbishment and remanufacturing in-house. It is great to see, and that's something that we do. We've got the BSI Kite Mark for remanufacturing and refurbishment as well, and we collect around 1 million devices a year, and we're trying to get as much as them put through that process to sell back through our sales teams into these places that can't afford to buy new. As well, and that's where we've really seen the demand rise over the past year as well. I mean, data center has been absolutely crazy. Like, the stuff that's coming out and the value of it because of the memory market as well. Like, it's taken a bit of a decline over these past 6 months, but going back to Q4 last year and Q1 this year, the value and stuff that was coming out of it was like something I've never seen before ever. But on the new side, the DDR5, it just continues to increase all the time, those memory prices as well, and doesn't look like slowing down anytime soon. And that's obviously great for us with all the devices that are coming out.
Oh, that's great. We in the U.S. we see cycles of what matters to our end user customers. At times it can be politically driven. Maybe it's ESG related. It's save the planet at one moment, and then the next moment it's how much money are you going to give me, and it's financially driven. So our customers can kind of go up and down in what matters to them. In your regions right now, what is that? What's driving customer behavior? Is it data security? Is it environmentalism? Is it just money? Are they just after give me the best money and value back? What's driving that customer behavior in your countries?
Yeah, so I've been at Converge for 17 years, and when I started doing this, the questions I always used to get asked by customers was, how are you going to securely handle my data, and how much money am I going to get back for my old equipment? Now it's, how are you going to securely handle my data? But customers in the UK want to know what exactly is happening to my device. Where is it ending up? Like, how can you prove to me where that device is going? And sustainability in the UK is massive. Like, we get tenders come through for massive frameworks all the time, and in many cases the sustainability aspect of the tender is more weighted in scoring against pricing or anything now. It's so important. If you're not demonstrating what you're doing as a business, like what you're doing with the waste, what you actually, how are you talking the talk, not just walking the walk for customers as well. Like, show us what you're doing and like making sure you're getting the maximum scoring for it as well. And there's some great stories in the UK in terms of like what businesses are doing from a sustainability point of view, and that's one area I really think we stand out in as a country, is that sustainability piece.
Yeah, we usually pick up what Europe does. We'll be about 7 years later.
Yeah, that's great.
So it all depends who you are talking in the food chain, meaning inside big corporations, you have many stakeholders. Human resources has their own objectives. Obvious financial is going to be key on those decisions, but sustainability it's been more on the top of their heads of the decision makers. So I'll give you an example of what we're doing. We have a program that is called Computers for a Cause. So what we do, let's say a multinational company wants, they need to improve their scope 3 on their ESG reporting. So what Computers for a Cause does, let's say they provide us with 100 laptops for us to repair them, but those laptops, instead of being sold to a third party, they are being donated to schools or to communities. And I tell you, as a business owner, being able to be the facilitator of this type of programs, then you can see the impact that we are doing actually in these communities, because we take for granted that we can buy a laptop because we all have credit cards. Most of the countries, half of the population don't have access to credit cards, to technology. So being able to provide a computer to a 5-year, 6-year-old child that never had a computer on his hands, and you see their faces, how they are, their gratitude towards what you're doing for them, it really changes lives. So more than scope 3, I think that the social impact that as an industry we all are doing, we don't directly see it because we're just seeing sometimes P&L reports, but I had the opportunity to deliver myself laptops to these childs, and it feels great. One person told me once, the secret of living is giving, and I think we all have that opportunity to change lives in what we're doing.
I really appreciate that. That was a good spin-off, and I've had that personal opportunity too to go into an orphanage in Peru and donate laptops and see how it changes, the staff and the people and all of that. So I'm glad you brought that up. It's a really cool feeling, and it's something neat to see good come out of what we do on a daily basis. And that's a great point. So if you have a partner and you're using a partner in a foreign country, it's a lot easier to find those needs in those countries because they exist a lot greater than in the U.S. But that's a great opportunity to say, get that partner involved in what's local, and when you go visit them, take that opportunity to go experience that. It's been neat for me as well. So sustainability versus business outcomes. What's driving the behavior in India? Is it sustainability, or is it just they're looking for the outcome on the back end? What's going on there?
From India perspective, I think the most sustainable projects are those what the CFO loves. Yeah, if sustainability is going to cost money forever, it won't scale. But typically at Terra Nova, we do take care of that. So when I say that, what I mean is, we, apart from an ITAD, we are also a registered e-waste recycler. We do aluminum smelting in-house, we do copper smelting in-house, we do gold recovery, gold refining, platinum recovery in-house within my own premises. We are a zero discharge facility. So we mean what we say. And as like our personal belief is, we just planted 1,000 trees last month. It's not that I have to tell it out to you here, but I mean, we are very conscious. Sometimes there are some customers who bang in for those things, who want their products to be sustainable, their sustainable products to be recycled well. They need those systems, and we have them in place. More than a decade and a half into the industry, we believe, one principle that a good ITAD is the one who creates sustainable value and material value, both.
Yeah, no, I think all these points were fantastic and on the money, to be honest. Look, you obviously got to tick all those boxes, and you need to show that you can deliver on all of that. Yeah. I think if you talk about the financial output and financial outcome, that's the prerequisite. You have to compete, you have to be competitive, but what are you creating from a sustainability point of view? It's not just about generating a report of how much weight was saved of offset and emissions and stuff like that. It's getting granular. Our business, we're very fortunate enough to have a very strategic partnership with UNSW, which is a university in Australia, I think in the top 10 globally recognised. And we're very fortunate enough to have PhD students in our offices every single day, coming to meetings, helping us understand our customers' problems and building solutions for them. I'll give you one great example. We've built and invested heavily on a micro factory. A micro factory is a world first, which basically takes ABS plastics, processes them down to pellets, and turns it into 3D printer filament. 3D printed filament can be added back into the supply chain to make products. We do make and manufacture products. We've got over about 80 to 100 3D printers in our facility alone. Now, is that a commercially viable business? We don't know yet, but we're trying to figure out the commercials and to see if that is profitable. But what it has created is an amazing opportunity with onboarding new customers who want to be a part of that story. And they can come in, they can see where their waste is going, they can then go buy back products, being an office chair or an office table, coffee table, whatever it may be, off their own old waste. And it's something that they can share to their shareholders. So look, sometimes winning over a customer isn't just all about the financial output, and doing the right thing does cost money. And so I think if you've got a really cool, great business that obviously competes and is providing value to a customer from a financial and a deliverable point of view, but providing sustainable environmental outcomes that you can talk to, instead of just something on a piece of paper or pointing to a partner or a downstream partner that does that. I think there needs to be some extreme ownership of what you do.
Great. And some of it's going to be probably Dominican Republic and India that are going to answer this question, but it's around, we're seeing more and more US companies outsource their refurbishment of electronics, whether that be cell phones. Historically, they always went like to Costa Rica or free trade zones, right? And I'm interested to hear from UK and Australia as well if you guys are also using these types of services. But Dubai might be the primary right now for laptop refurbishing, but I know that Jose is representing the same thing, right? Free trade zone in the Dominican Republic offered as a service, and we were just talking about India the other day, which now some people have a license to actually import and then re-export as long as it's a service with low or no taxes going in and out. So what are you seeing in your countries, particularly UK? Are you doing any of this? Are you outsourcing, or are you still doing it all in-house? And when I say you, I guess I'm talking generally about the region and your competitors, what's going on.
Yeah, that's what we saw, where 99% of all devices were finding their way to Dubai, and all the remanufacturing and refurbishment was being done there and then shipped back to the UK. So straight away, the last question was about sustainability. That's not the most sustainable outcome. Like, although you want these devices, you're shipping them over there, you're getting the work done, then they're coming back over here, then they're being resold by someone else as well. And us and many other businesses across the UK have made that investment to start doing that work in-house and like taking that on, doing that refurbishment and doing that remanufacturing. So yes, the partnerships do still exist. Stuff still does get sent over, but we're taking on some of that work now as well. We're doing the refurbishment and doing that partnership for customers all over Europe as well. And it's really worked well for us putting that investment into it because the demand is massive, as I said before. So it's been a great piece of work that we've done, and we know many of our other partners and competitors have done the same thing and made that investment because they see that demand as well. And it's really taken off in the UK over the last 12 months.
So something I want to explain, a repair facility is not just technicians in a warehouse. For instance, the importance of operating inside a free trade zone, it makes the whole difference in terms of financials. Meaning that when we receive inventory from our partners, or let's say we receive inventory from Puerto Rico, so we received 200 laptops, but we were only able to repair 190. And because 10 laptops financially doesn't make sense to repair. So the taxes that the buyer will pay will be only for the 190 good laptops. It gives you the opportunity to determine which computers are best for repair and which one are best for just scrap or part harvesting. Those decisions, when you make them beforehand, meaning before it goes to the buyer, as a company, you are in better position to maximize the value of your product. As a good partner, I always say this, a good partner must do at least three things for you. Either help you save money, help you increase your revenue, and help you with compliance, especially local compliance, meaning custom, taxes, et cetera. So always, when you sit with someone that is operating inside a free trade zone, don't just look at the labor costs. Look at all the financials behind what happens inside a free trade zone and the export side of the business.
Talking about repairs in India, so we do support that program. We have like a bunch of good trained level 4 engineers in our factory. We do motherboard repairs. We do, even we repair the laptop batteries. We make them working. We just replace the cells. So we know how to do that. We've got a hang of that. We've got a robotic paint booth, and we are aware of the requirements of repair and how to make it A grade. Talking about doing it as a service for a global ITAD, I think what typically we have seen in India is sometimes global ITADs have used that service, and if somebody sends 100 laptops to to a repair facility in India, sometimes the reporting is not very accurate, or it is not as per what the global ITAD wanted. There might be two reasons to it. One is a systematic failure within the organization, that they could not report it well. What are the costs of repair, or which parts were not working, or which were, the screens were cracked, or whatever. The second reason might be that is intentional. So they don't report it well, so that they can just jack up a lot of money from the global ITAD and do all kinds of stuff. But we are very, very careful of that. We are doing this as a service with a US-based ITAD, so we do support that. And I would just welcome you in the factory. Just come over to India someday, see our processes, see the transparent reporting processes that we have of each and every asset, serial number wise, so you can always know at what stage it is, has it across the paint booth or not. So we are totally aware of how this happens, and yeah, we're doing that.
Yeah, I think in Australia, the economics doesn't really make sense, to be honest, compared to other regions. But we do, of course, do some high-level break fix and refurbishment. But at scale, the economics don't work. However, if the prices of everything keeps going up, especially for new, which you mentioned, Craig, I think there could be a really great opportunity, especially with the right to repair laws and stuff like that happening in Europe. I wouldn't be surprised if that does change. And if we look in 5 years' time, that there will be refurbishment centres that could do large, bulky refurbishment in country. But at this point in time, I know a few people that export it and then re-import it back in. Mainly the skill set isn't there, and the price point to replace it just doesn't make sense for the price to repair.
Yeah, in the U.S., I think we're going to see we'll see a change over time. Right now, I think the majority, my experience has been that the majority is going overseas, whether it be into Mexico, Dubai, or Dominican Republic, but it's going into places. The financial metrics make sense, but until we start tracking deeper and deeper the carbon impact that our shipping of those devices have back and forth, right? Yeah. Measurements are coming out. There's companies that are here and representing, measurement of that carbon, as well as your insets and offsets and all the good stuff. So as that regulatory body grows and those things become more trackable and traceable, I think that you will see more people in the U.S. going backwards and bringing it in, and because otherwise that refurbished device that you're going to be able to boast about having all these carbon offsets, if you ship them overseas and back, you may lose some of that. So we're seeing, like I said, the U.S. most of it is going out and then coming back for their sales on Amazon and everything else. If I was going to ask you guys, if we were to meet here, 3 years, 5 years down the road, in the ITAD industry, where do you see your countries changing? Do you see doing more business for U.S. companies in your countries? Do you see doing less? Like, what does that look like? What is your landscape going to be in 3 years?
Yeah, I guess I'll start. Look, I thought about this a little while ago, actually. And look, our population in Australia jumped to 28 million as of yesterday. It was at 26.5 about 2.5 years ago. So our population is growing, and migration is playing a massive part to do with that. So there's going to be a lot more opportunities of assets coming through. But with that, and I spoke about economics before, and some things are not making sense financially to do in country, and I completely agree. The irony of us being sustainable, but also shipping all these products around to get refurbished and then import them back in, it doesn't make any sense. But I think robotics have got to play a massive part. I was having a look around, I was absolutely blown away by how many like-minded people are similar to the thought process of what we're doing. And, from processing assets to grading assets on a consistent basis, and then then looking to get your customers to look into that grading and track that real time and have a consistency across the globe if you're managing a customer in multiple regions. So if I had to narrow it down, I think robotics have got to play a massive part. Our sustainability and our value add to our customers can't just be professional services and trading commodities. I think we need to bring science-backed solutions to our customers, understand what their problems are, and go find the right people to go help nail down those solutions for them.
So India is big. It is the land of opportunities, and we've already started receiving robots. Would you believe that? You know, for destruction. And so, yeah, 3 years down the line, we definitely see, you know, a lot more assets. And the industry is growing very rapidly. I travel across the world. What thing I've noticed about India is that it is just continuing to grow. It is like on the right track, the economy. And you know, talking about ITAD, I think 3 years down the line, my customer would not ask me what happened with my assets. They would want to see it live. So, yeah, having said that, the future of ITAD is visibility. Yeah.
So before answering the question of the 3-5 years, I want to mention that one of the advantage of Dominican Republic is the nearshoring, meaning Kevin was mentioning about the carbon footprint. So it takes shipping material from US to Dominican Republic, it will take a week. So the carbon footprint impact is less. It's the same thing for Puerto Rico. If you're shipping material in and out of Puerto Rico, it takes a week. Usually we use the Jacksonville port. So if you consider that the carbon footprint offset also helps when you use nearshore partner for your products. So what we're seeing, our forecast, 3 to 5 years, and what we're seeing today is the Internet of Things is changing the whole, our clients' requirements. We're seeing new devices, more devices, battery devices, more product that with lithium batteries. And if there are people here from operations, you know that's a headache. Having more devices with lithium batteries is just creating more challenges for us as an industry. On top of that, now you have data-bearing devices with batteries, smartwatch, and all these kinds of things that have data inside, plus a lithium battery. So those are challenges for our operations team, but those are the new problems that our clients have that we must solve for them. Because at the end of the day, this industry overall, it's not all about selling laptops. We need to take into consideration 3 revenue streams. We sell laptop, of course, but we also sell commodities because we produce materials for recycling, but we also are service providers. And that part is very important. Sometimes we forget about that. We need to remember we are serving our clients. What are the problems, the new problems that our clients are having? Understanding that. One thing that I told my sales team, take a look at our client's website. What are they saying in their website? So you have an idea of what should be your approach when you're sitting with a procurement manager. What are they looking for? So also, Puerto Rico is, since 2017 that we have Hurricane Maria that basically destroyed the whole island, the renewable industry has grown exponentially. So now we're seeing a lot of renewable materials, meaning solar panels, large format lithium batteries, inverters, and all those electrical components, which, by the way, have a lot of copper content, aluminum content, which are really good commodities to sell. So also EVs. EVs, where our clients are calling us. Can you handle our batteries? Can you handle our car parts? We've been receiving phone calls from dealerships. 10 years ago, we weren't receiving any phone call from dealerships. Now they're calling us. Why? Because their car has electronic components, and the regulation says you just cannot throw that away or send it to a scrapyard. You need a company with an environmental permit to manage those things. So those are the new problems that we are seeing as a company. I always, as an entrepreneur, we always have the temptation to follow the shiny objects. But we have to be very careful. We have to keep in mind what we can be good at, what can we be great at. So we are not going to be selling baby food, but if we are handling batteries from day one, because we manage cell phone batteries and laptop batteries from day one, well, guess what? EV batteries and solar panel batteries is a material that makes sense because it's part of our infrastructure. And now you have something that we do. So with batteries, you have, are you familiar with the DDR terminology? That's a US DOT terminology for defective, damaged, return batteries, meaning the broken batteries. So the storage for those batteries has to be packing group 1, and there is a lot of technical requirements that our clients must have in their warehouse to store those DDR batteries. What I do, I provide training to their EHS managers and explain the importance of having the proper storage for DDR batteries, because that's reduced the risk of having a fire in their facility. And when you mention fire to an EHS manager, that's his job. He can lose his job if an accident like that happens. But being able to provide that free consulting services, that will give you a client for the rest of your life, because they see the added value in the service that you are providing. And then the laptops will come, the commodities will come. Take care of the service side, take care of your clients, and the rest will follow.
I'll go ahead and send you all our solar panels. In the UK, what's your landscape looking like in 3 to 5 years? I mean, you guys obviously had, Brexit and political stuff going on and all these rules and change. How has that changed what's going on there now, and what do you see it looking like in the near future?
Well, just to echo what the guy said, like AI and robotics is 100% going to be the biggest game changer over the next 3 to 5 years. Like, you can already see it now, like with softwares like Razer already implementing it into their software databases, machinery becoming available for things like grading and stuff. It's really exciting to see like where this industry is going. One of the things I love about ITAD, like we come to this event last year, nobody knew what was going to happen in the memory market. Like, we'll come again next year and there'll be another hot topic that we're all talking about that no one's even thought about. It just changes all the time as well. And one of the things that we're seeing a lot of at the moment is the device lifecycle management piece, where customers are sweating their assets more, they're sending them to us, with data erasing them as a Microsoft authorized refurbisher, like putting the operating system back on, wrapping those devices back to A-grade standards, and the customers are using them again for another 2 to 3 years. That's a really popular service, and I think people are going to be using that a lot more over the next few years as well.
I'm glad you brought that up, because we see that in the landscape of the US changing too, as people are getting to a 7-year refresh. I mean, we have some customers on an 8-year refresh. So we're starting to see that grow in popularity as well, where they're needing a refresh, right, of their assets. So that's unique that it's happening everywhere. And I would imagine even so in countries that are much smaller or not as financially healthy. I would imagine the service is going to grow. We've got about 7 minutes left, it says here, so I do want to take a chance, and one thing, because these partners were chosen to represent their countries, I know that in the audience there's a whole bunch of really good providers in different countries, so if you wouldn't mind, if you're comfortable with it, if you are a service provider in ITAD industry and you can help or service US customers, if you wouldn't mind, just raise your hand or stand up and just mention the country you're from, so that way somebody can grab you after the show. Who's over here? Monica in Mexico. All right, thank you, Monica.
Tom Park from Korea ITAD. We are serving in the Korean location.
Wonderful. Thank you. Korea. Anybody else? Or you're just too shy to stand up? Well, and then also want to open it up for kind of just customer interaction questions. Do you have questions about maybe these gentlemen and their countries that they're servicing, or maybe just a general topic, problem, challenge that you're finding in being serviced in a different country?
So, first of all, great perspectives globally from all of the countries.
Well, a couple of you spoke about the explosive growth in data centers and all of the hardware that's coming up, GPU, et cetera. That whole area is growing so fast and changing so quickly. You know, it's the GPUs and NPUs and TPUs, whatnot. There are all kinds of views coming up. Do you guys see a gap in ITAD technologies as to how you assess all that hardware, right? It is, because it's so quickly changing, when you collect it, how do you know what's working, what's not working, what kind of steps you guys are following? Because very quickly, the first generation of GPUs is going to be outdated and coming into the secondary markets. Any comments on this overall ITAD technology keeping pace with hardware innovations?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a global problem, and it's primarily a U.S. problem too, based on those PCIe GPUs that are starting to come out. And then even though you can spin up your own testing process for PCI, SXM is a whole nother problem, right? So as the technology has changed, it's going to continue to increase to be a problem. It's called really good engineering teams and finding your smartest homegrown solution that's available to you, because you're right, your quantity doesn't support you going out and buying a machine for $1 million. You don't have the quantity to feed that machine. So your metrics just don't make sense. And I won't speak for everybody, but I'm pretty sure that no one's running into thousands of GPUs a month just flowing through like they are laptops. But it's coming. And it's just going to be a balancing act of when are you going to make the investment, the physical investment and the infrastructure investment to be able to handle GPUs? Are you going to wait until they're already coming and you're going to lose new business because of it? Or are you going to invest it now? I haven't walked the floor near enough, but I heard that there's some folks in there talking GPUs and testing and all that. Again, I'm all for partnering and outsourcing. I think that before you make that investment, you can probably find a partner to help process those GPUs for you. That's my opinion. But what are you guys seeing in that space?
Yeah, virtually everything you said was bang on in what I see. Look, you've got to try and find the smartest people, the smartest engineers to work with you and to understand that. Look, it's evolving, technology is evolving, and so will the processing and testing of those products. So yeah, we're very much in the same boat. We're sort of getting ready. We've had many hiccups along the road, but yeah, it's a new commodity. And look, I think you mentioned before, as new products are coming out, and older ones are about to start to hit the secondary market. I've got a bit of a theory that it's going to be a bit of a race in I guess 3 to 5 years' time of how cheap can you run a language model on what's the cheapest GPU that you can run that on. I don't think it's specifically going to be the latest and greatest. I think the aged GPUs, let's talk about A100s for an example, will play a massive part in cloud companies and sourcing that product quite commonly in the secondary market.
So yeah, I think both of you answered it for me as well. So yeah, to answer your question, it's I cannot agree more than what they have already said. You just got to have like a bunch of trained engineers to do the job for you. As a business owner, this is not one of those businesses you can sit back and relax and let the technology get updated, and you come after a 1 month vacation on a beach. But you just have to be like right there, get yourself updated weekly, monthly, whatever suits, and yeah, so that you can maximize, optimize the value recovery after any kind of use.
Yep. No GPUs yet. Yep.
Yeah, I think what really helps as well, obviously, what Kevin said, like having experts in your own team and stuff like that massively helps with this sort of stuff. But I think the network of people you surround yourself with as well. Like we're a partner of the Global ITAD Alliance, and being able to speak to experts about these conversations and get their views on what's going on around the world and what they're seeing, that has helped us massively as well in these sorts of areas, like just getting that advice, because we sit in a tiny country in England, like understanding what's going on in America. Are you seeing the same things as what we're seeing? And the question you asked is exactly what we ask on these meetings as well, just to make sure we're doing the right thing, and what we're seeing is what the rest of the world are seeing as well. So that's a great alliance to be a part of, to like get that sort of information and feedback from.
Yeah, thank you. That was a good question. And the landscape is changing very, very fast. And are you going to build it? Are you going to buy it? Or are you going to partner? And again, I said it earlier, but these gentlemen sitting here, and Tom from Korea and Maria from Mexico, these aren't your competitors. These are your partners. They're folks we need to help service the customers that we have in a good way. So choose your partners wisely. The global reach is there. Our customers, our U.S. customers, are demanding that you put it under one MSA. They want one person to do their business, if it's a global approach. So we're looking at that from a perspective of choosing the right partners in the right places. So I stress that to everybody. Again, thank you for participating, gentlemen, and thanks for joining us this morning. Appreciate it, everyone.
Thanks to you.
All right, guys. Thanks for your patience. This session is one of my favorites. I said that in the morning, the first session of the day too, because I think these two back to back are just a really cool evolution of the show. This one in particular, though, we came up with, John. I called you right after France in April, and I said, John, I think I'm tired of you being our keynote speaker. We got to make a change. And he was like, that's fair, let's do it. And I was like, can I get you to moderate a session? We'll go from keynote speaker to moderator. And he's whatever you think. And I said, here's my vision. I want to take 3 amazing stars who are starting their career and already doing great things in the industry, and put them on stage and have you facilitate a conversation from your position on the other end of your career about what this industry is and how it can be attractive to the next generation, and how we can make ITAD a destination that people come to because they sought it out and not because they fell into it. And so we are here. And then we added, and that was part of the reason for the delay, we added a fun nuance, which is that many of you know John is the host of the Impact podcast and interviews some absolutely phenomenal individuals who have done amazing things in their career. So I suggested to John that maybe, just maybe, if we could figure the tech out, we would do the first ever live episode of the Impact podcast from ITAD Summit 2026. So everyone smile, turn and wave at the camera, because you're about to be part of the first ever live Impact podcast. And so I'm going to turn it over to John, and he can introduce our panelists, and we'll go ahead and get started.
Thank you so much, Daryl. And Daryl, again, you've done an amazing job with Rob. This conference has exceeded everyone's expectations, I think, and it's, of course, the biggest one you've ever had. And I think big is really better in terms of it gives people more chance to get together and in one place and meet and see everybody. So Rob and Daryl, thanks again. Daryl, thanks for the introduction. We're going to get going here, and this is really a fun time for me to be up here really interviewing 3 of the great young ones in our industry right now. I know them all personally. I work with their companies. I know Eric longest, actually, because I know his dad over 20 years, and his dad's here today. But these other 2 young ladies are also superstars. Like, we get to work with their companies, and they're just killing it. All 3 of them are killing it. So I think you're really going to enjoy both this episode and both this session. We're going to go ladies first here, and we're going to make it real simple. I'm going to ask them all of you first, to just do a little speed round. Where'd you grow up? How and how you get into this industry, and things of that such. But first, I'm going to first tell you who they are. Kayla Kucera with Dynamic Recycling, Alex McKinley with Vita, and Eric Levine with Iron Mountain. And Kayla, we're going to start with you. Where'd you grow up, and how did you get into this industry?
Yeah, thanks, John. So I grew up in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, kind of a small town back then, but in about the middle of Wisconsin. Getting into the industry, previous to ITAD, about 2 years ago, going on 2 years, I was in the fire truck manufacturing industry, and I kept in touch with someone who I had actually worked with many years ago, back in 2012, in the grocery industry. She's actually sitting in the front row today, but it's our EVP of sales. Sorry, Ashley. But she's the one who actually reached out, and she was the one who actually educated me about ITAD. I did not know it existed, and offered me a great opportunity at Dynamic.
Wonderful. Alex, where were you born, and how did you find your way into this industry?
Thanks. I am from the middle of nowhere, quite simply, like an hour outside of Belfast, quite remote, small little town. I also had no idea of the industry, at all. I just kind of fell into it, like I think most people just kind of fall into it, so yeah.
How many years ago did you join Vita?
Less than a year, only 10 months now.
Eric, you're the only second gen on this. Where were you born? And talk a little bit about how you got into this industry, even though we know your dad's a legend in this industry. What was the turning point for you to join? Because you have other skills. You know, you're sort of a legend yourself on your own without the ITAD industry. You're a very well-known trumpeter. I followed your career through your father. You know, your dad and I, when we got together over the years, we didn't talk about the industry as much as we talked about our kids. And you are a known legend with a permanent fixture in downtown Cleveland. How did this all happen?
Yeah, thank you for the kind words. To start, I was born in Cleveland, Ohio, and I am second generation in the industry. I grew up around Regency Technologies, which was founded in 1998. And I understand most people don't have the opportunity to just jump right into it like that. I actually studied jazz music in college. I went to school in Boulder, Colorado. I was very into music and arts. I love the performing arts. I'm very passionate about it. And as my career in the arts was progressing, I wanted to get more serious with my life and my family and build a future for myself. This industry is contagious. I've been around a number of different companies in the space, things from part-time internships, working for a short period of time, even doing projects when I was in school, and was always involved in the recycling industry around electronics. And when I was in my late 20s, I was about 26 years old, I made the decision to take a leap of faith and just come back to the industry full-time, immerse myself in it, and I've been here ever since, and I love it.
I love it. You know, that's a great word, contagious. If Kayla, if I had to ask you one word to sum up this industry, I love Eric's summation, contagious. What would you sum up this industry to be?
Ooh, one word. I was going to say like ever changing, but also exciting.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Alex?
like evolving. I think we've seen such a change in even like 10 months since I've been at Vita. It's just constantly growing and changing.
One of the responsibilities of each generation is to inspire the next generation, whatever that means. You know, and every generation changes and inspiration changes. It could be by words, it could be by deeds. You know, how much do this next generation know even about the ITAD industry? Are we a known industry, and how do we inspire others to follow you into the industry? Kayla, start.
Yeah, that's a great question. Just having conversations with some of the Gen P people that I know, I think they care about recycling, but I don't think after they put that bottle into the recycling can, they don't care what happens after it. So I think it's known that like recycling is responsible and it's the right thing to do, but how do we get them involved in what happens after that with electronics? I think it's talking about all the things that are really exciting to us. I mean, one thing at the ITAD Women in ITAD session this morning, we talked about what things we were passionate about, and a couple things that came up were traveling and how much this industry allows us to travel and meet the people and build the relationships we do. I think we start talking more about that type of stuff and less about the recycling aspect as much. We start building a story that they can relate to and get excited for to join this industry.
Alex, what's your thoughts? Now, you live in a different part of the world than where we live, you know? Yeah, so, I mean, is it the same, or is the next gen even interested in this kind of industry?
Yeah, I can tell you for a fact, like none of my friends or people kind of my age know what it is. When I tell them what it is and everything I'm doing, everyone's immediately jealous. They want in. So I think they don't know, but they don't know the opportunities that they could have, but they definitely would be interested in it when they know it.
Eric, we grew up in this country, Eric, and my generation was the go and throw society. Sustainability wasn't part of our vernacular. Circularity was not part of our vernacular. Talk a little bit about your generation now, not only wanting to make a nice living, but also wanting to make an impact. Is that going to be a lure and a great way to inspire people to come in to our industry where they get to do both at the same time?
Absolutely. And something I've been thinking about a lot just this past year is how coupled our industry is with the overall tech world. I think if you read a newspaper today, listen to a podcast, whatever you consume when it comes to financial news, you're going to hear about AI, robotics, chip manufacturers, giant stock bubbles. major roller coasters in the market. And anybody who has even an ounce of interest in that, this space is so connected to it and gives you an opportunity to participate. And I think for a lot of young people that are interested in the tech world, and specifically the finance world in tech, and follow all the news and the headlines and these things that are happening, the ITAD industry is just such a unique way that you can get involved. I think some of these large companies out there, you know, Anthropic, Palantir, OpenAI, Apple, Microsoft, whatever it is, they're great, and a lot of people go to have fantastic careers with those companies, but it's not the only way to get involved in the tech industry.
Given that we seem to be, there's not a day that you could turn on Bloomberg or CNBC or read the Wall Street Journal or New York Times, AI is always part of the headlines, but also NVIDIA and SpaceX. So we sort of live in a SpaceX and NVIDIA economy right now. Is that good for the technology section? Yeah, you speak about that, Eric. Is that, are we going to be able to ride that wave as an industry and be part of that industry as well as they boom and as those companies rise? Can we rise with that, and will that continue to lift all the boats in our industry?
So I'm going to quote my counterpart, Kayla, over here. She mentioned the word ever-changing.
Yeah.
You know, we're talking about SpaceX. They just had an earnings call this morning, big company. 3 years ago, nobody was really talking about them. The stuff that's being manufactured, that's going to be relevant in our day-to-day lives 10 years from now, it's going to be wildly different than what we see today. I can't predict and tell you what that's going to look like. But what I will say is this industry does continue to adapt through the ever-changing times. I think there's always an opportunity to find a lane that works for a big business or a small business and find some sort of niche that you can get involved in, you know, make a good living for yourself, find a good business, join a good company. And there's many opportunities. And it'll always be changing, but the opportunity is ripe.
You keyed on a great word, ever-changing. Kayla, we'll go back to you, ever-changing. Ever-changing since technology is evolving so fast, faster than ever, probably. They say Moore's Law is obsolete now. Does that mean more turnover of more electronics, which is net good for everybody in this room and beyond?
I think so. If you especially look at the next generation who can't get off their tablets and iPads and everything else, electronics are becoming cheaper, more efficient. They're more than just a laptop or a phone. It's a smartwatch, it's earbuds, it's the Aura rings, everything you can imagine. Our lives are evolving in technology. I mean, my fiance has made our house a smart house, like that movie back in the day on Disney where it goes crazy, and you know, it's that type of future where it's so easily accessible and it's so quickly manufactured that even though things are getting smaller, there's more of them. So I think it's just going to continue to be that way, especially with the big AI boom.
Alex, skills. What skills do people need? If you were to recruit, you've helped make Vita one of the top brands in Europe, probably around the world. You have a skill set. Your colleagues, who I well know, also have great skill sets. What do you think, if you're trying to inspire or recruit others into working for you, working with you at Vita, what skills do they need to have to be successful in this industry?
I think just having a lot of transferable skills. Like, it's not just one department you kind of work in. I work in marketing, and you also just hear things about operations. So just being like having transferable skills and being confident and just like backing yourself, especially coming into an industry where it's kind of overwhelming, information overload, just being confident and knowing that you can do it and just being yourself.
Kayla, what do you think about skills?
Yeah, the two big skills that I look for, especially when adding to our team, is curiosity and drive. I think that's applicable to most industries, but especially this one with it being ever-changing and things are so vast. And like Eric said, there's so many niche things about this industry. If you've got curiosity and drive, you can be successful.
Eric, what say you?
Passion. I think if you're really passionate about something, you know, whether you're on the back end coding for ERP systems, if you're selling equipment and you're passionate about running a good sales team, whatever it is, if you are genuinely interested in it at that level, you'll find a way to succeed.
Kayla, you talked a little bit about your background. You did a bunch of things before you got in this industry. When you think about where you are right now, is this it? Is this where you want to be? Do you think there's so much to do and so much upside and opportunity in your mind that you could stay here?
I'll say first, I absolutely love the industry, so I'd like to stay here a really long time, but what really makes the career is the company I work for. So I think Dynamic could sell shoes and I'd still work for them. So, but I think as long as you find a company in this industry that you really relate with and you have a very good relationship with, I mean, I could retire here, yes.
Alex, you've obviously done a great job marketing Vita. My team tells me all the time, we got to be more like Vita. You're killing me. You could work for anybody, really, in any industry with those kind of skills in terms of social media, and social media is wanted and needed by all sorts of industries now, many, if not most. Why stick in ITAD?
As well, same as Kayla, I love who I work for. Like, working for a Northern Irish company that works on a global scale, I think is quite rare. Being able to go to work and I can speak to most of the execs every single day and get the best experience I can from the best people in the industry, like, it's very rare. So I'm getting hands-on experience every single day, building my career from the best. So I'd be silly to go anywhere else.
Eric, what advantage do you have being second gen?
Definitely just the background of information in the industry. I learned how to sort board from plastic probably, earlier than I should have been. And you learn about what it takes to go through the full life cycle of computer equipment, everything from the recycling end to the deployment of new equipment. And I do understand, as we've been talking, it's a lot of information. I think people who get into it today, it's like drinking through a fire hose, and it's hard to soak it all in, and it just takes time. It takes time to really understand some of the different nuances, and having learned some of that from a young age, I didn't realize until I got older how valuable some of that information was, and then it became apparent, there was some stuff going on up there that I actually understood.
How, let's go back to that word ever-changing. How is it different now for Gen 2.0 for you than when your dad was fully in the business and running his company and growing his company?
Sure. Well, I'll start there. It's different. I grew up around a private family business. Now I work for Iron Mountain. It's a big public company. We have employees all around the world. So the dynamic of working with a large organization is naturally different. And that's parallel with the idea that this industry is much bigger. I think, in the early 2000s, this was not as prevalent as it is today. The idea of electronics recycling and the environmental side of it was just not as major of a piece. So as it continues to grow and the presence is undeniable, it's just navigating being on a little bit more of an elevated platform that the world sees, that other industries see, and how to really create some brand recognition of our industry across the rest of the corporate world, big companies, people operating and doing all sorts of stuff. Maybe companies we wouldn't necessarily think of, but have a need for the services we offer. There's limitless ways to get involved, create partnerships and meaningful business together.
Kayla, if today you were beginning the onboarding process of a new employee at Dynamic, how does the onboarding process, from your perspective, work, and what's the best advice that you could give to the person you're bringing on board to be successful at Dynamic and in the industry?
Yeah, that's a great question, John. So at Dynamic, we put a lot on a good culture fit for us. Obviously, we want the person to also be capable, but initially when we look to onboard someone, we want to spend some quality time with them. We talk to them and then oftentimes bring them on for a tour and have lunch with them, really get to know them before we bring them on board. For somebody who does get accepted to join our company, it goes back to that curiosity and drive. As long as you're a great culture fit and you've got that curiosity and drive, we all lean in to make sure that you're successful and can adopt the skills that you need to be successful.
Alex, if you were doing the same thing today, you started onboarding someone at Vita, what advice, what pearl of wisdom could you share with them to help mentor them to be a success, inspire them to be a success, not only with the culture at Vita, which I know is a great one, but also in the industry as a whole?
Yeah, I think if it's someone coming into the industry completely new, first time, it is so much to learn and just kind of settle. At Vita, we get a tour and you do a day out doing an ITAD collection, and it's actually really interesting and it helps you. You can visualize everything you're learning about, which is so helpful. So just having that and then speaking to them and just having a support network. I know for us, all the leaders at Vita are amazing, and they're so approachable. So I would just say to them, if you're worried, I ask about 1 million questions a day. So you're able to do that. Don't worry, no question's a silly question.
Eric, I'm going to put a twist on the same question, but a twist on the question to you. You know, when you listen to Pat Mahomes talk about being comfortable under center, he said he wasn't really comfortable and understood the speed of the game till after he won his second Super Bowl. How long does it take for someone, when you're bringing someone new into the industry and onboarding them at Iron Mountain and mentoring them, what's the horizon in terms of feeling comfortable to know enough about the industry to feel comfortable about not only representing a great brand like Iron Mountain, but also really knowing about what they're talking about when they go and speak with others as they represent your company, and to get knowledge of what is really going on in this industry?
I think training resources is a huge deal, especially the bigger companies get and the more individuals you have joining that maybe don't have a background here. What resources are available to them for self-learning? At Iron Mountain, we've spent a lot of time. We have an entire department called Sales Enablement. And what their primary job focus is to create these materials for new sellers, new people in the operation, to learn what we do, why we do it, and not just from the philosophical level, but down to the very specific nuances of our systems, how to put a support ticket in, what department to go to for certain, legal questions. If you're working on a contract, there might be 7 different types of support tickets you can open in a CRM. How do you know which one to go to and actually get a job done in a timely manner? And at the end of the day, we're doing it for our customers, and we have important expectations to live up to. And the faster new employees can get up to speed and learn how to self-navigate that web, the better we can serve our customers.
How important was it for you to get dirt under your fingernails when you were much younger and learning the business from the inside and out in the warehouse?
Critical. I've done just about every job out there. I used to drive forklifts, load pallets and trucks. I've tested computers. I think that gives you the foundational knowledge to really be able to talk the talk and walk the walk.
Is that still part of an onboarding process in 2026 at Iron Mountain and all your different brands? I'm going to ask all of you. Does that still go on?
It depends on the department you're in. I think if you're somebody who's working at a facility, if you're going to have any involvement in operations, it 100% is. With such a global company and a big remote presence, there's also just not the opportunity to do that with everybody anymore. That was something at Regency Technologies we did, and we prided ourselves in that. We had a program where a new employee would come in and spend 2 weeks going through every job in the warehouse. With 30,000+ employees, it's just not feasible to do it at that scale.
Right.
So you have to be a little more creative in terms of how you can educate new employees and get them trained up to speed.
Kayla, how about you? Did you work in the warehouse when you got involved with Dynamic, and do others work in the warehouse when they're onboarding?
Yeah, great question. So we do have a training and development department that helps with this. So yes, when I started, I spent probably my first month working in the warehouse, learning the different aspects of the warehouse. I also spent a lot of time shadowing other teams like sales, recycling, other places outside of outbound sales. And we did the same thing. So everyone on my team has gone through that same training process. And then depending on where you're coming in the company, similar to what Eric said, our training and development team is very good at making sure you get the appropriate training, especially when it comes to the ERP systems and all the intricate works within the company. We're very hands-on in making sure that, again, you're successful right off the bat.
Was that warehouse experience that you had invaluable to your success?
Oh yeah, I mean, I should probably refresh it soon. It was extremely valuable, and I know that things have changed since I've been down there, but I do work partly remote, so anytime I can spend time with those guys on the floor, I learn so much.
Alex, how about at ITAD? Is that part of the curriculum? And when you're onboarding, did you have to work in the warehouse and learn what's actually going on in the factory itself?
So I wasn't in the warehouse directly, but I went out on the ITAD collection, so out in the lorry, out going to a site, collecting all the pieces, scanning. So I got to see that, and also, same as Eric, like it's becoming bigger and bigger. So we use that as an opportunity. Again, you knowing me, I took a bit of content of it, and it means that we can refer back to. If, for example, you weren't able in your first few weeks to go out in that collection, you can refer to the video. It's all there, and it shows the whole process, just kind of visual.
Kayla, let's switch to the issue of challenges. What are some of the biggest challenges you've had to face, or that you face on a regular basis in this industry?
Let's see. Well, I want to call them opportunities instead of challenges.
Fine. Good call.
But I think just a couple things that were opportunities that I enjoyed working through was one big thing when joining Dynamic is the global partnerships that we had in outbound sales and expanding that area. I got the opportunity last year to go to Dubai and visit a lot of our buyers, the opportunity to go to France and Denmark this year, and you get to immerse yourselves in different cultures. And we have partnerships all over the world, and everyone's just a little bit different. And so there was a lot of navigating how to communicate, ways to communicate, frequency of communication, and just the different schedules and way people live their lives. So that was a bit of an opportunity, but it's been extremely exciting getting to work through that.
Alex, what say you?
I think working in marketing, I found it really quite hard to market ITAD, because it's like, what do you do? How do you wrap your head around all of this? Never mind market it. It's quite a specific thing. So we've tried to like flip the narrative and show our people and everyone behind our company rather than just the process itself.
Great point. But we live in now a world that I'm not familiar with. I didn't grow up, I'm not a digital native, I'm a digital immigrant. That's my generation. We live in a TikTok world. Is this the world that most companies should be involved with to best represent our industry? Should we be leveraging TikTok and Instagram and Snap something and everything else?
100%, I think so. Like, if you've applied to a job, the first thing you probably do is you go through their website, their LinkedIn, their TikTok, anything to kind of get a feel for it, know more about them. So if it's all publicly there and you can see if you would be a fit for it, I think definitely.
Eric, the challenges and opportunities, as Kayla said, she turned that question right on its head, and rightfully so. How do you see that challenges, creating them, making them into opportunities?
Yeah, so it's an interesting question, and at this time with Iron Mountain, I work with a lot of Fortune 1000 companies,
right?
Big corporate entities, banking, finance, insurance.
Probably Fortune 100 companies.
There's some major ones out there, and I think one of the biggest challenges is the educational element. As hard as it is we were talking about teaching new employees what we do, how do we educate other industries what we do, and not just understand why and how they could participate, but also really lay the suite of options out there for them and have them genuinely wrap their head around what's going on and what type of value we can add to their organizations.
Is that better done in person, or can we leverage technology as successfully as Vita has done, because obviously, Alex, you've done a great job.
Thank you.
And my team tells me that on a regular basis. How do you see it, Eric? In person, obviously, I know that's the world you come from. That's my world, and I know that's your father's world. So that's the world we come from as well. But it is a TikTok world, and your generation is on TikTok and on Instagram, and that's great. Can we use that to educate our clients about the industry?
I think so. And when you talk about social media platforms,
Yeah.
it's an interesting topic because different platforms have different audiences.
Yeah.
And different purposes they're serving.
Yeah.
LinkedIn looks kind of similar to Facebook. The logo's the same color, but they're very different places. And I think there's the right audience in different areas. So, catering certain content to that audience is important. But yeah, you said it. I'm old school. I like in person. I studied jazz. I still don't think there's a true replacement for that. I think some of the social media stuff and just overall online presence is great to get a foot in the door and have a conversation. But at some point along the way, it's important to shake some hands, meet with some people, have a meal, and have some real human connection and discussions about, what we're doing, trying to learn, what their goals are, what's motivating some of these other organizations to do what they're doing and making their decisions. And I think the better you understand that, it can help you navigate.
Kayla, let's go back. I asked all of you earlier about inspiring others and coaching others into the industry. Who was your best mentor, and who continues to inspire and mentor you at Dynamic?
I love calling out people that are here, but my boss, our EVP of ITAD, Casey, is sitting in the front row, and he has been my cheerleader since day one. So he has helped with every opportunity and everything else that I've come across, and really helped me build my business acumen across Dynamic.
Alex, how about you?
Mine's definitely Rachel. Like you said, biggest cheerleader ever. If you ever think you are unsure of anything, she's the first person that will big you up and tell you you're the best ever. That's her key phrase, you're the best ever. So she's just really good at making you feel good about yourself, which is such an important factor.
Eric?
So I know you mentioned my dad's in the room, and it'd be a softball, and he's absolutely been a great mentor to me. But I would like to put another name out there. Troy Furman, who runs our remarketing department at Iron Mountain. He was also doing it at Regency Technologies. When I joined his team, he really took me under the wing. Not only showed me how he's doing what he's doing when he's operating a sales team, but he made it fun. And I think there's something special about making business fun, making genuine friendships, making memories along the way, and enjoying the journey. It's a hugely important part to not only being successful in the space, but sticking around for the long haul.
Alex, favorite things? We all love to do certain things. Some things we don't like to do, just part of the human journey. What are some of your favorite things about this industry that you're excited about when you wake up in the morning to go do?
I love filming content of other people. Put me behind the camera, I'm like, oh no, get me back behind. But I think for at VITA, giving different people the opportunity to kind of speak and feel good about themselves, and people who might always be doing all the hard work, but they never get the chance to be kind of shown off and make them feel good about themselves. I think it's really nice.
So you like the creative side?
Yes, definitely.
Kayla?
Like I mentioned before, the traveling is definitely a plus, but I love the people at Dynamic. I love my team, and I love making money. We make good money.
Hey, that's okay. That's okay to say that. Eric, favorite things? Running a business isn't easy. Being a leader in a business isn't easy. But what are some of your favorite things about showing up to work every day?
I really enjoy hitting the goals we set for ourselves. And, I'm not a destination-oriented person. I fully subscribe to the journey. Every day you got to enjoy. But it is special when you can achieve those goals you set for yourself, especially lofty ones. And it kind of proves that, hey, anything is possible. If you set your mind to it, you can get it done. It's very rewarding.
I like that. we're talking about the next generation here. This conference is the biggest one ever to happen for Rob and Daryl. 2,300 people, I believe, or more. How do we continue to inspire people who look like the three of you and not me to come here and to join the industry, really? Because really, that's really the name of the game now. That's a challenge for me at ERI and something I've been working on very hard the last year and a half or so. Is that something that all of you, your companies are overtly working on right now? Eric?
Yeah, so back at the beginning, I was talking about the tech world.
Yeah.
Kind of become a little bit of a finance nerd, reading market news every morning.
Yeah.
And, I realize there's a lot of young people that are interested in tech. Sustainability, too, and sustainability is a huge part about what we do. But I do think with everything that's happening in the tech world, this whole AI boom, new hardware that's coming out, it's a big paradigm shift. And I think there's a lot of young people where that's naturally intriguing to them. And being a part of that world, at least for me, is something that helps me show up every day. And I know a lot of other young people that are very interested in the tech space. And I think really communicating that message and how much of a part of that we can be and we are helps people want to participate.
Are you saying then, and am I taking this the right way? Because I think you're onto something, and I agree with you, by the way. Does that give a cool factor to our industry?
It's a very cool factor, and there's a lot of money in it too, as Kayla said, but it's true. You look at different industries and, what types of companies are performing well out there.
That's right.
If you're a young person and you're in college, you're just getting out of college and you're thinking about what kind of career you want to do and lead a good life for yourself, a lot of people are going to want to go to good industries that are successful. It feels like there's more opportunity. If they're flush with different companies, different jobs and positions, there's people that do something, like Alex, you do marketing. And as John said earlier, you could do that anywhere. You don't have to be in the ITAD space.
Right.
You can go sell granola bars. You could promote music festivals. I'm confident you'd be good at it, whatever it is. But the tech industry is growing like a weed. It's not going away anytime soon. And I think it's a great time to get on board.
Alex?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think when I've come out of uni, the kind of jobs I was looking for were kind of the trendy jobs. Tech is definitely up there. So if you kind of put that into ITAD and that was marketed more that way, definitely I think it's a really attractive industry for people coming out.
Kayla?
Yeah, one thing that is really unique about Dynamic is that, I don't know the percentage, but a lot of the people who have joined us are referrals of people who have already worked there. That has just added on to the culture, and myself included. So I think that speaks volumes not only for our marketing team, but also for people wanting to work for good people. And I think that's so strong that, yes, you can put your business out there, what you stand for, what you're doing, but you have to have the people who want to keep you there. So we do a really good job at that.
I'm going to ask you one last question. Sum up the future of this industry, one word. Eric, I'm going to let you go first.
And you can't say ever changing.
Innovative.
Like it. Kayla?
I was thinking explosive.
Explosive. I like that.
Mine was exciting. I think it's like becoming bigger. It's exciting.
Well, I think all of you are exciting, explosive, and for me, it's inspiring to see such a bright and successful group of young next-gen people succeeding in this industry. It gives me great hope that this industry is going to grow, it's going to continue to grow, and with the right people leading it, which is the three of you. I think all of you will agree. Let's give these superstars a really big hand for being up here and taking on these questions. Until Daryl kicks us off here, I'm going to just open it up. Does anyone have any questions for this great group of people? Yes. Who are you, and what would you like to ask?
Hello, everyone.
Well, they're going to bring you a mic here.
We got to get you on the podcast, too.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, my name is Charlotte from Topiet, and I'm based in Hong Kong. And thank you all for sharing all this exciting information to me. And my question is, I'm already working in pre-owned consumer electronic recycling, and I'm very eager to step into the ITAD space in long term. For the next generation talent like me, beyond technical hard skills, what personal traits do you consider most critical for me to join ITAD companies like yours or to succeed in this industry?
Who wants to take that?
Jump in.
Go, Eric.
I think people skills are huge. You're genuinely connecting with those around you, those here in this room. It's a small world here. It's 2,000 people. It's big, but it's small enough where I think if you go around the room and talk to people, you're about 1 to 2 degrees of separation away from a familiar face. If you just connect with everyone and are genuinely interested in getting to know people, the rest will follow.
I think Eric's exactly right, but by the way, you had the courage to jump up first faster than anybody that ever, so that courage is going to take you a long way, by the way.
Yeah, because Alex said you need to be confident, and Eric said you need to be passionate.
There you go. Good job. Thank you. Who else has a question? Question. Yes.
So,
who are you and where do you work?
my name is Ethan and I work for ERI.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
A plant in the audience.
There
Okay,
you
go ahead.
So, when you were asked attributes that you would share to others looking to get into the industry, you mentioned passion, storytelling, people. If I'm curious, when you're telling a peer who's totally ignorant and they're like, what do you do? What vertical do you lean in? Do you say like cybersecurity, sustainability? How do you communicate what you do as a whole?
Great question. Who wants to take that? Kayla.
So I'll just say really quickly, I learned early on how to not describe us. I was at a conference and somebody who had not heard of us asked me about what we did, and after I got done describing it, they kind of looked at me and said, so you're like a Goodwill for electronics? Oh. And I was like, ooh, I mean, not that Goodwill's bad, but I don't think anyone's getting a degree and wants to go work at Goodwill. So I definitely lean into the relationship side of things where I'm like, we do a lot in the electronic space and the sustainability space, but we really build relationships. And I always put the plug in that my friends and family see me traveling all the time, that there's a lot of fun in this space too. I really try to include all the extras that come with the responsible stuff we do.
More questions?
I have one.
Oh, go ahead.
How do we, from our role, right, as putting on these shows with the alliances, what can we do to help support the up and coming leaders of the industry to make sure that you have opportunities to get involved, to make sure that your companies are investing in your ability to participate in these things, and then also with the, in the GIA and the Global ITAD Alliance, what can we do to foster your growth and development as a professional so that when it's your time to shine in a much larger capacity, in a much larger role, you're ready to do that?
Daryl, I think you're doing it absolutely right. Like, for example, I've been in the industry for 10 months, and Daryl's probably encouraged me more than anyone else. He was like, you're going on the stage and you're going to do a good job. And I was like, I hope so. But he was the first person to back me, and I think just keep doing what you're doing, and you're giving younger people the opportunities that they deserve.
And Daryl, I just want to mention this morning at Women in ITAD, we had an absolute blowout. We ran out of tables, and this was the first time we ever had so many women in attendance. So you're obviously doing something right in promoting equal opportunities.
Eric?
Yeah, I think just to piggyback on all this, with the GIA, if you asked me a year ago, I would have said, we got to create something more formal. Well, now we have that, and I know there's a lot of companies that are members or learning about it for the first time, and an interest group has a very special place where you can come together as an industry and communicate with government organizations, student bodies, et cetera, and specifically for the incentivizing the next generation, I think it would behoove us to really dig in to the education side. get involved in college campuses, student bodies. What are the discussions in our schools, and how do we get ITAD on the map amongst that crowd?
One more question. Yes. Here comes the microphone here.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ali Abadian from Feiston Technology, and we're actually supplying all of the hardware to every one of the companies that sitting over here, so it's a pleasure. I'm a former educator for 4 different universities, and Eric, I'm with you. In order to get the ITAD into the mainstream, it got to start in the undergraduate. It got to be part of the curriculums. Unfortunately, university is struggling right now with the AI and cutting down on 20, 30 curriculums or whatever. But that's where we start. When we hire people at our warehouse or at engineering, they have no idea. They really have no idea. As an educator, I knew when I'm teaching the undergraduate entrepreneur classes with 300 students, I knew that by the time that it gets to be the sophomore or third, basically everything that we taught them, it was obsolete. And we're really teaching them for the jobs that does not exist. So the education's got to start. If you want to be part of the ITAD, because 18-year-old, 19-year-old, I've had the pleasure of 20 years working with them and seeing them in actions. There is really no way that you put the ITAD on their radars unless you see something on the social media. It is not sexy, it is not enticing, it is not challenging and exciting. So you gotta go with the roots to make that happen. Just want to make that comment.
Any thoughts on that? Alex, Kayla, want to take?
I think you said that very well. Absolutely, it's important to get involved young, and if you join when you're 18 and you have plenty of time to learn, that's how people can make a great career for themselves. I thought it was a very thoughtful comment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ali.
And if I could actually say one more thing before we end, because I see the clock ticking down. This whole panel's been about the next gen and how do we incentivize younger people. But John, I want to make sure to give you your flowers here. You've been an icon in this industry for a long time and have been one of the leaders that's helped blaze the trail for all of us. So thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you.
And, it's up to us now to continue carrying the torch.
Let's give this great group of people a young hand. Thank you very much. The next generation of amazing superstars. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Kayla. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, we still see people coming in, so we'll give them 2 more minutes and get started. All right, so we'll get started today. So thank you guys for coming in. We are 1 hour away from your lunch, so we'll try to cover as much as possible during this session. Today, we are hosting a session called Beyond the Contract and Building Frictionless Circularity Through Integrated Partnerships. I am Sagni Leon, and I work at Logitech. And we want to bring you guys an example of when we do this, when we do it the right way, how a partnership between an OEM and a vendor can really help us take circularity to a different level. And so we hope you guys can take a lot of information from here. And before we get started, I will do introductions from the panelists here today. And then we'll do a quick overview of our companies, and then we'll get started with the questions. Go ahead, Alex.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alex Vivanco. I work at Logitech under Sagni's team, and I'm in charge of circularity ops, which means we look after the secondary market sales, we do refurbishment, donation, and recycling. I'm based in Mexico City, and yeah.
Hi, I'm Brian Hickert. I'm with SMS Infocom, which is part of Business Group 5 of Wistron, who's the ODM. And I've had the pleasure of working with these two ladies for several years now. And we've done things that I didn't think we would ever do, and we're going to do some more. So my role is on the business development and strategy side, and I'm based in Dallas.
Quick intro from my side. My name is Eric Wong. I'm general manager of our Wistron Green Tech operation that supports and dovetails with Brian's service and repair side for the recycling portion to support Logitech as well.
Perfect. So I will give you, I hope all of you guys know who Logitech is, but I will give you an introduction. So we at Logitech, we make hardware, but we also design software-enabled hardware that it's the point of connection between people and the digital world. And one of our missions here is to extend the human potential through work and play. And so within Logitech, we have multiple categories, some focused on video collaboration, gaming, which is one of our biggest categories, and of course our core products, which are probably what you guys know us for, mice and keyboards. And so that is Logitech, and one of the great things about Logitech is that we do, sustainability is a big thing for us. It's part of our DNA. Everything we do, from product design to software, product management, operations, manufacturing, sustainability is very deep into everything we do. And so what you guys are going to see today would be part of the results of that effort from every part and every team of the company. I'm going to let Brian do a quick overview of Wistron SMS.
So Eric and I are part of the U.S. Service Division, which is Business Group 5 of Wistron. Wistron is a global solutions provider in the ICT, which is information, communications, and technology sector, right? So we're focused in that sector. And our company has really grown. The mothership has grown a lot over the last couple of years. And although we had a very strong presence in the computing market, we always supported, leading brands in peripherals and gaming, and now we've made a big leap into AI, right? So thankfully, our business is growing. SMS Infocom, which is the brand that I represent, we do most of the repair and depot work. We do refurbishment. And then we have also in the United States the Wistron Green Tech group, which is what Eric manages, and that is really kind of a end-to-end, end of life cycle or life cycle management company that has a lot of, I would say, very customized solutions for the select group of customers that we do work for. So we do a lot of things in green tech that some of the companies that are here do, like ITADs, but we're not an ITAD. And a lot of focus on new protocols and things that we can do to, improve circularity. So we're glad to be here and honored to be included.
Perfect. So then we'll start with the first question. And in our world, the narrative states that operational friction is the biggest barrier when you're really trying to get, whether it's a circularity strategy or a circularity program up and running. And the question would be for Alex. How could you describe the single most significant piece of internal operational friction that Logitech had to overcome to transition from a normal vendor customer relationship to a fully integrated circular ecosystem?
Operational friction. Okay, so honestly, I think that it's not like a single process or a system, but it's the mindset. So in a traditional customer vendor-client relationship, everyone has their own responsibilities and they work toward their own goals, right? But what we've been doing with SMS and Wistron is to try to work as an interconnected company and share the same goal. So instead of just handing off metrics and KPIs and information, we are actually working together. And obviously this requires a lot of visibility, alignment, and to me the key piece is that we need to have like a very strong process that we build together that makes sense for both companies. And this way we can keep up with all the trends, because yes, everything is changing all the time, especially now with the AI. We have new challenges, customers' behavior, and we need to have a process that helps us adapt and be more flexible. So.
Perfect. And I think when we started our relationship, it was very fast, and we went through many things. And so, Brian, the next question would be for you. And so, when we say beyond the contract, when we started this journey together, what would be the specific governance or structural change that you guys had to implement to transition into that phase of integrated partnership with Logitech? And if there was any risk and reward, what would that be?
So I'm going to try and provide a brief and concise response to that question. So our business model is not one where we have kind of set solutions, right? Everything that we do, and even prior to working with Logitech, we try and do in a way where we're providing a custom-built solution for customers, right? And what made Logitech, I think, probably stand out for us is they had a lot of retail channels, which is really not something that we were experiencing, with, our regular profile. That was not it. And also, the transition was made at a time when there was a lot of pressure to move quickly, right? So I think at the core, what we aspire to do, and you don't always succeed, is we want to become an extension of our customer's business, right? That's difficult to do when you really haven't been working with them long. I mean, you can read things about them and you can be well informed, but it takes time to build those relationships and that trust, okay? But as Alejandra said, you got to have good processes. And one of the things that makes our company very different than some of the companies that are out there is that we have pretty deep engineering resource, right? And that's becoming more relevant every day. And it's not only on AI, it's on all products, right? So what did we do? I think what we did, and we couldn't have done it without the people that we're working with, is we worked very hard and we made, as you do, in learning you make mistakes, right? But we always had enough communication to where we could overcome those mistakes, learn from them, and before long, actually ironically, the kind of the menu of services that we started with, which was part of an RFP, was not kind of our traditional menu, right? So we had to kind of pivot on that. And when you're coming in blind to an RFP, you really don't have the knowledge of an incumbent, right? But that menu of services evolved several times because the processes have evolved, the amount of products that we're working on, the market has evolved. And so in the end, I think beyond good process, you have to have executive sponsorship, right? So we've always had very good executive sponsorship. And when you have a customer that communicates with you very directly and says, hey, we really need to do this because this is what's coming, it allows us to move quicker than we would normally when we didn't have that, right? And in the end, in this business that we're talking about on the circularity side, it's all about improving the amount of product that you can, move into recovery, okay? But speed is critical, right? So it's not only how well do you do it because your process is there, it's that if you want to do it faster, right? And you always have to do it faster, right? You've got to have a good foundation. And so I think that's really, from an ops standpoint, that's the key. But from a relationship standpoint, the trust so that you can literally talk about the things that are difficult to talk about, where both companies have to evolve, that's essential. And so we have that, and I think our partnership never been stronger.
And I would say probably Logitech, we're very fortunate in the way that everywhere in the company there's an appetite for more information and what can we do better. And so I think one of the areas that, at least for me, leading reverse logistics and circularity was making sure that we provided the feedback loops back into every single team within the company. And the next question will be for Eric, because he's been instrumental for making sure that sometimes when a designer is designing a product, doesn't really think of what happens when somebody's recycling the product or when the product is coming back or we have to refurbish it. And so specifically for Eric, from your perspective, how has the integrated partnership directly influenced how we do our product design or manufacturing process to simplify the reverse logistics and the end of life of those products?
Yeah. So I think the initial really greatest benefit of the type of partnership that we had was we increased the access between teams that historically had operated very far apart from one another. And so I think when Logitech initially approached us to be able to build their material circularity program just a little bit differently, I think Wistron was somewhat in a unique position to provide help, given that we had the verticals involved in manufacturing and service, and then also end-of-life operations. And so what happened next was something actually really interesting and important. Suddenly we had repair and recycling teams that were coupled up in face-to-face operations and direct conversations with Logitech's design engineers, material specialists, experiential design folks. And so what that created for us next was a tremendous amount of raw information exchange. And honestly, I think most teams were actually taken aback or really surprised in terms of how little we knew about each other's worlds. And so for the first time, designers were able to come face-to-face into a direct contact with what happened to their specific product when it reached end of life. We'd always had product designers come in to look at product that somebody else had designed, and I think it was always a little bit shocking to them. But when product engineers began to see what exactly happened to their material and how their circular designs translated or failed to translate sometimes into real world end of life outcomes, they began to gain a much deeper understanding of the pressures and the trade-offs that both sides were dealing with, right? So from a recycler side, we began to understand a little bit more about how Logitech's team had to face certain pressures about performance, aesthetics, manufacturability, user experience, and these were all things that prior were a little bit foreign to us, and we would always complain about, oh, why don't you make it this way or whatever, and then as we integrated that partnership a little bit on a deeper level, some of those things became much more apparent and obvious for us. And so I think another thing that made the collaboration more impactful was that the feedback became really immediate, right? And so engineers saw exactly what happened when it reached end of life, what happened during repair, disassembly, and conversations about material selection became much more grounded in operational reality, right? And so when we discussed which adhesives or coatings or fasteners that we were using, you could actually see, based on the pain that we were trying to translate to them, just the gears moving in the engineers' heads as far as how they could do things differently, right? So, one example of such was a common design concept known as design to grind. And so that's pretty much a simplified, when designers are making a product, they're making it for the purposes of being shreddable. And so when we started actually reviewing the shredded outputs of some of these designers' products and began to see that, okay, well, maybe it didn't turn out exactly how you thought. Like, these conversations became much more nuanced, right? And so we were able to discuss more or beyond whether a product could simply be processed, but whether the outcomes themselves were actually recoverable at high quality or at high value too. And so it's a much more in-depth conversation than previously had. And so this distinction is really important because I think a lot of folks don't realize that just because a product is technically recyclable doesn't mean that you're necessarily generating ideal outcomes. And so from our side, that was something important that we were able to cover with that Logitech team. So from our perspective, the partnership influenced design, less through telling people what to do, but by increasing visibility, from top to bottom. And so as that visibility increased, once teams were exposed to good design, good consequences, bad consequences, it naturally began influencing how the process was carried out, right? And so for us, that's how deeper integration really, influence things from the product design start approach.
Yeah, we had one group of designers that were done with the next generation of one of our products, and they came and we had them actually recycle their own product, and they had to change their entire design because they realized that the material choices were not the best, and that if we really wanted to look at, because one of the other projects I'm personally working on is material extraction. And so if you don't do the right combination of materials and the same design on the product, like, you're really not able to do a lot of material extraction. And so I think it's been quite a journey, but I think getting them exposed and seeing the actual physical, like, you could give them a report, but it's very different when they actually have to go through it. And so really opening those doors for people to be part of and be interested, I think that's the key. And at least for me, on the end of the product life cycle, it's me trying to educate the rest of the groups of how important it is. And so the next question would be for Alex. And when we go through setting up new circular business models, and we're trying to change the way that we work, there are a lot of internal silos that we have to overcome, and challenges and areas that is really hard sometimes to drive the change. So if you can help us understand what internal silos were the hardest to break from your perspective driving this within the company.
Well, the truth is, it's not a particular team, but the priorities that the team have. Because obviously they want to optimize for something different. So for example, operations, they are focused on cost efficiency, just-in-time products. Finance wants cost savings all the time. The commercial team, they are super protective about the primary market because we don't want to mess up with the big sales, right? The BGs, or the business groups, they want to protect the product, so don't mess up with the brand. And on top of everything, you need to be compliant. And actually, when I joined Logitech, Sagni told me, we have very few rules around here, but the most important one is that you cannot do anything. You cannot move a finger unless you have tax and accounting's green light. And that's what I think that helped us break down those silos. Because when you make sure that you present your project and you have the validation that you need, Then you share your results with the correct team. You build that trust that you need so you can keep going. And you can prove to these teams or silos that you're not here to compete, at least internally, obviously, but you're actually supporting the company's goals.
Yeah. And I would say also the evolution of that now is we are now seeing it as part of the brand strategy. And so it's not just sustainability for being sustainability, but circularity being also part of the business strategy for the company and the importance it has to reaching our sustainability goals. I think it's been a process, but I think, yeah, that was the rule. I gave Alex and she followed it very well. The next question would be for Eric. And so Eric, when we consider similar integrated ecosystems, what is the most single critical piece of operational or technical advice you would give anyone that is trying to replicate this approach with their own recovery partners?
Got it. So if I had one, I think, key piece of advice for to replicate this kind of approach, I would highly recommend that designers and engineers of products spend hands-on time with the end of life of their products, right? So not just during development, right? So it's obvious that like product teams spend thousands of hours poring over details and testing, touching, refining, and obsessing all over the products, before launch. Actually, I've noticed that very few in many years I've been in, kind of the recycling industry portion of it. Very few actually have the final opportunity to be able to physically see what happens to their products when they reach, towards the recycling stages, right? And so when they finally see years later, and it takes a commitment, right? Because you have to be able to identify where that material goes. You have to have somewhat control of it. You have to enable that and allow those engineers to come in contact with their product. And when they can see years later what happens at the repair, disassembly, shredding, et cetera, of that product, they begin to have an answer for the question of like, what actually happens to my stuff, right? Because once you move past, the sustainability dashboards, once you move past the reporting and the marketing language, you start confronting some operational realities that exist, right? You begin to see which of these materials that we selected, create problems, right? You see where disassembly starts breaking down. You begin to see where things that were theoretically recyclable, produce poor recovery outcomes, right? So you see where these good intentions did or did not necessarily translate into good circularity. And I think that was like really important. For me, that's the starting point. That's the point where like real progress then starts happening, right? Because a lot of these kind of sustainability discussions and conversations can unintentionally stay really surface level, right? Everybody feels really good, everybody celebrates helping the environment, and then we move on. But then when teams directly engage with end-of-life operations, the conversation becomes much more grounded, people become a lot more honest. I think you start realizing how much you've actually accomplished, but then how much more opportunity there is left to do, right? And so I think initially early on, all this reality could be seen as a little bit discouraging, but the purpose is meant to be very energizing. I think once engineers begin to confront that reality, they almost immediately begin thinking differently. When you get those teams and they start seeing what happens when their product starts getting torn apart or how a recycler sees it, they instantly start designing things differently. And so for me, like when circularity stops being so much of a slogan or marketing and people are confronted with the realities of what happens for us, that tremendously influenced the product development cycle. So I saw for our side, I think that's where we saw the greatest impact is where, when the people who were involved in the front end actually were forced into accountability or follow through all the way to the end to see whether or not their ideas actually panned out. So I think that was a really kind of light bulb moment for a lot of OEM partner relationships.
And I think also it was simplifying what the goal was, right? Because we had groups that were designing for refurbishment, design for repairability, design for sustainability, and they all have very different probably goals, but we, after a series of work that we were doing with the design team and the business groups, and even the brand team, it was really deciding on let's just design for recyclability or design for disassembly. Because if we actually have something that it's just one thing that we focused on, everything else is a given. And so the efforts are more centralized, they're more targeted. And so, but that's taking a lot of work from a lot of people, and a lot of like changing their mindset and really taking all this information and of course making it actionable. So the next thing I want to hear from Brian and Alex, and reverse logistics is, if not often, all the time referred to as a cost center, right? And so that's where all the costs happen. But we have been successfully being able to transition that also into a revenue generation business. And so that is also, of course, very complex. For you guys, how has synchronizing this process directly reduced our cost, improve our speed and efficiency for material return across our supply chain?
Should I go? Okay. So for us, I think the key strategy has been to try to change how the organization perceives reverse logistics. So usually it's perceived as a costly necessity, and we want to switch that to a profitable solution. So we want to change those words, right, from necessity to solution. And we are focused on 4 main pillars. Our asset recovery, how we can transform asset recovery into a revenue stream, and we are working with SMS on how to receive the products faster so we can start our asset recovery process faster and we can recover more value. The second one will be innovation through refurbishment. So we can attract new buyers, open new markets, and we are working as well with Wistron and with SMS on all our requirements that we consider as an A grade, like a certified refurbishment, so we can ensure our customers that the quality that they are receiving is the one that they want. The third one will be our donation program. And I love this donation. SACNI started this a while ago, and we focused on education. So what we want is to send usable products or usable technology to children who need it the most. And of course, our fourth pillar will be responsible recycling, because we need to support our carbon footprint reduction goals, and also to manage e-waste as part of our responsibility. So it's not just about managing returns, but how you create a framework that will help your company to have a profitable business, but that it's also aligned with your social and environmental responsibilities.
So I'll just add that, so I think on our end, okay, some time ago we achieved a place where we have literally a group of subject matter experts that understand the Logitech business, okay? And so because they've been executing, you know, in a way for some time, and we have great communication, all right? We're always trying to improve integration, right? So we have one thing integrated, we want to expand to other things that become relevant to the process, because integrating is, it's never ending. It's just a matter of, you know, what is the next step? What is the one that's going to provide us the best result for what the priority is today for the customer, right? And that's not always the same answer for each customer, right? The other thing is, I said speed before, right? So really our focus is, you know, once they've communicated or shared what their business objectives are, which are changing, right? Our role is basically to execute at higher speed and with higher recovery rates, right? And every customer is a little bit different, because, you know, customers that get into the recovery and trying to generate revenue in what has always been perceived as a cost center, some of them have more success than others, you know, when they butt up against, you know, the guys that are in sales for the A product. Good example of that is Intel. Intel's an incredibly admired company, but they've never really succeeded in a meaningful way on the back end because they're afraid to trash their A market, right? In the case of Logitech, they had a lot of success and they did a lot of work. These ladies did a lot of work going out and reaching out to the business groups, because each business group has their own kind of sales structure. And of course they had everybody here understands that people that haven't really turned it into a revenue stream have concerns, right? But I think we definitely moved the needle, and a lot of it had to do with the design, right? I mean, we don't do the recovery on SMS, but we send the material to Wistrom, and so things that were holding us back were shared, right? And then when those engineers came in, that made a big difference. So we're trying to improve inventory accuracy, the percentage of what we can recover. And I think one of our big contributions in the SMS side is the NPIing of products that are candidates for refurb, right? Has to be very efficient, right? And so that's become kind of a little machine when initially that was a little bit of a, it was one of the things that slowed us down, right? And so we continue to focus that so that we can provide, support on an expanded line of products. So that's kind of where our focus has been.
All right, so then the last question before we go to questions from the audience would be for Alex and Eric. So we are, of course, as part of one of our great things here is really also the material recovery. And so we want to know, from your perspective, what specific metrics do you use to track the recovery value over time? And how did you guys actually get your teams to collectively increase the material value recovered?
So probably I'll let Eric talk about the metrics more than for me. I mean, obviously we track down the CO2 emissions and the percentage of glass and all the materials that we can recover. But I think that one of the most important things for us is to understand that material recovery is far more complex than just managing e-waste. So, and that's why a partnership with an expert is very important, because Wistron or GreenTech has helped us understand the challenges around the material recovery, this assembly process, but even the economics behind that. Because as Eric was mentioning, and Sagni as well, we started influencing conversations with our design and engineering team on how to design now for recyclability, right? And because nowadays you cannot just build products for functionality or because the product looks better this way. You need to start thinking about the end of the life cycle of the product, because at some point it will, you will need to deal with it, and it's going to be your responsibility. So what we've been doing is working with Wistron is to understand how we can recover more value and more materials, so we can really have like a circular ecosystem and be able to close the loop. And when the time comes and we cannot do anything else with our product, we can also assure to our customers that we are going to take very good care of the material that we put into the market in the first place.
So when we first started working with Logitech, I think one thing we realized pretty early on is that the transactional model, that we see typical for a lot of recycler kind of OEM relationships, was just inherently minimizing a lot of the relationship potential that we had, right? So in these normal transactions, the terms get negotiated prior, we hash it all out, hopefully everyone's exits out of it, and then next thing you know, there's very little or not enough communication that happens in between transactions. And so there's not enough dialogue in a lot of different ways. And so from our perspective, when you frame it in such a way, you're short selling kind of what 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 we should be trying to accomplish together, right? Which is building the story in between the POs and to beyond something more than just recovery rates or settlement values or whatever the costs were to be able to conduct that particular project. And so there was a lot of opportunity, I think, sitting out there for us to be able to go out and take advantage of. And so what we did is that when we moved beyond just the transactional mindset and started filling in the story, we started creating more space for us to understand kind of how everyone was starting to look at things. We've already talked with a lot of other folks in terms of what the different design and engineering teams were prioritizing, the different silos we're looking at. We've talked about a little bit in terms of what the recyclers, what the repair entities were all kind of trying to decide, the economic constraints, the operational constraints, and all those inconvenient truths were starting to rear their heads, in all of these different discussions. And what began to change was this mutual understanding and education of what value really meant, right? And so I think it's really easy to jump to a dollar figure or some kind of cost structure when we're talking about value. But I think what we started to be able to put together is that once each side of the table was starting to put on, reveal kind of its cards in terms of what they were trying to optimize, is that it wasn't just maximizing your commodity recovery. It wasn't just reducing your costs as much as possible. Sometimes the value itself started as just learning, right? Learning about the different industries, learning about what was possible, learning about what was painful, learning about what worked well and how not to mess with it, right? And so, but sometimes that education or that learning or value came in the form of design feedback, right? So we weren't necessarily providing value in monetary sense, but then the engineering teams were walking away with a way to do things differently, in a way to set themselves up years down the line to be able to do things much more effectively than they had been, right? And so sometimes it was also learning to accept where compromises in some areas were okay to unlock greater potential opportunities in the future in some other area, right? So when these, when we were able to increase the amount of communication that happened with that, I think what we got to see is that the concept of value became, a little bit more complex, and we actually saw that there was different ways to create that. And so what we found is that once those conversations became a little bit more transparent and descriptive, we not only found new projects and new opportunities to be able to pursue, but that the partnership became less about necessarily executing a contract, but more collectively solving for a larger circular ecosystem. And so for us, from my perspective, from the recycling side, the industry is still really early in terms of figuring out how to measure all of this, right? The metrics around recovery value are still evolving. Data collection can be very subjective sometimes, imprecise, convoluted, and sometimes even biased depending on what outcome somebody is trying to emphasize. So yes, we still rely a lot on the traditional metrics like commodity recovery values because those are easy to quantify, but we all know, I think, on the stage that long-term, circular value is a much more deeper, much more complicated, much more difficult set of metrics that we are aiming towards, right? So today, yeah, we still track the traditional metrics, material recovery rates, landfill diversion. We still track commodity yield. We still track, downstream accountability and all that good stuff. But I think we're looking at broader indicators, over time, right? How much design feedback is making its way all the way back to our project, product design teams. How much recoverability is improving over time. We're talking about, whether we're creating, cleaner material streams, whether we're reducing the need for destructive processing, and whether the collaboration, all the work that we're actually doing, is actually making things better. And so, for us, that's been the biggest benefit of kind of the relationship looking beyond transactionally, because it changed and evolved the concept of value, and then what it did is it broadened it, right? So beyond just the rates or the cost rate card or whatever, it became something that really benefited more groups. More of those silos began to see, you got to see more buy-in from those organizations when they saw that the value extended beyond what was just limited to prior, reverse logistics or material circularity. So.
Perfect. So with that, we will close the session right now. But if there are any questions, I think we have like 5 minutes for questions, if there are any. Okay, it looks like we're good. Alrighty, well, thank you guys for attending. And I did bring some reefer products to give away, because I need you guys to see what we're talking about, it's not just words. So I think I have like 6. So if anyone wants a free product from us, from our reefer product line, I can see you guys here in the front and give them out. The first 6.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
and then it works.
4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Well, I guess we have the official start. We'll get the presentation up. But while he's doing that, his name is Justin. I want to give him some prompts because we're going to talk about risk aversion and how large enterprises govern and de-risk ITAD programs. And one of kind of the comical things is it was an act of Congress to get our deck to Justin in the back there. Can't email it. Docs don't email, right? That's shut down. USB ports are blocked. Can't copy it to a flash drive. So we had to send him a OneDrive link, and he had to authenticate into it to pull the deck down. So that was over 2 days of me bugging him. So appreciate you, Justin, for making this happen. These are the unsung heroes, but yeah, welcome everyone. And also, thanks for being here. I understand the president's in Nevada speaking right now, so you chose to be here with us, means a lot. So thanks for that. But let's introduce ourselves formally. Since I'm speaking, I'll go first. Thanks AI for that picture. But my name is Alina Papendick. I am a Senior Solution Domain Manager for CDW for 4 years now. Primary responsibilities is to manage our professional service partners that deliver on behalf of CDW to our customers. And that includes our ITAD partnerships, so stakeholder on the ITAD team and the governance. Kate?
Hi, I'm Kate Moore. I'm a senior solution architect at CDW, and so I handle the pre-sale side of things. So I have been working with the program for 7 years since it started at CDW, and I handle everything before the sale is finalized. So talking to the customers, scoping it, picking the right partner, making sure that we have the right program in place, and then getting the signature on the document and passing it off to project management and all of our partners to run with from there. So,
all right, perfect. So why end of life, or IT, if you will? It belongs on the executive agenda, IT decision maker agendas as well, right? Data security. I'm going to start out with a story. We're probably all familiar with it. If not, that's okay too. So maybe about 10 years ago, a little longer, Morgan Stanley decommissioned their data centers for their wealth division. So they had thousands of hard drives and servers with customer unencrypted data on them. So they found their way through third parties and then just out into the ether. Big problem, right? A lot of risk. So through that, they were fined regulatory class action lawsuits over $120 million. Now, how did this happen? They made a decision to move away from their long-standing ITAD partner and go with a different ITAD partner. How they vetted them or governed them is, to be determined or on them. Apparently, there were some lapses, but they made that decision to save $100,000. So saving $100,000 cost you, $120 million. So the risk is real, right? Data security. You want to make sure that know that every device is a potential breach vector and treat it that way. So data protection, erase rules, following them all, that's very important. We hold our ITAD partners to the letter and the T of that. And then there's value recovery. A lot of talk throughout the conference about value recovery, and rightfully so. But our job is to help educate customers to understand that the end of a manufacturer's warranty is just the end of their commitment, right? Not the end of the device's useful purpose, right? Or useful economy in their ecosystem. So having them understand that it can push off refreshes or when that device is ready to retire, what that can do is help fund the refresh. So part of it is education, but the risk is real. CDW is very risk adverse. We're not going to risk our brand to partners not following rules. So you'll hear a lot of that throughout our presentation about how we do risk, how we govern, some of the gates and goals that we have in place. But Kate, what about sustainability and the brand?
Yeah, so while CDW cares a lot about our brand, we also care about the brands of the companies that we work with. We're not quick to partner with anyone, and we're very slow to build that relationship, because once you're in with CDW, this sounds cheesy, but you're really part of the family. We're a very close-knit company, considering our size and our scale, but we're very particular. So we pay a lot of attention to who's changing in the industry, who's interested in that growth and that innovation. What do your customers say about you? what happens when we Google you. There's a document that's produced about the industry, brokers of shame. We pay attention to those things. So we care about what's being said about you within the industry and to the outside communities. Because when our brands merge, we need them both to be great. And like Alina said, that's not something that CDW plays with. So I just think it's really exciting to see how many people are here at this conference and willing to innovate and change and grow. So Alina, when we kind of talk about our ITAD program, a lot of times it helps to kind of start more towards the beginning and what our clients are looking for in their programs. Can you want to start with that, and then I'll finish up?
Yeah, I love a history lesson, for sure. So selecting a partner, we're going to take you through the process and a bit of a history lesson, if you'll bear with us. So we haven't been doing ITAD for that long officially. So CDW is a global brand. We're a 40-year-old company as of this year. So before we officially started an ITAD program, there was ITAD happening, right? Our sellers were selling it, probably through our professional service partners, maybe through a couple ITAD partners that were our partners. But there were things happening, and it does make us nervous and cringe, where we said, you know what, we need to get our arms around this. So we started a pilot program. And that pilot program consisted of 3 partners. Quickly, one fell off, so that was 2 partners. And we kept the pilot program, believe it or not, going in pilot mode for about close to 3 years. Now, that allowed us to build stakeholder teams, processes, documentation, right? Have us envision what we wanted this to look like before we brought it out of pilot mode. So important to note, we had a steering committee that we still have today that's involved, was heavily involved in the beginning, but so much as, just a mentor for us and a resource now. And that steering committee is our chief operating officer, our chief legal officer, and our vice president of legal. So we have a pretty good steering committee, and a couple of those folks really know ITAD, at the contract level and how to protect our customers, how to protect our brand, how to protect data. So that's really helpful. So that pilot program created a good thing, demand. So we opened it up to other partners. So we added our first partner in Q3 of 2024. We added 2 partners last year in 2025. And then our last added partner was Q1 of this year. We space them about 6 months apart, get some wind under their wings, help support them, get them used to us and our ecosystem, the way of doing things, and just to kind of start to grow that partnership and get some opportunities under them and get them really going. It's important to note, as I was thinking about this, is we don't just go out and cold call, like, hey, I heard of you, or I found you on the internet. These are partnerships that were dotted line relationships somehow, where we were already building trust. I'll give you an example. We had a partner that was working through a distributor on a large federal contract, and they were dotting I's, crossing T's, knocking it out of the park. And our customer, federal government, right, not hard to please, was pleased, was thrilled. So we're developing trust with this IT partner. So it was a natural first handshake to go through the vetting process with them. Another partner was a large K-12 professional service provider of ours. It was their recycler and their main partner. So we developed a relationship with them toward their facilities, and they're a partner today. And believe it or not, this is a true story. There's a partner that was doing business directly with our customers that kept Alina, Kate, right? We have these customers, they're yours, they have this value back and they want to give it to you, but we had no contract vehicle, no way to move that money, right? And rightfully so. So over time, that wasn't immediate. Over conversations and vetting of that relationship, they became an ITAD partner. So in this industry, trust matters, right? Building relationships matter, and we hear that. So what happens from that point is we're not just going to shake your hand, add a boy sign here, come on in, or add a girl, right? There's a lot of women in ITAD today, which we appreciate. It's about the vetting process, which is really rigid, and not everybody makes it through. So we're going to want to talk to your CEO. We're going to want to talk to your top leadership. We talk about process, ESG, your KPIs, your approach to any standardization, what you're thinking about scale, coverages, sharing your references with us. We will check those. What do your certificates of compliance and recycling look like? We want all your certifications, and we're going to check those. We're going to make sure where you have locations and saying you're certified that you actually are. So it's pretty rigorous, right? Not everybody makes it through, and that's okay. You know, we part ways sometimes at this point. Another example I can give you is we'll vet your sub-network. We're not going to deeply vet them like we will you as an ITAD partner, but we will make sure that they are who they say they are, that they have certifications where they say they're certified. So throughout the vetting process, we uncovered a sub of a partner that we were interested in partnering with, and that sub's certifications came back from being in Mexico, and that's okay, that may work for them. So we had a moment of pause and knew instinctively, let's take this to the steering committee, right? They're gonna help us with this decision. Should we be sending data-bearing devices across the border? And the answer was no, we don't want to take that risk. It works for them, and it's probably okay. There's no issue with it. It is a global business, but for CDW, it was inside the U.S. borders. So the partner wasn't willing to, not use that sub. There was a little bit of friction that emerged, and we walked away, and that was the right thing to do, right? Because there's other partners out there, and opportunities abound. So it's about being risk averse and leading with that to protect our customers. So insurance, we all have to carry liability, workman's comp, cybersecurity now is a thing. I think we all have to have it. So making sure you have that. And then there's new insurance, or there's insurance specific for this industry. Our umbrella coverage is a lot higher. We have a threshold you have to meet. Along with pollution coverage, there's a threshold for that as well. So I'm not necessarily, me or Kate aren't gonna check those certifications. Once you pass through with us, we feel comfortable with you, we're gonna pass you to someone called the SSMO, and that's Service Supplier Management Office. And what they do is welcome to a deeper vetting of your company. You're gonna fill out some risk analysis for them, and that's gonna go to our compliance and legal department to dive through. And I see a lot of our partners in here, and you've been through that pain, so thank you. They're gonna pull your Dun & Brads and make sure that you're well capitalized, right, in this space. So they're gonna do activities like that. And then what they're going to do is make the final decision, do we present you with a contract? That gives you an opportunity to negotiate your terms. And then once you sign that, you are a partner with CDW. So it's a longer road to get here, and it's full of a lot of gates and goals, if you will. But it's worth it, because at the end of the day, it's incumbent upon us to de-risk it and make sure that we're picking and vetting and governing our partnerships.
Before you take off, I just want to clarify one of the things you mentioned.
Thank you, Kate.
Curveball. Alina mentioned that one of our vendors wanted to work with us on money that they had for a customer. So one thing that CDW does that's a little bit different than a lot of ITADs is we put that money onto our customers' CDW accounts. And we do that because, well, to be frank, it ensures future business at CDW, and we love that. But more than that, it protects our clients' IT budgets. When you send a check directly back to a business, the chance of it making it back to the IT department is very slim. And so in order to protect their IT budget, they've taken the time to plan for that. They've taken the time to maintain it, to update it, to make sure it all happens properly. Now we're protecting their budget by giving them that money back and putting it back into their account. So I just wanted to clarify why that had an impact on our customers, because they actually didn't want the check to go back to the company. They wanted it to come through CDW for their future business. So, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Kate. I appreciate that. because I understand the money flows a little bit differently, could go right back to the customer, so that's a great clarifying point. So we've changed the slide here. We're going to talk a little bit about governance risk. We'll start to get into the governance conversation. One of the biggest decisions we made immediately was structural. We decided, so CDW, like I said, it's a global entity. We do have 2 distribution centers, one here in Nevada and then one in the Chicagoland area. They do have integration centers. But we realized that that's not our core competency, ITAD. It's not that we couldn't spend the energy, effort, calories, and the dollars to get those certifications. It's just that's not our core competency, and a decision we made early on is to partner with the partners that is your core competency, right? We are not interested in professional service providers that I can pull some cable, maybe I can do some physical security, you know, put these door locks on, cameras, access points, whatnot. And oh, by the way, I can recycle that. And data erasure, sure, I could do that. Whoa, if it's not your core competency, you won't make it into our ITAD partner portfolio. So what we require in writing, this is a good vertical that I want to stop and talk about for a minute of the way our program works. We all have project managers in our business, CDW as well. We have project managers that sit solely in ITAD for ITAD. They do nothing else. So they're in the partner portals all day, they're talking to customers, doing the kickoffs, they're following the logistics, they're following the boxes, the tracking numbers, SLAs, when that certificate of erasure, destruction, recycling should be posted to the portal. It better be there because they're on it, right? So they're our first line of defense and will alert us to anything that may be going sideways and give us an opportunity to get involved and help right the ship. So we've seen a lot of good come out of this just by having them solely focused on the ITAD partner network. Kate, maybe kicking it over to you, being more understanding the certifications that matter. There are so many, and it's all the cost of entry certifications. You all paid it, you're all here, right? But when it comes to certifications, it matters. Your view on that and where we're at and what you may look for through the vetting process.
Yeah, so, I mean, you would all be lying if you said you were shocked that we cared about certifications. But the difference in your certifications make a difference as to what clients we compare you with. So we have some clients that prefer to work with someone who's eSteward certified. We have some that prefer SOC 2, some that prefer R2V3, some that need a soups contract, some that need, you know, schedules and things like that. There's so many different certs that you guys can have. Please don't think that there's just a one-size-fits-all. We have found that through going on site and seeing the different flavors of ITAD that each of you has, you have a different offering to bring to our customers. Mm-hmm. So I want to really encourage you to dig deep into those and really innovate in that space. So find out what your biggest problems are and help solve those, and then brag about it. I mean, be proud of what you're doing because you're doing a lot. And everyone has to advocate for themselves, so I think that's super important. But I also think that when you become the experts in those arenas, you become the easy go-to partner for that type of client. So I have a partner that I know that anything government, they're gonna run me around the loop on, this customer is, but I can pass it to the client and they're like, I love running in circles. And they do, and they get the job done. I have other customers I have other partners that are really great at hand-holding. They will sit there and they'll say, Rusty, it's okay. We've got you. We're going to walk you through this. And I have other partners that say, good luck. Here we go. You know, so, but they're all for different kinds of people. And so the certifications that you hold and the way that you flavor your brand of ITAD makes a huge difference to us. And we're not looking for a one-size-fits-all. I don't need you to service every single client in our portfolio. I need to find out where you fit the best, and I need you to help show us that. So we do have standards that we have where you do have to do NAID and NIST and everything like that, and we have certain ISO standards that we require. But beyond that, each one of our facilities that we operate out of has their own flavor of ITAD. So it's really fun to me. We have like 5 bajillion sales guys, and it really feels like that. But they all have such high needs and such specific needs. And so each one of them is going to fit with you differently. And what you'll find is that you'll find a sales team that you settle in with, and you become their go-to partner within that. And I can help facilitate those things, and we can facilitate those conversations, and they will encourage you to have different certs as well. So I just encourage you to whatever your specialty is, dig in deep and be really proud of the flavor that you're building. So.
Yeah, thanks, Kate, for the deeper dive on that. And so governing in the program and the certs, this is important, right? So we talked about CDW making a decision structurally. This is not for us. We need to rely on the partners. Our job is to govern this network, right, and make sure that, you know, we understand. We own the customer relationships, we own the contracts, and we own the financial controls. Our job is, with the partner-based model, is to make sure that we're governing this and we have all the documentation, all the goals and gates in place, right? As Kate mentioned, the certs, there's a process for that. They're on timers. We know when to ping the partner, and, you know, hopefully the partners are pinging us first, and, you know, hey, my cert's up in a month, but here's where I'm at, and it'll be at you, right? So staying current with the certifications. We also ask for flexibility, as Kate had mentioned. You know, if we need you to, strongly suggest you're running your own business. If we think it would be more valuable to have a certification, if you don't have one of them, you have all the cost of entry certs, right? And there's different flavors, but if there's something else out there, we'll mention it to you. So the question is, how do we ensure this is constantly governed and owned, and there's breadth in it, right? So it's all codified, it's all documented. And we're holding weekly stakeholder meetings. That's internal, not non-partner, where we talk amongst ourselves. What are the challenges? What's on the horizon? What the pipeline is looking like? Any new customers? What are the partners doing? What's going on in the space? Just a great way to keep that heartbeat going. And so that's pretty consistent for us and continues to be. On the flip side of that, when we talk about vetting and onboarding, once a partner is onboarded, and as Kate said, you know, they're integrating with our sellers and things, they're still directly dotted line reporting back to us. They have consistent cadence with us. We're talking about KPIs, we're talking about pipeline, we're talking about innovation. That's new this year, like AI. How are you infusing AI in your business? How are you growing? What does your scale look like? Where will you be in a year from now? Right, and we're talking about challenges too. Let me hear from you before I hear from the customer. That always bodes well. Let's solve it together, right? And I like stories, they resonorate. So I could tell you another one, and this is what we like, right? So New York, has anyone done business in New York? All right, it's tough, right? A lot of regulations, a lot of gridlock. You have to know your way around. So we had, the intake is fill out a form, logistical form for an ITAD pickup. Well, the truck, RPM is sitting there in the middle of everything, right, as we described. Truck shows up and it's a semi. Semi can't get through the alley, it's too big. Now in New York, you can only rent the loading dock or have this loading dock for 2 hours. They could not get another truck for 6. Dilemma, they had to be out of the building. So through RPM, our partner, our ITAD partner, and the customer, unwillingly, but willingly, it was brute force effort, pallet jacks, right? Pulling that equipment to the street, getting it into the truck, but it got done. But most importantly is we had that frontline information from not only the partner was telling us, but our PM. So we're able to kind of head off situations before they become, you know, a bigger deal. So the client wasn't entirely pleased, but definitely understood. They understand New York regulations. So it took pause. Did we go back to the form? Did we miss something? And yeah, we did. It's going to happen, but it's how you respond, right? So it's just an example of the trust we build with the partnerships, the communication that we expect. Now I want to shift gears a little bit on intake and partner gates. So opportunities, we're a Salesforce shop, right? So as a seller, if you're talking at a CDW and there's not gazillion of us, you're close, Kate, it's probably 5,000. That's a lot of folks to keep track of. So you don't keep track of the folks, you keep track of the systems. So we're a Salesforce shop. So if a seller's talking to a customer, they have an ITAD opportunity, what they're gonna do is enter a capabilities case that's gonna go over to Kate's team. She's gonna take that customer and that seller through a journey. It's an education process, and hopefully to a SAL, pair that with one of our ITAD partners, and on you go. What happens if a seller, it isn't an ITAD opportunity, right? They have a professional service opportunity. They put that on a SAL, but maybe there's something else on there, some recycling or whatnot. And it goes through all, our SALs go through our system of record for all SALs, and that's our contracts team. And there's legal folks that sit on this team as well. What they do with all SALs that run through is they're gonna run a template against it, a query, if you will, looking for those ITAD buzzwords, recycle, data, erasure, on and on. There's a few of them, to be honest. If they catch anything, that's coming back to the stakeholder team. That gives me and Kate an opportunity to read that SAL, understand, is this risky, what is this? And if it is an ITAD, then we bring in an ITAD partner, gives us an opportunity to educate the seller, and sometimes it is grassroots effort, and it gives us an opportunity to talk to the customer and open up growth in that account for ITAD. Because maybe, that professional opportunity could turn into, I have this IDF closet of this or that, or I have this refresh coming up. And, that would be Kate's area, so I'll turn it over to you, Kate, if you could talk a bit more about that, how you intake customers, those conversations, and how that goes.
Yeah, so when we first started ITAD, we had the 3 vendors and Quickly 2, and we were managing 2 separate types of contracts. So each vendor that came in used their own contract. And to say that that was difficult is an understatement. And so we very quickly learned that we needed to have one uniform contract across all of our vendors. So if you are partnering with a VAR and they're coming to you and they're saying, I need to change this, this, and this, the uniformity helps in the sale. It helps in the follow-through and the follow-up, so don't be offended by it. Over time, we've added other partners, and they've been like, well, I really think our contract's good. Your contract's great for you, but I need it to work for us. And so we've developed a kind of a standard format that we utilize. And there are a few variations on each one, and specifically in like our pricing sections and what we label things. But we try very hard to standardize everything because when we're working with the other entities of CDW, we have CDW Canada, CDW UK, they handle rest of world. We need to make sure that they're aware of what we're putting in our contracts, and having them review every contract is, it's ridiculous. It wouldn't happen. And so it's very important. So don't take it personally if they're like, we're not taking this piece of that or that. So when we bring on customers, so typically I'll do the first initial call with them. I'll walk them through the program. It will probably shock all of you. I really like to talk, so it works for me. But I enjoy talking to our customers, telling them what we can do, and then helping them figure out what they need. And then I take it to the right partner. So based on those certifications, based on their personalities, based on their abilities and their locations, all of those things come into play in that. And so it's really great when they also can all work together. I mean, I really enjoy seeing our partners. Our partners give each other a hug when they see each other. They're friendly to each other. It's truly great because there's enough pie for everyone. And the truth is that the ITAD industry is only touching a fraction of what there is for us to touch right now. And that's absolutely true everywhere in the globe, I believe, not just at CDW. And so there's plenty of room for growth. And so it just makes sense to all kind of work together and pull together through. So,
yeah, I completely agree, Kate. So it just continuing the risk conversation. how do we avoid it, right? You never fully avoid risk, right? But you can reduce it to minimal acceptable levels. And we feel that we do that, and we're constantly on the hunt to do that better. So trust, it's a big word, right? But it's earned through verification, not assumptions. I truly believe that. So when we're talking with our partners, we want to, when we're talking to our partners, we want to understand where they're at, where their business is, as we talked about, where they're headed, where their scale is. But it's incumbent upon us to know all that, and then to document all the due diligence that we've done in partner selection, right? And to make sure that we're constantly looking at audits. How did your audit go? Can you share that with me, right? Things of that nature, that matters in this business. The required insurance, like we talked about that as well, and the pollution, just to make sure that those things stay up to date and current. The biggest one is data security and breach. I think, from me personally, what I see and what we try to protect is customer data at all cost. In polling our ITAD partners, 80% of them agree that's the number one concern of clients is data security, right, and protecting that data. Through another partnership I can share with you, and this was yet another sub, and that's okay, right? We're going to talk to your subs. We were talking about data security, and we get into the granular conversation of, software standards that you use. Are you following the NIST standards? What maybe software are you using for data erasure? So we're talking to this company, right? And they're telling us these kind of not well-known brands, and there was a flavor of them, a few different flavors. It's raising an eyebrow for sure. So when asked about, and I think we all know who leads in data erasure, there's a couple really good ones out there. When we asked the sub, and we're calling them a sub, they're an ITAD provider, when we asked them about that, and they said, oh, we don't want to pay the fee per unit. Yeah, I saw someone raise his eyebrows, and I did the same thing. And that was a true conversation, and that's on them. And that's why we go to the level of, we go to vet those partnerships in your sub-network, is to avoid things like that. Because that to me, invites risk. So additionally, the handoffs matter, right? There's great risk in handoffs. We know that. There's risk in the logistics. Me personally, I love it, and if I could use a term, I geek out on stuff like this. Like a partner will share pictures with us in real time, like, hey, let's back up a second. Healthcare has HIPAA, financial has financial data, which is huge, right? And there's governance around that. So they'll share pictures with us in process, and most likely after the fact, they'll go onto a customer dock, and here's the lockbox, and it's holding 100 data-bearing laptops, and here's the lock, and it's on the truck with the lock on it, and there's GPS on the truck. Our project manager is following that truck. Their project manager is following that truck. Why are we doing all that? We're giving the customer comfort and confidence, right? That matters. And for partners, we do want to hear those little things. We like to see kind of what's happening at the street level, if you will. So those pickups and those logistics and those handshakes, what you're doing with your subs, all that matters. So does your on-site audits, what's happening, how your approach to physical security, in your processes, and then to keep the relationship healthy and visible, we do hold something called, you probably heard of it, quarterly QBRs. It gives us an opportunity to really take a snapshot of the partnership in real time, record all the KPIs, pipeline, things they're doing well, their aspirations, again, how they're infusing AI, and our partners are all over the map. Some are just really in the stratosphere, just wowing us. Some are just getting going. But they're all over. They all have their strengths in different areas, and it's incumbent upon us to help play to those strengths and pair our customers with those strengths. So the QBRs are important again to help showcase that relationship internally to other folks at CDW, AKA sellers, right? Other decision makers. So they understand that this ITAD partner is in our ecosystem. You're welcome to have conversations with them, if you will, entice clients to use them as well as a partner. So getting back to the QBR, maybe the last thing I can say on that is we do something called green, yellow, red. It's not all one-sided. It's not all CDW. This may seem a little like straightforward, and it's just our view on how we and our actions and activities of how we govern and manage. But it's also on the partner, right? We want to know green, yellow, red. It's both of us, and it means what it means. What's going good, and that's probably 90% of the content. A lot of things go well. What needs our attention is yellow. Maybe it's some missed SLAs, or we have to tweak one of the documents or something, and we'll talk through that. Red is very uncommon. We won't see that in the ITAD world, especially show up on a QBR. But that's the way we continue to govern and hold our ITAD partners accountable. So yeah, we talked about all the vetting gates and the governance, holding them accountable. But Kate, how do we kind of package all this up, everything that we're doing internally, all the vetting, the gates, the controls that we've done and the program we put in place? So how do we use that to leverage and grow?
Yeah, so one thing that our partners are really great at is communication. They're not afraid to say that they made a mistake. They're also not afraid to tell us when they've done something really well. They'll send us write-ups about themselves that have been done on them, but they'll also send us things that are changing in the industry. Hey, you need to know that this is changing, this new law or this new policy or this new procedure. And I think it's really great because that forces innovation. I also have partners that will come to me and they'll say, Kate, lock devices are the bane of my existence. I hate them. And I was like, well, yeah, I get it, me too. And he's like, this is how I'm gonna solve this problem. And so they're coming up with solutions to solve that problem. I have other vendors that will come to me and say, Kate, this seller will not let me into their account because I need this or that. And I'm like, great, how do we get it? And they come back to me a couple weeks later and they're like, I have that certification now. I'm going right back to them. I wanna meet with them and their management and show them that I have this and that we can move forward. I need to be talking with our customers a lot, so I don't have the ability or the insights that many of you do to say these are the things that really need to change. So I depend on my partners to say, okay, Kate, I figured out how I can help fix this, that, or the other. And I will tell you that when we know that you guys are growing and changing, we're the first ones to be your cheerleaders. We're the first ones to rally. We're the first ones to bring you, okay, this is how else we can see that being impactful. So when we're talking about portals and platforms, one of the ways that we're changing is we've started integrating with MDMs, and we have started integrating with ServiceNow, things like that, so that customers can see what they're purchasing from CDW, what they currently have in their networks and on their systems, but they can also see what's going on the ITAD side of things. So we have partners that are starting that integration, and we have partners that will be starting it shortly. And it's very exciting because the customers having a single pane of glass is very unique. It's very uncommon that vendors have this available to their customers, and CDW is working really hard to make sure that we not only bring that to the forefront, but that we bring it well. It's all part of that, circles right back to our brand and our reputation. We're not always known for being the very first, but we are known for being one of the very best. And so we work really hard to make sure that our partners are pushing us to do better, and we're pushing them to do better. So I would say that if you do decide to partner with a VAR or someone like us, stillness is never your friend, and you'll probably never feel like, oh, I don't have anything to worry about today again, because there's always something. We're always asking you. Alina's favorite thing on every phone call I think I've ever been on is, what's next? So now what? What's next? And sometimes it causes a second of, oh, well, I just told you that I, climbed Mount Kilimanjaro. I guess give me a second to find out what's next. But she doesn't do it to be mean. She does it because the more you grow, the more we grow, and we want to grow together. So we're also, one thing I really enjoy about Alina's role is Alina is there for the partner. So I'm kind of here for the customer and the sales rep to be that liaison, but Alina's role is really to protect you guys and help you guys feel enabled. So when something happens and you need someone to back you up or to walk you through a process, she's really there for you. And I think that's exciting because when you join a lot of other ecosystems, they're kind of like, good luck, have fun, go for it. And we recognize that CDW is a beast. And we recognize that we don't function like every other company. And so we have built-in support systems for you. And I encourage you to use them because while she does tend to be very positive, she's also, neither one of us are one to hold back. We're never going to tell you, like, take the month off, don't do anything. Just relax, don't worry about anything. We're also those people who are going to be like, so Dave, remember when you did this? Can we do that? And he's like, okay, here we go. So we're always pushing you to do better and do more. And so that's how our program grows. That's how we've grown from, we were expecting this to be 2 opportunities a quarter when this first started at CDW. It was not expected to be anything. I'm fielding well over 30 opportunities a week at this point. So the growth has been exponential, and we're only tapping the surface. So it's very exciting. I would also say that when we're going through and building out our partnerships and you're doing your certifications, those differentiators that you have in the way that your teams function is what really is going to make it an easy call for this needs to go to this partner, this one needs to go to this partner. And it makes the justification very simple because, it's not just based on 1 or 2 factors. It's a whole decision tree process that we use to make sure that you're getting benefits from this. I need you guys to make money so that we can make money. And then we all get paid and everyone's happy. So it works out well. So we're not the partner that's going to say, what's your cost? Can you add a couple pennies and give it to me for that price? That's not how we operate. I need you guys to be profitable. You need us to be profitable, and together we have a true partnership. One thing that a partner has told me in the past is our seller came back to them and said, well, I need you to be 20% less. And I went back to the customer, or the seller, sorry, my customer, the seller, and said, great, you want 20% less? You give up 10, and I'll ask them to give up 10. And the seller's like, wait, what? And it's like, no, they can't take the whole hit. We have to take it together. And it has built these great partnerships where we both have skin in the game and we're both here for each other. So if you choose to partner with a VAR or someone who's a much larger company that's going to white paper your services, you deserve to make money. You deserve to continue your brand. You don't have to sacrifice everything for the win. The wins will come based on your reputation and your quality of service. And so I just want to encourage all of you to keep doing what you're doing, because I think that coming to this summit is so much fun for us, because while a lot of you are not necessarily our direct partners, you're partnered with our partners, or you're helping us innovate our program and change our program and grow our network. So I think it's very exciting.
Yeah, thank you, Kate. I'm kind of looking at the clock. I think we hit a lot of these points here, right?
Yeah.
And the key takeaways is, we all understand what they are. I think hopefully we've done a good job of articulating our program to you, how we avoid and risk and how we govern our partners, how we really look at it as ambassadorship internally for them so they don't get lost in this big sea of CDW. And we'll just leave it on this slide so you can maybe get acquainted with some of our partners and their view on reducing risk and creating this business value. So with that, I think we're down to 30 seconds, but if anybody has a question, we'd be happy to answer that for you.
Thank you so much for all the information you shared. It sounds like CDW, from a perspective of a company that's not currently working with CDW, it sounds really great to partner with you. How do you suggest approaching CDW to start that conversation?
Want me to take that? Or
Sure, go for it.
Well, I can start with an answer. It starts with, as we said earlier in the conversation, attending events like this, getting to know you as a person, getting to know what company you're affiliated with, and just starting that relationship. We don't cold call. It's just not something that we do. We're not going to find you on the internet. So it's really about developing a relationship and a trust first. And it could be too, it could be, there's tons of companies being volleyed at us. Everybody knows somebody, right? So it could be internally of somebody that maybe has some affiliation with your company as well. But it's a conversation and a handshake to start, to be honest with you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
You're
just to
welcome.
add to that, I mean, we're both here, and you've got all of our information on the summit page, so you're welcome to reach out. We're always interested in learning and growing.
You're welcome. No questions from our front row?
We've got some sassy partners
You
in
guys
the
all
room,
get A's today.
so.
All right, well, it was our pleasure to be here. Hopefully you learned a little bit more about CDW and enterprise and our approach to governing and de-risking ITAD. So thank you.
Are y'all good? Everyone? That work? Okay. Hey, how's it going, everybody? My name is Matt Harris. I'm the Director of IT at a company called Element. I put a pitch out to a few people saying that I wanted to find a way to gather and get more of a community for some of the actual IT people within the ITAD industry. And one of the things that I came up with was, where can I find these people? Well, the greatest place to find all the IT people is apparently at the IT Summit. So, at the ITAD Summit. So, what I did is pitched one of the hot topics that I don't know that everyone looks like everyone's mentioned it. I hear several sessions where someone says a question about AI or something about that, but not a big like whole full on let's have a discussion about it. So. We assembled an amazing group of people that are really smart technical people. So hopefully, if we get a little too technical, you can tell us to tone it back down a little bit. We'll try to keep it in range in there somewhat. But so with us today, we have Aoife Duna. She is the Chief Data and AI Officer at CompuCycle. She's led AI startups in recycling, safety, ML training over the last 10 plus years. Solving high impact problems where AI really interested in drawn to solving problems that AI can really push forward. We have Julian Mitchell. He's the co-founder and CIO of G2 Reverse Logistics. I've talked with him several times today and this week. A lot of stuff that I find really interesting and useful for our business and everything in there also. Running a AI-powered intelligence platform for making smarter decisions. So. Works really awesome there. And then we have, I'm gonna try it again here, Shahriar. He was the CEO at Reconnects. So he's been running a little behind on us to get a little bio. So I'll let him introduce himself a little bit right quick. So.
Well, that's a nice treat for having, what's that called, failing upwards? Shahriar Ramadi, pleased to meet you. Reconnect is a company in the lifecycle management space broadly, roughly 4,500 employees in 22 facilities in 14 countries. My technical background stems across a few different industries, but also includes some sort of narrowly focused research in fields that have now become seemingly quite relevant. So pleasure to be here with you.
The other piece, if any of you have questions and you don't want to necessarily, if you want to raise your hand, we can go through it that way. But the other one is there's a QR code down at the bottom here. If you submit your questions, it'll pop up here, and then I can feed them in through a lot of the process and everything right off of that to say, hey, what's the pieces that we want to roll through on that. So feel free to toss them in. Otherwise, we have a few topics we want to kind of run through: value and business impact, building buy-in, governance, build versus buy, real worst cases, and a few other topics of that area. So if you have especially anything in those areas or any additional questions to pile in, I honestly would prefer to put these guys on the spot and answer your questions versus the ones that they've already seen some of. So let's have fun with it a little bit here. So first question I have, and we'll say not everyone will obviously get enough time to go through every question, or we'll only get through the first 3 or 4 questions and run out of time. So I'm going to try to keep it moving on, but still cover as much as we can here. So first question we have is where is AI creating the most measurable value in your organization, and how are you actually measuring that value? So whoever wants to to go on that one.
I can jump in.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
hi everybody. Thanks so much for joining us here. We're really excited about this conversation. So, I'll say that there are a number of different areas where we're applying AI within the business at CompuCycle. To name a few, customer care is a big area where we're applying agentic AI to really drive down the amount of work that's being handled by individuals within our business versus what can be handled by agents to use to do unrepetitive tasks. Also within pricing, so we've built a proprietary pricing algorithm that has really allowed us to intelligently place our materials within the market and price and position them. And then the last thing I'll say is as it relates to actually staffing engineering and business analytics within our business. So, 5 years ago when I was building a data warehouse for a startup, we had a full-blown data engineering team. We had a director of data engineering. I did it with Claude in a couple of weeks, right? So things have rapidly transformed, and if you think about time to value within your business, the type of tech and full-time, that's really changed. So those are a couple of areas where we've really seen it have an impact.
We've sort of taken a pretty, almost an anthropological approach with respect to thinking about AI agents and models in the context of sort of a multimodal framework, meaning that we're leveraging technologies like computer vision as much as we are structured and unstructured data that is feeding and training models. That enables us to put together workflows that are executed agentically or assisted agentically in ways that might not necessarily seem at first blush feasible. The net of that is that it's enabled us to create data in places where no data existed before, to use that data in connection with other observable elements like cosmetic state, test results, the performance and reliability of a technician, to really dial in our operations and the predictability of our operations. What that then has let us do is derive secondary benefits. For example, understanding which products, which components, which design decisions are even related to technical failures or future repairs, and feed that back into our customers. And taking that data and creating a feedback loop into our customers has absolutely resulted in, I would say, differentiated discussions, consideration for work that lives outside of an RFQ, and elevated the discussions to the C-suites of companies whose daily revenues in some cases are our annual revenue, yet they still want to talk to us. So we're confident that we're headed down the right path there. More to do every day.
Okay. Another big question I have in here, something that I really wonder about is, how do you distinguish, a genuine, valuable project from one that's like, hey, it'd be really cool if we can do this. There's that, and then how do you decide that this project is actually going to, add value, big impact on the business, any of those types of things? Julian, you want to?
So for us, customers define the value. And so as we're looking at our project list, our feature list, things that we think are good initiatives, we really have to think of the eyes of the customer and where it provides the most value. And so what we do in our platform is we think about how do we get the data from the customer, do we have a good defined data strategy? Does the data need to be cleansed, processed, in order to make it foundationally functional for our AI models? And so we go through and define the business problem, define the data structure that's supporting the business problem, and then we make a determination of how feasible it is to take this project beyond just an MVP into something that's scalable, repeatable, and resilient for the business. And in today's version of Gen AI, it's really easy to get to an MVP. It's really hard to sustain it and to grow it and to scale it across your business. And that's why if you don't start with a good data foundation, you'll find yourself with a 3-month project that just failed, and you're back at the starting circle with no value. So define the customer value, the problem, and the data structure around it to support a long-term value proposition.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, cool shiny object little prototypes are really easy to flip around in an HTML file. But something that actually works, is scalable, you can rely on, underwrite your business around, a little bit more work. The cool thing is that the business probably tells you where the value is, probably tells you where the problem is, tells you where the opportunity is. You just have to listen, open your eyes, and be willing to challenge what you used to do a certain way. If you're open to that, it's fun. If you're not, it's terrifying. I don't know what to do with the latter group. But I can tell you that we're super excited about taking what 4,500 people do and figuring out how every one of those things can turn into intelligence and who that actually is valuable intelligence for. But you have to start with an actual need and go backwards as opposed to like what you can creatively just play with and think might be useful someday, but might not be. Right? There's opportunity cost is generally understated.
I completely agree. Yeah, I think what are the biggest bottlenecks within your business? What are the biggest cost centers within your business? Where is the most repetitive work? Those are the things that you need to be looking at and evaluating, and I highly recommend what is a specific use case, a specific workflow that you want to automate or introduce artificial intelligence into, rather than saying, you know, I want to smear AI all over my business. That's not going to get you anywhere. And then
count your tokens.
Oh yeah, exactly. And then, you know, beyond that, you know, what is the ROI? What is the impact? What is the measurable outcome that you want to see from this investment? And if you don't have that clarity, then you need to go back to the drawing board and think a little bit harder.
And self-plug here, I had a session on Monday before most of y'all came in, and it was a whole framework that basically discussed all of that. So if anyone wants, I can get you a copy of that piece also. Hey, we have our actual submitted question here. So where in the B2B sales cycle has AI actually moved a metric for you, and where has it under-delivered?
Well, I've got one on the delivered part. So lead generation and tailored lead nurture. I don't want to necessarily tell you how many conversations are maybe being had by agents versus humans at our company with some of you if you send in a note, but both in terms of targeting the right people in the right spaces with content that nurtures leads and builds is certainly demonstrated by our greater than 220% year-over-year increase in qualified leads. And that had a very low incremental cost to execute, but it's been incredibly successful. So that's and it's the ability to do things today with respect to customer segmentation, market segmentation, buyer indications, creating lead scoring algorithms based on intent or value are incredibly powerful, and if you have the right frameworked approach, not very expensive and don't take very long to do.
Yeah, for us, I think the biggest impact in B2B has been on the B2B valuations of the product. Understanding what the market will bear in the B2B space has probably been the most challenging because the data is so closed off. It's hard to look across many clients and understand what the value is. In most cases, today, most people are building mirrors of historical results. Just tells you what you did last week. Doesn't tell you what the market will bear next week or the following week, et cetera. And so for us, what we've seen the biggest impact is leveraging our AI and ML models and our agentic AI flows to really get to a place where this is what the optimal B2B valuation should be, and giving customers confidence in that number that they can go out and test it in the market and realize it has been the largest impact for us.
I have another one here. Have you used AI to build custom systems that have replaced existing SaaS subscriptions? You guys can't answer it, I can, and the answer is absolutely yes. I know we have a couple of them that we were running through, and You know, some of them are ridiculously expensive sometimes, and they just keep raising the prices and raising, and some of them keep tossing these, hey, we've got AI integrated with it, and then you get into it, then 3 months later, they're like, just kidding, we're gonna charge you for that usage as a separate charge for it, and it's a little bit ridiculous to get nickel and dime on every single SaaS thing. So we've absolutely taken in several places where we've just gone and said, yeah, we can do this ourselves, and just roll it out and remove it altogether. But any of you guys in that situation?
Yes, and we're gonna keep doing more.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's a little bit of an interesting slope there. I think for 90% of the use cases, you can use Gen AI or your frontier models to replace some specific products when it's general use cases. But when it's very specific to your domain, your expertise, you need to be really careful. And then I think those times you need to think about, how do I get to a purpose-built solution, whether we build it or we find a partner that focuses on that niche. But thinking that you can just go into any LLM and put your data in there and think you're going to get the right answer every time, if you're going to even get a consistent answer every time, it's always funny for me. And then AI is going to tell you that you're always right, even when you're wrong, and it was wrong, and then you come back again, and it was wrong again. So you have to keep working with it. So I think that in general use cases, that the billions of dollars of infrastructure that went into these LLMs, they can help you. But in some niche cases, you need to be very specific to your domain and what you're doing, and how do you build models for that area.
There's definitely a relevant link back to the earlier question around what you build as a prototype and what scales. This is a really good example of thinking about, okay, well, if you've got some SaaS application, there's a bunch of people who wake up every day and have a roadmap and are thinking about different elements that you probably haven't thought of that day. So unless you're gonna put the team around that, or the application so incredibly simple that it is quickly just a rip and replace, I would spend a little bit of time thinking about not just the cool thing you might show 1 or 2 people but what you're thinking about 2-3 years down the road.
Okay. Looking at building buy-in for people and everything, I know we have a few people here who have some really strong opinions on this one. Who needs to be involved in an AI project to make it succeed? Who is most often the person that gets left out of the conversation? And sometimes it's the IT people, but yeah.
I mean, there's no choice. So it's not a voluntary thing. And as somebody who takes the 4,500 people that report to him very dearly, if I'm not spending time engaging them, showing them cases, helping them understand how it turns certain problems into certain solutions, then I'm not actually doing what I'm supposed to do, right? So the corollary to that is that the way that the world is going, they're not working in a sustainable enterprise and are not they themselves sustainable if they're not engaging. And so it's effectively one of those things that's better done voluntarily, but at the end of the day, it's somewhat existential, in my view.
Yeah, I think executive leadership buy-in into your strategy is very important. It's a tricky thing though, because sometimes it's sort of a chicken before the egg. I want to see that it works before I give you the time and investment to spend on this. And so if there's ways that you can deliver on low-hanging fruit to prove your value, that can be tremendous. And the other thing I'll say is, frontline workers, the folks that you are replacing, or their jobs that are evolving, can be extremely influential in the implementation of your technology. They can inform you about how it should be implemented, what are the pros and cons, how to do it well. And then I think also if folks are not brought along for the ride, it can be extremely challenging to be successful in your implementation. So I think, to your point, there are folks that are going to evolve with your business, and those are the people that you're going to train and retain. And then there are others that, their position might look very different. And so I think that's a very honest conversation that everyone needs to be having within their business right now.
So what I'm summarizing that I'm hearing off of that piece is that executive leadership has to be bought in to start with, but it has to go all the way through the entire organization. You have to include everyone, because if it's one or the other, then there's a good chance that you're going to have a real hiccup or a real problem somewhere in there.
A competitor's going to eat your lunch.
Yeah. You're going to have problems. There's going to be friction inherently. You have to be very strategic about where you're spending your time and energy, and you have to move quickly. The industry is moving very quickly, technology is moving very quickly, and there is an element of that where there's a kind of ruthlessness to the pace, and the ruthlessness has to be there. It's real. So if you want to stay competitive, you have to kind of lean into that a little bit as well.
It should actually engender some element of positive or constructive paranoia, in the sense that whatever you've done or whatever you've built or whatever you've thought can sometimes just be a few well-structured efforts away for someone else. I think the durability of certain assets, data assets, non-standard or non-obvious data, and the ability to build causal inference libraries that can be used in creative ways can create some true differentiation, but certainly shouldn't rely upon something that somebody vibe coded or something that was done after a 1 or 2 hour session with a frontier model as something to consider durable or in any way special.
Yeah. And I have a couple other questions in here, but they kind of tie tight to some of the other topics we're going to get to. So don't worry, I will get to them. I'm not ignoring you on any of these. So kind of moving into sort of the next topic, talking about governance and risk and responsible use. You know, the question has come up, and actually I had the question asked to me in my session on Monday. You know, if employees are already using AI, even without company approval, you know, like what is the things that leadership need to do? But the other question is, like, is it too late to set up your governance and any of those pieces once, you know, it's already kind of out of the bag, running wild out there?
Yeah, I think, so for us, a couple of things, right? There's an information security program framework that you have to instill in your company to how you protect your data, your customers' data. I think for the AI usage, and, you know, first things first, there should be 0 consumer accounts being used under your company's premise. You have to move to managed enterprise accounts. You have to make sure that you tier your data. So there's, you know, low risk data, there's medium risk data, and there's high risk data that could include customer data. And so you have to have a good framework built into it, because the thing you don't want to do with governance is slow down innovation. And so you have to have it's a great balancing act to understand, you know, speed versus value versus risk. And so you have to, as a company, put framework guardrails around. We're not going to have any rogue accounts where you can send data. There's a managed account that you can use from the company. We encourage you to be as innovative as you can, but use the guardrails to get to that innovation. And that's how we help protect and keep our customers protected, keep our data protected, our company protected.
Can also create more, you know, compelling ways for people to want to, right? If you've got some structured data libraries and repositories, they don't have to go and hunt for spreadsheets and CSV files, you know, or emails that people have sent them from some time past, right? So you can give them those tools within the managed accounts that then create more of a pull, as opposed to just, hey, go do this because we said so. Now, well, go do it because that model happens to be sitting on top of all kinds of information that you want to be able to access, and you don't have to call anybody to go get it. And you know it's maintained, and to your earlier point around data engineering, you know it's right.
That's correct, yeah.
So when the question was asked to me of, you know, is it too late? If you don't have this, is it too late to stand it up? My first answer was, have you been sued or fined by anybody so far? If so, then yes, maybe. But if you haven't, then no, it's not. I mean, just because you don't have it today doesn't mean that you shouldn't just let it go and say, well, we already didn't have it. It's go stand it up and put it in place. Yeah, turn off those open accounts, turn off those open pieces. But don't just go in there and shut everything off. Go in there and say, we're turning this off. Here's the right way to do this. Here's what we have available. So it was a very almost kind of comical question, and it was kind of like, well, because I had a lot of live examples of people who had been sued and had lost millions of dollars from not putting in guide rails in the first place. So it's a very important piece in there. One of the other questions here is, how do you audit your AI systems to ensure that you're giving accurate information?
Start off with the right data underneath the models. That's right. Right? That's like pretty critical. It's not sexy, it's not glamorous, but it's absolutely critical. We have actually a situation where we had we've built agents whose job was to actually QA the work of another agent. What's interesting was we walked in the morning and we found an error that had been flagged by the primary agent, Quincy. But then we walked in and my CTO went to go check it out and see what was going on. He's like, no, it was fine. And he actually found in the log that the supervisor agent had gone in and fixed what the primary agent had screwed up. And so I think that thinking about these things very practically, thinking about them as workers, thinking about access, who can access what, who can write, who can read, what gets written, what gets recorded. Those are all things that if you think about it more in the context of almost human communication constructs than digital communication constructs, can actually glean some lessons, hopefully without the walls or bricks to run into.
Yeah, I think Sharia makes a great point about what you can do with agentic AI these days and how it can help you automate so many workflows, how it can help you streamline the process, but then now the ability to have the agentic AI self-govern, self-check, flag things, identify issues. For us in our daily process, we're collecting data points from several different repositories, different connections in the market, and part of our agentic AI flow is to ensure that information is correct, to parse through it, to make sure it doesn't skew our model, it doesn't mislead us to giving inaccurate evaluations. And so today we've trained our agentic AI into a pipeline so that it goes through, reads all the data, and again assures that the person that we're getting this data from, are they credible, are they reliable, are they on the same tier as some of our clients, or are they not, and that data needs to be discarded. Historically, that would have taken a team of analysts, people working hourly, going through spreadsheets, and today agentic AI can optimize that flow and get you productive overnight, to Shariar's point there, when you just walk in the next day with results. That again, it's good for a human in the loop to get involved and have that feedback as well, but the agentic AI really makes it, helps you govern its own data that it processes.
I'll just add that I completely agree, and it all comes down to the foundation. So is your data clean? Have you set up checks and balances? Do you understand the logic that's been put in the system? Do you have good source data? Do the users of that data know how to interpret those results? Are they asking questions? Are they skeptical? Like, those are all the kinds of attitudes and mechanisms that you need to put in place so that you can, walk away from your computer or, see systems put out information and then rely on it. Yep. Yeah.
So you wrote a point up about people being skeptical of AI. It's a real thing. It's actually a major issue with a lot of really younger generation people, kids going through. I have kids in high school, and they're like, they're scared of it because they hear of these people that spent 4 years going to college, spent all this money in a computer science degree, and they walk out and they can't find a job. So one of these other questions we got was, how do you counter orgs treating AI as a headcount reduction rather than an accelerator?
This one's tough. I think it's about honesty and clarity and letting people know that, first of all the cool things that they can do in the span of their day, they probably haven't done. If something went away, there's probably something else they could think of to generate value with those hours they're no longer spending doing something that a machine should have been doing probably all along, and now it can. So that's the first thing. Second thing is that, you know, communication is probably, you know, one of the least developed pipelines in most organizations. So guess what? Now they have time to look at something, think about something, and talk to someone about doing the next thing. They actually need to own that. Take some initiative. You know, and then finally, yeah, there are a lot of jobs out there that in the time frame that those jobs will be displaced by AI, the next lily pad for them to hop onto may not be there. And I think anybody who says otherwise is being disingenuous. And I think that's something where each person owns their journey, and the time for that closed loop feedback is going to shrink significantly.
And that same comment on your last statement there about the lily pad not being there and everything. I was about a month ago sitting in a session with Senator Mark Warner. He's in charge of the Senate technical and AI, whatever they have, their little cohorts and groups that they have, but he's in charge of that whole committee. And he was scared on some of that, and that was the thing. He was like, we need to invest heavily in the getting the literacy and the training and that sort of piece out to these people to get them there, because like you said, the replacement of some of their jobs is going to happen faster than we can upscale those people to do. And he's looking at ways that the government can help incentivize companies to actually, you know, stand that up, because, you know, training programs are not cheap. You know, full-on education is not a cheap process, and so they're actually looking at ways to push out like governmental support to companies that are willing to retrain and resurface some of their people. So that was a really interesting discussion I had.
There's certain jobs in which you're going to go from 10 people to 5 people, and you can argue you could grow and it'll reabsorb. And there's some that you're going to go from 10 people to no people, and if you tripled your business, you would still have no people. So I think that's just one of those things where leaders just have to be honest and be willing to have those conversations with people. The alternative is not being honest to your employees, and that's not acceptable.
Yeah. So moving on to talking about like build versus buy. So do you go into public spaces, or do you go build your own models? So when should a company build a custom AI solution, their own models, their own setup, and when should they use an established platform like your OpenAIs, Anthropic, Microsoft, Google, any of those pieces?
Go
ahead.
Yeah, sure. I think the frontier models, the Googles, the Anthropics, you know, chat, I think those are good models when it's, again, a very low-level use case. It's something that's not domain-specific. So if you need it for some internal optimization, you know, to comb through a spreadsheet or to do some simple things, data extraction, things like that, those models are good. But when it comes to domain-specific knowledge, industry, you know, specific, I would tread very carefully trying to rely on those models being anywhere accurate. Those models are not trained for your environment. So that's why we, you know, our company, we decided to build a purpose-built model, AI model, that's built around this industry's data, how we, you know, this industry moves, and it's more reliable, it's more consistent in the outputs, because it's not looking at, and it's not getting fooled and hallucinating on different data points that it doesn't know is real or aren't real. And so if you're thinking about building your own model, there are two things to always think about. Outside of just those, you know, those other systems, those LLMs not being specific to your domain, and then it's sustainability. How do you sustain it? If you build your own model, you need to think about, how am I going to maintain it next year? What's going to happen when that model becomes extinct? It needs new features. Do we have a data science team? Have we invested in that organization to be able to do this? Because if you're not willing to make that investment, then your model will go extinct and it will no longer be accurate. And so I think in that space, once If you do all of that, then the next piece of it really where I think companies need to focus is where's your moat? Your moat is actually just in your data. It's in the data you have as an organization, and it's in how you run your business process. I would say focus on that moat, combine that with purpose-built AI tools for your industry to build the foundation, bring in your moat, and then now you have a surgical tool that knows your business, knows your data, knows your constraints and your business rules to separate you and differentiate you in the market.
I completely agree. I think it's a resourcing question. So do you have the time, the team, the patience to build these types of tools? Or do you think that you are reasonably going to outpace someone who does this as their day job, right? Who's got a roadmap, who's really thinking about features that they're building out. So I very much agree. If it's proprietary, you're trying to do something in-house, it very well might make sense for you to do it within your own team. But if you, for specific products, hire externally, that can be a tremendous amount of leverage back to you.
I think you really need to have a plan. And you might want to take all of your organizational dynamics, the people that you have in your team, the core competencies they have, the money you plan to spend, the type of data that you have, and ask Claude what it thinks. And I'm only partially kidding, actually, because the real answer would take a lot longer than we have. Understanding what to do with open source models, understanding how to create and magnify new weights, how to create mechanical and vector database structures that feed them effectively, leveraging elements of recursive and reinforced learning to goal optimize. Those aren't like on the back of a soup can, right? Like there's real technical depth and work to be done there. A deep understanding of algorithms, of efficiency, of speed, and of cost, because you can run up one hell of a bill if you're asking, Big Daddy Fable 5 or GPT 5.5 every question you got on high. Whereas a structure in which you actually build purpose-built, trained small models that you can think of almost as specialists with an orchestration layer that sits on top of it on properly structured segmented data with workflows you understand and can articulate, and find the places where the human should do what it does and the machine should do what it does. Well, if you can do that, you're going to move a lot faster and you're going to save a lot more money. But not every organization can. And that's where I literally go back to my opening remark about you might want to ask Claude. Because for all its biases, it might give you a better answer than your colleagues.
So I have another question in here that I want to put a slight twist on. The question is, government agencies are looking for ways to tax AI usage. How can we lobby an industry to address this? My twist on it would be going back into what we just talked about with the build versus buy. If it's my model, my piece, my inside, they don't know that I'm using AI in that case. Can they find a way to tax us on that? Is that a way to potentially avoid if a tax does come into the fray of all of this?
I think the most durable antidote is to generate more value faster and be creative. It's not too dissimilar to how other taxes have been sought after and dealt with. And I think there's a large organization in Silicon Valley that's going to be incredibly capable of handling that. I'll let them do it with their trillions of dollars of market cap and infinite cash. Not something I'm going to spend a lot of time thinking about, but if it does come about, I think we'll be as creative as the average bear.
Yeah, I agree with Shari. It's going to be hard to avoid the government and taxes and what they do. And probably the thing we can control our own destiny on is how do we create more value. So I really align with that statement.
If I need to make more money, I don't try to cheat the government on my taxes. I figure out how to go make more money. Right.
We'll ask Claude.
Yeah.
Okay. looking at like real world use cases. I know all of you are, this is your job, this is what you're doing, and so you have real use cases that you're working with. Can each of you share at least one use case where you've actually implemented something today? Like, what was the problem and what is the result of that problem?
Sure, I can take this first. So the use case we have for one of our clients, they were running the North American Return Center. They were processing, 500,000 to a little bit over 600,000 units on an annual basis. That was led by very old, generic, static business rules. And what they realized is that they were bleeding or had a revenue leakage because a lot of products were going either to scrap or they were trying to re-image and reprocess them and resell them, but the market value wasn't there. So they spent a lot of cost and dollars in trying to get them to a grade and state where it had no value. And so what we ended up doing is working with that client to put in an integration into their ERP WMS to call our evaluation engine on demand at the point of receipt. And so we now are able to give them evaluations about where the market is with that product before it gets through the process. So where will it be by the time you process this product? What's the evaluation of the components inside of that product? And then what's the recycle dollars that you can get if recycle makes sense? That dynamic evaluation routing has now led them we've been at it for about 2 years. They're seeing an 8-figure return on value in terms of how they're routing their product. They're getting the components out. The component game ended up being significantly larger for them than they realized. And as we all, I'm sure, as ITAD, you all have realized the components, the memory, and how dynamic that market has been and how the growth of that market has been over the past 6 to 12 months. They're seeing staggering results in terms of their routing optimization now. But the thing that keeps this really dynamic is our ability to continuously evaluate the market. They had no insights to what was happening in the market. They were dependent on what I call their mirror or their historical results only. And so if you don't have the ability to look outside of your results, then you kind of have blinders on to some degree. And so now with that extension and that capability to understand where the market is, they're making better decisions. They're understanding what to repair, what not to repair, so they're saving dollars there. And then they're understanding where the components have value and they have speed to value because they can get the components out faster and move them to a channel that moves them faster. So that would be my use case.
Is that the North American Compute Company whose program I took over and fixed the other side of, that you fixed that side of?
That's right.
So guys, just so you know, we're like down to like 1-2 minutes on here. So I want to do one real quick thing. I'm going to do a lightning round. I've got 2 or 3 questions left here. We got a hand up in the audience here. One sentence per answer. If you can knock it out, whoever wants to go for it. Start with you right here. Let's go.
So it sounds like if I'm an ITAD, I have a lot of work to do because AI has created a lot of different things to me. Trying to get my technicians or people that I might be replacing to figure out how they can improve their day jobs while introducing AI. I also need to be cautious about security. And it sounds like I need to figure out this build versus buy and where in my company I have gaps. So based off of your guys' experiences and not Claude's answer, where do you recommend that I start in terms of figuring out where AI fits into my business?
Map your workflows.
Yes.
What's human intensive? What's repetitive? What's expensive? That's where I'd start. Look there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Value mapping is the biggest thing you can do. Value map your workflows, value map your business, and that'll tell you where the most pain is and help you prioritize.
All right. How do companies avoid the issue of using public AI models and having your data then into the public?
Managed accounts, get enterprise accounts. Do not do consumer accounts. Like if your company has anyone who's doing consumer accounts, your data may already be leaked. It's not too late, so you need to pull them back, get a managed account in place, and that way you can have rule-based access controls and you can control the data.
Acceptable use policy. Make sure everyone in your organization sees it, signs it. You can hold them accountable to it. And there has to be education. When you put company data into an LLM, what happens? You need to have a conversation about that.
Yeah, those 2 things.
Okay, one more, and then I got one closing question. How can AI be fine-tuned to price refurbished devices using all relevant market factoring model specs? If you can give the guy the entire roadmap for him, he would be really appreciative of this.
Yeah, in one sentence. Generalized autoregressive heteroscedastic feedback loops.
This is such a good question. We're doing it at CompuCycle. Can't give you our secret sauce, but you have to think about every single piece of it. Come back to the workflows. How are people actually doing this process right now? What are the ways that you can automate that? I mean, we can't answer that question in one sentence, but yeah.
Just give you a Garch model. Just go look at Garch model.
Yeah.
www.g2rl.com.
Yeah.
All right. Final
CompuCycle.
question here. Final question here. What is the one thing every ITAD leader should do within the next 90 days to prepare their organization for AI?
I mean,
if they're
prepare
not
them. I think it's a bit of the answer to the question that you asked. I don't aspire to have an army of 4,500 people burning tokens. I aspire to have a group of 4,500 people who really know how to dissect and analyze their work with fresh eyes. And if I was going to teach someone AI, I would start with a very Mr. Miyagi-ish approach and say, map your workflow, paint the fence, sand the floor, map your workflow, get your data right. That's like, and you will make everything else move very fast and be very high return.
I'd say take a clear, hard look at your systems and the data that you have right now. So also think about what are the goals, what are the things that you're trying to accomplish within your business? Do you have the data in order to do that? Do you need to collect that information? If you want to automate RevOps, what does your CRM look like? You know, those, you have to really come back to the fundamentals because, as we said at the beginning, you know, that's the foundation for all of it.
Totally agree with that. I don't have much to add.
Okay. Well, thank you guys. That's all the time we have for today. So, congratulations. Thanks, you guys. It's been an exciting, fun time here.
All right, we're going to just wait a minute or two until the last few filter in, and then we'll get started.
This is somebody else's notes from before, so I'm just going to sit here and read off these. No, no, it's a bunch of equations and stuff. I'm not going to read. I really don't understand. I don't understand this, so.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for joining what is, I believe, one of the last sessions of the conference. I know we're coming in at the 3 o'clock hour, so we're going to try to obviously remain as lively and energetic as possible. But wanted to first allow esteemed colleagues to do a quick introduction, and then we're going to kick off our conversation on the next era of data center decommissioning. So, Rob, you want to take the lead on intros?
Yeah, sure. So my name is Rob Austin. I'm CEO of Guardian Data. For those of you that don't know Guardian, we are an on-site services provider selling all through channels. So a lot of the ITADs that are here today are partners of ours. We act as an extension of your team, providing the on-site services primarily kind of a third across on-site shredding, different types of media. We do about a third data center decommissioning work, and then the other third would be, high value white glove logistics work.
Thanks everybody for coming. I'm looking at myself on a screen at the bottom, so if I get distracted and
I didn't notice that.
I'll come back to you. But thanks for coming, everybody. I'm Greg Wilson. I've been doing ITAD for about 25 years, of the Arrow for a number of years, for those that remember Arrow back in the day, and Hewlett-Packard Enterprise under Hewlett-Packard Financial Services for a bunch of years, and now I run a big piece of the Iron Mountain hyperscale solution, Global Sales and Services Division. So.
Thanks, everybody. My name is Tim Suling. I am the CEO of Circular Integrity, which is a consulting agency that works in the space, and I particularly work very closely with Guardian on a number of key initiatives, and I've been honored to gotten to know Greg over the last couple of weeks, and then obviously I've known Rob for quite some time, and it's been a great honor to have these two particular experts in the space come on and talk about some of the key topics around decommissioning, which we know is obviously a big component of most ITAD's business, and we want to dive deep on some of those key subjects. So I'm just going to jump into it. The one note about today, please, is ask questions. And it's not, we need to pause, wait. Feel free to throw your hand up and ask a question. Let's have this be as engaged as possible. Ultimately, you're here to learn, and we want to obviously help as much as we can. Sound good?
And more than questions, if you just have something to add to what we've said, I'm sure there are many experts, I know I see some right now in the room, who can add value to what our answers are, so please don't be shy. Yeah.
Perfect. So starting off, first question of the day, walk us through the first 48 hours of a decommissioning project. What do you assess first, and what are the common mistakes you've seen others make?
You want me to go first?
Oh, I can go first. So, if you don't mind.
No,
I would say the first 48 hours of a decommissioning project, whether it's the planning phase, when you first get a request to do a decommissioning project, or it's the first 48 hours of the actual execution of that decommissioning project, I would say the most important factor and the most overlooked factor as a pitfall is not focusing on the operations piece, which sounds a little absurd, instead of focusing on data erasure or compliance or the big things, or capturing for proper remarketing value, stuff like that. I feel like people overlook the details, both customer side and vendor side, of the actual execution, whether that means showing up with the right resources to the right facility, servicing everything the customer requires around sustainability, and again, packaging, remarketing assets, et cetera. I feel like that's what's most overlooked, and that's the pitfall that makes the vendor look the worst when they're not prepared, and a lot of that is on the front end from not asking the customers the right questions. So I would say that is the biggest thing in the 48 hours, whether planning or execution.
Yeah, and I got a similar initial answer, right, which was think of it as a data issue, not a physical issue. The first thing you want to address is what data is there, what data is at risk, and you build the plan around how you want to protect the data. Scoping is a huge thing. We get a variety of quotes. So for context, We did about 200 data center decommissionings in the past 12 months, not including one customer that we're in the data center every week for, so not including that work. And we get a variety of scope, right? But the better the scope, the better the project will go. And it can be really simple things from besides the data and building a chain of custody around the data, which is incredibly important. But I mean, loading dock, freight elevator, weight capacity, are the racks on wheels? I mean, there's so many basic things in scoping a data center job that a site visit is really, really helpful. Right? No matter how many data centers you've been in. And then definitionally, we talked about this last night, like a data center decommissioning job can mean a number of things. It can mean work in a data center. It can mean work, in a cage in a data center. It could also be, someone's data closet, data hall, right? That definitionally, depending on who you're talking to, if you're handling data center equipment, servers, et cetera, that's a data center decommissioning, whether it's inside a data center or not.
Let me go one step further. From your perspective, how far in advance should an ITAD who's doing a data center decommissioning, how far in advance should the planning begin? 48 hours is clearly not enough time. So when you're thinking about how you activate, how much in front of these projects are you getting on average?
I mean, to Rob's point, it depends on what kind of decommission it is. I mean, sometimes if it's a global engagement and a customer is putting a global agreement in place, like as long as possible, right? It can be as long as 6 months to plan one decommission. If a customer all of a sudden says, my lease is up and I have to be out tomorrow, right? Like it can vary quite a bit. So as much as possible, but as far as nailing down the details, obviously around compliance, arranging the right vendors to do the right job like we do with Guardian frequently, making sure everything's in place. As much as possible. We have great people. I would say a month. There's nothing we won't miss.
Sure.
If I had to put a number on it.
Yeah, and actually that like really mirrors. So, we're constantly responding to quote requests from our hundreds of partners, and on average, the data center quotes take the longest to build because we want to get the scope right. But they're also the ones that take the longest to, approve. So it is usually for us between 30 and 45 days from the time we first work on a data center quote to when it gets approved. And that's a lot of planning during that time. We're drilling in constantly better scope, better scope, better scope, so our price can be with a sharp, a finer point. And then I think, if you asked Brendan, who's really our subject matter expert, there's not enough time to plan ever because each one can be somewhat of a snowflake. But 30 days to 45 days seems to be like the amount of time we invest to get ahead of it. But then it's a lot of hurry up and wait. Like,
yes.
You really don't know what the obstacles are, the process and the timeline. I mean, we've choreographed so many data center deconstructions around live data where there wasn't supposed to be any, but now we're dancing and doing this choreographing of our work around live data that's being unplugged while we're working on certain assets. So I guess I'm saying that to say, no matter how much you plan, there's always going to be some choreography required at the tail end.
Yeah, two things. One, I said there's nothing we won't miss. And it's the opposite for the microphone, for the recording. So switch that around. But also, to reiterate your point, like you could have a year and you're still going to have to work on the fly with good partners to bail stuff out because you didn't ask the right questions or your customer didn't know what they were talking about when we planned. So about a month, but sure. You still have to be on your toes.
I mean, ultimately what you both are getting at is having experience in the space behooves you significantly.
Yeah.
Just unquestionably.
Well said.
So kind of changing gears, data-bearing assets, considered the biggest liability in any kind of ITAD engagement, but specifically as we pertains to data center decommissioning. So two-part question. how do you handle the chain of custody and the CODs associated with your decommissioning activities? And then following that, what types of assurances or what types of asks are clients typically asking to see in writing prior to the process being undertaken? So again, that data component, how's it best being handled, and what type of requests are clients coming to you with as either it pertains to data-bearing assets or it pertains to very specific requirements that we're seeing become more common?
Sure, I'll start.
I'm happy to.
Yeah. Look, I think so. In the first 48 hours, and I have my notes on my phone. I promise I'm not on TikTok. Look, in the first 48 hours, we're not just moving hardware, right? We are building a chain of custody for data-bearing assets that you can defend in an audit or in a courtroom, right? And cannot express how important that is. And it's never a problem when a rack has more drives than they think they do, but when it has less, things just grind to a halt, right? And so having a proper inventory is incredibly important. And I think one of the biggest mistakes that we see is starting with an improper inventory. And you know, for us, we believe strongly in no live data should leave the site. We provide a lot of on-site shredding. My prior company that I ran prior to this was in the data management. Like, we're the largest competitor in the world to Iron Mountain in the records side, so I'm very familiar with data security and a huge fan of eliminating the data breach possibility whenever you can, because the data breaches are incredibly damaging and expensive. And I'll see people step over $1 million of risk to save $1,000. And I just don't think that's a good idea. And that's not me pushing what we do. That's just good risk mitigation.
Yeah, or $1 billion in stock price, over $1,000.
Yeah.
I'll take a different look. As far as putting an agreement on the front end, what customers should look at, and you always see, well, you hope you always see proper certifications in writing, active certifications in writing, whether it's NIST or NAID, AAA or eStewards, R2, et cetera. Iron Mountain has a host of certifications from all the businesses we're in. It's a laundry list of certifications, which should obviously be in writing and included in any document, any contract with a process, first and foremost. I would say second, I would recommend seeing in writing is the process flow and documents around how an asset is handled, like from pickup to processing to receiving, all the way through from erasure. I would go as far to say if a vendor doesn't supply that in writing, this drive came from this server, from this rack, from this data hall, from this site, was destroyed or erased for remarketing on this day, like, I'm conservative in data anyway. I wouldn't use a vendor that can't supply that in writing, rock solid, all the way through, and then deliver on it with KPIs.
Yep. And that's the chain of custody that survives an audit and the courtroom.
Yeah. And I hate to say CYA, right? In the day, it's doing due diligence for the due diligence, right?
I think it's spot on. I go back to a presentation that I did in ITAD Summit Europe, right? And I think I started the presentation as a bit of a scare tactic where I went through the top 5 fines over the last 5 years based upon data breaches. It had to be in Europe, right? So bear with me. So I had these European examples. But GDPR is a big reason for that because of personal identifiable information. But we're talking in the tens of millions of dollars of companies we've all heard of, right? And it wasn't the company who actually made the mistake. It was the ITAD provider or one of the companies that was in the linear process of taking that item to erasure. Point being is, I think you just alluded to it, right? The idea of using reliable partners cannot be more crucial when your business reputation distinctly relies upon that. So that's not here to be a scare tactic, that's just here to be reality. The idea of ensuring that you are extraordinarily prepared, along with partnering with the right entities to properly dispose of these assets, is of the utmost importance.
Sorry, I'm going to cut you off. Like Iron Mountain is a, I don't know, $8 or $9 billion company, whatever it is, and the backbone of Iron Mountain is security. Obviously, originated in paper shredding. Like, we're built on security. If a drive goes missing, it's extremely damaging, obviously, to our ALM, asset lifecycle management business, but also our core business. And obviously, I'm biased to Iron Mountain. It's a strength. Like, we're big. It's important to us. There are people. I don't know if there are people here or not, but a data breach will put them out of business, and they might be back again under a different company name at the show next year. So just be smart about picking your providers and kind of be interested in what they have at stake as well and what's important to you.
That's a good point.
And look, I'm new to the industry, right? 2.5 years or so, and doing a lot of diligence on, and I think you still see it today in surveys that are out there now. What's the #1 criteria on why you choose an ITAD provider? It's data security. That's the top of the list all the time. I work with enough people and enough end users to know that I don't see that in action nearly as much as I would have thought, given it is the #1 answer. Again, sort of, the penny wise, pound foolish, right? Willing to save a few bucks to send something in a less secure fashion that puts data at risk. And so, I think the attention to detail on the data security, I'm in your boat, right? And maybe that's my upbringing competing with Iron Mountain in the paper side. Just why would you put it at risk if you don't have to?
Right. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, perfect example. All right, switching gears. The last presentation, as I understood, was focused on AI. So changing the gears to how AI is impacting data center decommissioning, right? We've seen the rise of AI in general, high-density GPUs, high-density GPU clusters. How has that changed the landscape as it pertains to traditional data center decommissioning? And then as a follow-up, or kind of a dovetail to that, how is that really changing the types of equipment and some of the risks associated with the equipment that you're taking out? So talk to me a little about where you see, not the next generation because it's already here, but how's that changed a bit of our activities?
Yeah, this is. I could talk about this for days if anybody wants to talk to me afterwards, being in hyperscale and the neocloud space. So our bigger clients are the ones you've all heard of in the cloud space and search and software, et cetera. And I would say all the companies that use data centers through the service offering versus the distinction of using data centers to complement a different core business is all of our hyperscalers. So all the customers you've heard of, and traditionally have had very, very mature supply chain, right? They've been around for a while. They've got it nailed down. They have very talented people doing it oftentimes with a set 3, 4, 5-year refresh cycle, which has been turned on its head by the growth of AI, which caused a massive memory shortage, as most of you know. Storage followed right behind it. They couldn't get their assets, and they started holding, right? So all of these big manufacturers started holding, which affected the downstream, which affected our support, our service, from revenue right down the line. So all of the AI stuff kind of turned that on its head at the major hyperscalers, which then trickled down to the rest. And the other side of that is the neoclouds, who have grown so fast basically with NVIDIA funding or without, right? They've grown so fast, they don't have a refresh cycle because they don't have reverse logistics because they haven't been around long enough. And almost all of their infrastructure is brand new AI with new memory. And they don't have the risks. They're still associated with the risks. They don't have the risks in reverse supply chain for ITAD because they haven't been around long enough. So they do have things that pop up, which is a great venture for Guardian. They have things like, they always have bare metal. They're always going to have stuff like that to get rid of for a recycling standpoint. They're not going to have components because they're all using it and growing lightning speed. But they will have interesting things that have come about recently, like glycol, like cooling fluid, like the things that come into play for newer AI customers that haven't been there in the past, which falls quite a bit under Guardian's wheelhouse.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's a completely different animal, right? The AI, high heat generating compute. What he's alluding to is that we have a new service called Shield that focuses on the liquid cooling, environment testing, sampling, expanding into commissioning. But it is just a completely different thing. We're seeing a massive amount of what I describe casually as like decommission to recommission, right? take out the non-AI compute to put in AI compute, but it's not like a one-for-one. It's completely different infrastructure that needs to go in for it to be properly liquid cooled, and liquid cooling at the chip and rack level is the biggest potentially change for PUE, power use effectiveness, in data centers that may be ever discovered, right? From 1.5 to 1 is absolutely massive. So it's a huge race to get this in, because everyone had high demand, which means they got to get stuff out. There are 4,000 or so data centers today in the US. There's 3,000 under construction. Those 3,000 that are under construction, they're going to have AI compute, right? The tonnage is completely different, right? I mean, these things weigh a lot more. They are a lot more valuable. We can, millions of dollars easily in a rack that weighs 3,000 plus 4,000 plus pounds. And so, the other thing I would say, and I've been saying this a lot, is it's a race for liquid cooling for the reasons I just mentioned. But I can guarantee you in 3 to 5 years, it's going to look very different than what it looks like right now. Because we are in a race pushing it out because it needs to get done, but it's still nascent, right? Liquid cooling has been around for a long time, but it's advancing so rapidly because it has to, because of the AI compute. And it's going to evolve and continue to evolve very, very rapidly.
Go one step deeper on behalf of both of you. How has that changed the skill sets that are required to decommission a data center from both an Iron Mountain and a Guardian perspective? How have the individuals who are actually doing the activities, do they have to have a differentiated set of skills in order to deliver against the demands of your customers?
It's a great question.
It's a curveball.
I'm just going to leave it out there as a good question. No, a lot of the largest companies we work with have the experts in-house and that mature supply chain and the experts doing that decommission themselves with their own people. A lot of the AI stuff we see is customer specific and proprietary and never sees the market. Sure. So they do a lot of that stuff. It never sees the street. They shred it. A lot of our customers think that what they're doing is proprietary and the best of the best, and we have the visibility to see that that's not the case for all of them, but they all think they're the best. And again, the neoclouds, almost all of them haven't been around long enough to have that decommissioning ask. It's very strange. Some go with the commodity piece. There's no special labor. There's no special sauce required to pull DIMMs and take them to market, as most of you know. So we haven't seen a whole lot of specialty. We haven't had a need to educate people or have more specialists come on board for specifics in kind of AI hyperscale specific, because our mature biggest customers are doing that themselves in-house. I'm not sure what it looks like on your side for.
Yeah, I mean, we're just now starting to see some of the first liquid cooling racks coming off lease to be decommissioned. I would say right now it's another layer of training, but it's not super technical, right? And it's actually something that owners and operators of data centers would prefer not to do. They want their folks to keep, compute running. They don't want to be doing the decommissioning. But it is a new thing, right? You have an error with liquid cooling, then all of a sudden you've got a remediation to deal with, and that's happening with regularity these days as it's still so new. And again, I think it's going to be very different in 3 to 5 years. So we haven't seen a ton of it. We're seeing it more the older styles coming out, like liquid cooled doors, right? But no one's taking out direct to chip cooling yet because it's just going in.
Sure.
Right.
If I could take that curveball in a different direction, though, as far as decommissioning, we haven't have specialized expertise, but Iron Mountain is also, besides perhaps the biggest asset lifecycle ITAD partner in the world, we also have a very robust data center co-location business, and we've had to hire people as far as bringing stuff online, that new technology. If we bring it in through ITAD and move it over to one of our data center customers, there's a lot of expertise we've had on board to bring things to market, whether it's in our own facilities, whether it's spare programs, remote locations. We've had to have a lot of expertise developed on the outbound side. So as far as data center decommissioning, I would say not as much, but the outbound side through our data center division, quite a bit.
Makes sense.
So the refurbished, the testing of GPUs, et cetera, DIM testing, et cetera, on the outbound.
Just as we take a pause, we're almost at a halfway point. Any questions from the audience? Any points you'd like that we touched on you'd like to go deeper on? Brooks?
Touched a little on this already. Hang on, you're getting a microphone.
You get a microphone coming your way.
You touched a little bit on this already, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on insourcing as a sort of a competitive threat to, ITADs and other firms that are doing data center decommissioning. Because you see these, I've seen articles coming out here and there about hyperscalers bringing certain functions in-house, and is that sort of a fad? Is it a long-term trend? What's your perspective on the competitive landscape?
Insourcing as far as what I call hyperscaler OEM doing a lot of that piece themselves in-house?
Correct.
It's a great question. And we see, and did you plant him, or is that that's a curveball from the audience? We see the whole spectrum across our customer space. There are some that are making a very large investment through circular centers or whatever they'd like to call them, about taking that in-house and doing that, which has really evolved how it looks like from the ITAD, from the service provider aspect of all the people here, because it creates a lower barrier of entry to get into those accounts. At the higher level, those customers that aren't doing a lot of that in-house need a global full service provider that can go in and do a lot of that work, whether it's decommissioning, taking those hard drives, having them shredded with a good partner, or internally wiping that, taking them to market. As a customer does that more themselves, all of a sudden they're doing the decommissioning, they're doing the drive shredding, they're doing the racing, they're going down to the market, and then they can take that stuff directly if they choose to. So a lot of customers that Iron Mountain would have access to with our breadth of services and our global footprint, all of a sudden other providers that are here, not that I'm saying go chase my customers and try to get into the lower level, that's not what I'm telling you. I'm just saying the more they do, the lower it creates the barrier of entry to get into those accounts. And there are others that either because they don't want, we talked about due diligence, whether they don't want that responsibility to do that in-house, they'd rather have a couple trusted providers do that for them. Those exist as well. They really run the gamut. So I would say time will tell. I'm interested to see if some of the customers that are making that investment to do that in-house find that, let's see, the juice is worth the squeeze, a stupid saying, but see if that money is well spent. Right, so time will tell. We see the gamut. We see people owning the whole thing. We see people still trusting advisors because that's not their core business and that's not what they want to do. So, wait and see. I'm skeptical if the large people making that investment can make it profitable. But that also comes to a whole ESG conversation that I'd love to have at some point too, because that market is shifting as well. I don't know.
Yep. Yeah, and I think, so look, AWS, right? They're the best at vertically integrating. They want to do as much as they can by themselves without anybody involved. They're excellent at this. They have their own ITAD division, their own reverse logistics. So I think scale really matters, right? So I think at scale, you have the economies of scale to do it yourself. And I think there's many layers to it. Look, like the colos don't really want to touch stuff, right? They're even afraid to recommend somebody to touch stuff. So I don't think in the colos you're going to see that happening. Neoclouds to me are evolving.
Yeah.
We'll see. But I also think it comes down to like, what's a good use of their time? And it's keeping compute running, not selling old equipment. And in all those instances, the data matters to them way more than the value of the assets going out. We've had huge data center jobs get delayed by months and months and months and months, and asset values going from many millions to less than $1 million, and they don't care. They just want to make sure that the project goes well, that things get migrated well, and the data is taken care of.
I think a lot of what you just said too, it really speaks to just the overall premise of ITAD, right? What we're here to do, everyone in this room, we're here to provide a service that traditionally is not a core competency for the end users who we're working with. On top of that, it's not technically, as Rob just alluded to, what they want their resources focused on. We can do it as an organization much more efficiently, much more cost effectively, remarket better, and provide data security. That is, I think, as an industry, the collective message that we all need to be carrying, right? Is that there is a differentiation point and that we are technically very much on the forefront, not only in the data center component, but across the entire IT landscape, right? Just to kind of hit that life cycle point home. Next question?
Yeah, sure. At the risk of giving you another curveball, zoom back a bit. As you kind of think through this, you know, the AI is growing rapidly, evolving rapidly, and as you think through the decommissioning, kind of the life cycle of those assets that are being decommissioned, what % would you think is being kind of refurbished to then be redeployed versus ultimately sent downstream for recycling and broken down? And part of the reason I'm asking that question is, you know, a lot of these AI data centers, they've been, you know, shortages of storage and different things, but that trickles back to critical materials, right? And so from a recycling standpoint, if there's going to be a deluge of this AI material, are the recycling firms prepared to recycle things like gallium and germanium and stuff that maybe is not the normal precious metal?
Let me just kick off the answer to that, because you almost asked our fourth question.
Yeah.
So
all right.
Appreciate the pre-read of the script. But I'll kind of kick it off and then I'll go around the horn here.
Yeah, please.
There's a lot of organizations here who have already presented on the topic of now installing pre-owned IT equipment back into the data center, right? So not only are they doing the decommissioning, they're doing the data wipe, the refurbishment, potentially upgrade of equipment, and then selling it back to the exact same end user. The future of circularity has to be in that mindset. Now, it's not for everyone, but we're seeing enough organizations in our space begin to take that posture, not only because it's smart, because you're making points across the entire life cycle of the asset, but then from an ESG perspective, you're reinstalling the exact same machine. It now just has different requirements. So you're able to sell at a higher reseller value, you're able to have an ESG message, and you're able to fulfill a demand where you're able to put lower cost technology to bear lower data loads and allow the spend to go against higher end compute. It's a logical move, and one that, in my opinion, most organizations should be migrating towards. Now, who gets there the fastest is, you know, a whole nother debate. Who does it best is another debate. But ultimately, I do believe that's where we're headed. I think you had a perspective on this one too, Greg, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of it comes down to it's commodity based, right? And I think we would have gotten there anyway, to your point. I think it's been rapidly escalated by the emergence of AI technology and GPUs and memory shortages and hard drive shortages and all the commodity shortages, which have forced people to look at that sooner and have their commodity components taken out, tested, and then we've done a great job of, with our locations, of, you know, creating that spares inventory, creating that at-site extra inventory to circle back in. I think they would have looked at it eventually, but that's just the need of not having what they need, I think has accelerated that quite a bit, and they're already on top of doing that. I think the new normal, honestly, I think it would have been quite some time, if not for those commodity shortages, till they got there. But they're there. Like anyone with any sort of sophistication or money to spend is doing it. If they could have gotten their Samsung and Hynix modules on schedule, I don't know how fast they would have looked at it, but for necessity. But as far as you know, bare metal and rare earth metal and the capacity of recyclers to be able to handle that gear, because when the technology shifts or when the product managers, product companies catch up, and again, this might be the new normal where they never catch up to the curve, there is going to be a massive amount of equipment that hits the street, whether it's bare metal or commodity-based memory, CPUs, GPUs, you know, data-bearing devices. And my terrible answer to your question is I don't know if the bare metal recyclers can absorb that product, because that is not in my purview. But we'll see, because that's going to come for sure.
Correct. I think, so the thing that I see, and I think we're seeing a lot more of, is protection of IP. People don't want their things getting out there. So there's a lot of people really protecting the things that they've developed, so that there's a lot that's not going to go out for remarketing, I think. And as this continues to accelerate, and like NVIDIA doesn't want anyone touching any of their equipment, right? I want it to all go back to them, or it gets destroyed. And so, like, not excellent from an ESG angle, right? But there's also limitations on a lot of this equipment, not including the NVIDIA stuff, just where you can sell it, right? Like, we have regulations about what needs to stay domestic, what can go international. So I think it's becoming more regulation driven, and IP protected, and a lot faster. And so I think the ITAD angle is becoming somewhat less valuable because of those elements, but it's still a massive amount of stuff coming out.
Yeah. It's mind-boggling. Yeah.
What's that?
It's mind-boggling.
Mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Correct.
The dollar value is crazy.
Let's slightly switch over to the ESG conversation.
Yeah.
Because we have roughly 10 minutes, right? But I want to add on to the question that was just asked. I was on a different panel yesterday, and we were talking about recycling, exactly that point. So today, and this is a conversation that was brought up, it wasn't my comment, so I can't take credit for it, but I believe, according to the individual I was speaking with, and he works with the US government, there was a conversation on Capitol Hill yesterday about the exact fact that we have an issue with rare earth, right? Rare minerals. We're digging a lot of holes. It's not good for the environment. Ultimately, there is so much value in the materials that are being taken out of our IT systems across the United States that now the government is starting to see that fact. If you're in a bit of a, let's call it, technology race against some of your adversaries, you want to obviously retain those minerals. The idea of the recycling industry coming full circle and being able to then repurpose those is on the forefront. If it's on the forefront of our senators and congressmen, we know that that will turn into legislation, which ultimately makes what we do, again, that much more critical. And that plays directly into the ESG card. So let's kind of go down that road for a second. How is it that Iron Mountain Guardian, as we act as an advisory service, as we are there to be a proponent of either reuse, repurposing, or recycling, and then along those same lines be an advocate for what those ESG potential is for the decommissioning of a data center, how are you conveying that message? How are you carrying that message forward? What is the stance of your organizations on the idea of environmental stewardship? How are you taking that forward? And on top of that, not just the environment piece, we talked a lot about data controls, knowing that's paramount around the governance component. But let's just hit that note one last time before we kind of bring into closing comments. That was more of a question, or more of a comment / dissertation.
There was a lot there.
Than a question.
A lot to unpack.
Well, keep you on your toes.
And I obviously I always look at everything through a sales lens as a salesman in sales. And I was having a conversation recently that 25 years ago it was always data security, right? Always IP protection, always information protection. And then it was, how much can you give me for my assets, right? That was the play. And then we kind of chuckled because those of right around, like the tree huggers, would then get in there and people would say, okay, great, I can get a lot of money. And yeah, green, also green, all that stuff, which has completely changed over 25 years. And data security is never going to be upset as the number one seed, if you will. It's always going to be data center. But now it's reuse versus recycle. It's ESG, and that's there. And it's not only because people don't want to look bad, it's because they need to look good. They need to look good with ESG. I read recently that Walmart has 120 employees in ESG compliance, which is crazy. Back in the day, it was 2. So so Iron Mountain looks at it the same way our enterprise, our customers look at it as, carbon neutral by 2030, carbon neutral by 2040. by 2050 if you're a logistics provider with a lot of airplanes, et cetera. So it's upset remarketing value in that term, and it's never going to go back. So that's how we kind of approach ESG. If you're trying to sell on remarketing value and price at a large enterprise, now again, not to tell my competitors how to take our business, like, good luck to you if you're focusing on remarketing versus ESG, because it's taken over and it's not going away. And it's what's most important to stock price. To your earlier point, a $1,000 gain over a hard drive that ends up in a landfill is going to cost you billions of dollars, and that's the way we approach it, and that's how we be good stewards, is, presenting opportunities and kind of counseling, coaching people on what should be important to them, not telling them why something they want isn't important, but presenting information around ESG. I don't know if that answered any or all of your question, but there was a lot there, so I'll go with that.
Yeah, that was excellent. So we're not an ITAD, right? We kind of do everything that an ITAD does, but we don't work with end users. We work with, the providers of ITAD services, and we, are an extension of your team on providing those services. And so we're not deep into providing the ESG reporting, but our partners would like us to participate in the ESG reporting that they're providing to their end users. And I find a massive amount of variety in it, right? If you are a publicly traded company or a company of scale, it's getting attention from an external force, right? The market. You could be a large private equity-backed company, and the private equity firm may have an ESG goal that they're trying to accomplish with all of their portfolio companies. So I think the external pressure matters a lot, and I have heard, partners say, we have end users who care more about our ESG reporting than our price. Right? I've heard it said. Whether I've seen it actually in action, I'm not sure yet, but it is table stakes for some. If you don't have it, you won't be able to do business with them. Whether it drives their decision-making process once you have the table stakes, I'm not sure. But I do agree with you that it's here to stay. And, I think there's an immense amount of value there, like as human beings. I think we need to take care of Mother Earth and do the right thing with the assets, and this extends beyond ITAD, right? Like, we should be doing things that are helpful for Mother Earth, not hurtful for Mother Earth. And so implore everybody in the room, do a good job here, because it matters. It may matter to the end user, it may matter to our partners. It matters, and you just, let's put a period after that.
And kind of back to your earlier point, gentleman who's erasing something in the front, Oren. I think going forward in a kind of a future of data center decommissioning, there's going to be more of a standardization of reporting around ESG, because right now I have one client off the top of my head doing LEED certification for the buildings, and they only want to know weight. Like, I don't care what I sent you, how much did it weigh for their ESG reporting? And we have others that want to know rare earth metals, how was it broken down by commodity, where'd you get it, what did it consist of, what was the value, what was the lack of value. I think there's going to be a consolidation of reporting around ESG and more standardization coming, because right now it's a bit all over the place.
Yeah, I think I used to say, like, everyone has their own ESG reporting, and it's a black box that nobody understands, and they all made their own. But I think there are better now, and I know one of my partners in the room, like research-based ESG reporting based on solid research at different institutions. That's what we should try to get to, right?
Yeah.
Real research-based ESG reporting based on, what we have not sent to the landfill, what we have actually reused instead of recycled. I mean, there's a lot of avenues there, but when it's no longer a black box, that's when it's really going to be impactful. Because people can say whatever they want right now, quite frankly, and it's a black box.
Yeah. As we come to a bit of our time, wanted to allow for both of our panelists to give a few final thoughts, and then kind of add on your take on this same conversation 3 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
Or just final thoughts.
Rob?
Oh, you want me to go first?
No, I'm happy either way.
I thought you said Rob, so I was like, oh, well, okay, calling on me now.
No, I did.
Oh, you did say
no,
Rob.
but I'm happy to go. It's interesting, and the not that exciting answer. I think in 3 years we'll be having similar conversations. I think, like I said, ESG is going to continue to drive the ship as it becomes more and more vital to shareholder performance. Honestly, for larger companies, it's going to be table stakes for smaller private companies that need to be good stewards of the environment. First and foremost, you hope that's the motivation, but more importantly, because it's going to be critical to success. So I would say in 3 years, I'm still going to be sitting here talking about ESG. If people keep saying AI is going to plateau, perhaps there's another technology that comes along, whatever that may be. There's always something else coming that's going to create a critical component shortage. So if you want me to put my prediction hat on, I think in 3 years we're going to be between this technology and that technology, perhaps more normalized component market, more normalized commodity markets, more predictable refresh rates, and we can all be fun with our forecastable business. I think we'll be between shortages. I think we'll be heavy ESG. And I think I'll probably be here, but I'm guessing a lot of you will as well. What do you think?
So obsolescence will never be obsolete, right? It's something I say a lot around Guardian. There's always going to be new technologies coming out. They're going to come out quicker, faster, and the stuff that I think is going to come out is going to be more valuable over time, because I think it's going to happen faster and faster and faster. And, you know, this is an industry that I think is going to be, and I think of ITAD, but also data center, growing for a very, very long time. There's going to be a lot of consolidation in the industry, data center, ITAD, but there'll be new market entrants every week to do some of the services around, you know, end of life IT asset management. And that's an excellent thing, right? This business, there's so much opportunity here. I actually said this 2 years ago. There's so much opportunity here. I think we can work together and we can all set our sails right and all do very well. We do not need to beat each other up. We can work together. And look, I think as an industry, transparency is going to become a major transformation. There's a lot of opacity. There's a lot of stuff that we're not sharing, it's not being shared as clearly, I believe, as it should be, and how things are handled, how things are reused / resold, and I'm excited for that, right? Like, I'm a very transparent person, and I believe that transparency and better partnerships in this industry are going to be the way of the future. And as I said, 4,000 data centers today, 3,000 in development. Data centers have lost the public relations war, but they've lost it on social media where people are using their phones to compete against it because of a data center, right? So it's a necessary evil. It's a whole NIMBY thing, right? Not in my backyard. But look, most data centers and the ones that are being built now are actually pretty good neighbors. Like, not a lot of traffic. They provide good jobs. They can support an entire town. And so I think, yeah, there's a massive change coming, obviously. And I think data centers are here to stay, and they need to become more transparent, to follow the transparency theme on what are they going to do for the communities that they operate in.
Yeah, if I can actually touch back on your question, Brooks, I think, and again, it's kind of a wait and see, I think the ability of large enterprise, huge enterprise, time is up. When they do that insourcing, Iron Mountain's in a great position where, again, we're I don't know, perhaps the largest in the industry. It's a great position to be in, but we're going to have to evolve, and so is everyone else, if those companies are successful bringing that in-house. That in 3 years from now, I'll be talking about whether that made sense for them to do that or not, and how we evolved. There's always going to be opportunity. There's always going to be growth. There's always going to be small players having success in niche markets.
Couldn't agree with both.
We
of
went
your
too long
guys'
on that
points.
answer. I'm sorry.
No, it's perfect. We're about 5 minutes over time. So what I wanted to say is thank you to everyone. I think you can all see that this is a passionate topic for us. We could be up here for another 3 hours if you let us. But thank you for joining us for 50 some odd minutes. And if you have any questions, we're still going to be here for a few to take them. So thanks again. And I hope you all have the rest of a good ITAD Summit 2026.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, thanks for coming. We're at the last show of the ITAD Summit here. Today we're going to talk beyond the factory reset, solving the network equipment challenge in global ITAD. Networking equipment remains one of the more difficult assets for ITAD providers to process securely, consistently, and at scale. Switches, router, firewalls, they all vary significantly by manufacturer, model, firmware. Those differences mean that factory reset isn't always, and manual deletion methods aren't always providing the assurance and repeatability or evidence that customers demand. So today we're going to explore what effective and verifiable processing should look like, where the challenges remain, and how automation is changing the way networking equipment is processed for secure use. So we got a pretty talented panel here, a lot of expertise. If Adam, you want to kind of do an intro for yourself?
Yeah, so hi, my name's Adam Barrett. I'm the CEO and founder of NovaFox. I've been in ITAD for a very long time now. And we have a product that basically will automate the erasure of networking devices, history and networking generally. So that's led on to what we're doing as a business.
Roger?
My name's Roger. My name's Roger Gagnon. I'm president and CEO of Extreme Protocol Solutions. We've been in the ITAD space for better part of a couple decades now. And our solutions for switch sanitization, which is what we're talking about now, automate the process from a power perspective as well as from the commands perspective. So definitely looking forward to speaking with everybody on the panel about it.
Yeah. All right.
You have to flip it on.
That should be me now, yeah. Giles Ward, I'm the CEO at Vita. We're a European ITAD. We operate in 4 sites in Europe, 2 in Ireland, 1 in the UK, and 1 in Germany. And I guess I'm here to give the ITAD perspective on it from the operators actually having to work in the networking equipment.
Thank you, guys. I'm Casey Dingfelder, EVP of ITAD for Dynamic Lifecycle Innovations. We have 3 locations right now, about to be 4th here in the United States. We're full ITAD and electronics recycler. So the first question here, what makes a switch, router, or firewall different from a laptop or server from a sanitization perspective?
So I'll start with this one. I think that the first thing that makes networking equipment so different from your laptops and your hard drives and your desktops and your servers is standardization. A laptop works in the same way to nearly every other laptop. They've all got a hard drive in them, they've all got an SSD in them, and erasing that is pretty much the same. Once you get into the networking world, there's no standardization. So if you look at a Cisco router, that is going to be completely different to a Cisco switch, and even more different to a Juniper switch. And then add firmware complications, where you get a different firmware revision and the entire thing changes again. For your teams doing the erasure, getting it right is very complicated and very difficult.
Yeah, and to Adam's point, even within the same family of switch, we'll take Cisco as an example, different models, different firmware, different operating system levels can create different command sets that you need to use and understand which ones you need to use in order to erase that specific device. So standardization is a nightmare in the switch world, which is why getting something that can actually fully automate it, the process, document it, and provide a certificate of erasure, huge, huge win for the ITAD industry, because trying to do this all manually is really, really complicated.
Yeah, and adding in when you get to the point of you've done the erasure, if you make 1 mistake, 2 mistakes, you could lose the license key, you could lose the operating system, and then you've got a really nice heavy brick. Unless you guys have the access to the license keys, which you won't, and access to the operating systems, which you probably won't, you could end up processing a device and devaluing it by 80% just by processing it wrong. So having the automation, having the expertise of the companies like ours that build the automation process for you, you remove that risk.
So once you develop a process that's compatible with a specific model, can you guys explain the technical side of a firmware update? Like, how does that affect the previously reliable procedure? What are the challenges of maintaining those procedures as the devices and firmwares change?
Okay, so let's look at Juniper. Juniper's a really nice example of this. So Juniper have been going through a lot of changes. So you've got some of the older kit you're going to see is going to be version 13, version 14, version 15 of the Juno OS. Past version 15 or version 16, the commands that used to do a sanitization no longer work. They say they work, they say they've completed, but we've recovered data from Juniper switches where you've run the correct command, because most of them have it, but it leaves log files, it leaves configuration backups, it leaves metadata that having that within the device is enough for someone to be able to compromise the original customer's network. And then you get into some of the bigger stuff. The QFX switches, Juniper allow you to run the command says it's completed, but even within the documentation, they tell you it doesn't work. So you can't trust the commands from the firmware, and the firmware will change, and there'll be no warning in the documentation that says, after this version, this command no longer works. It just does it hidden in the background. So we have to verify within our own business. You have to make sure that a new version still works with the process that we've developed.
Yeah, and the real nightmare is the compatibility. When you switch operating systems, like what we're talking about now, you end up in a situation where everything's unknown because it worked perfectly fine. Rev 15, Rev 16, it broke. What do we do? When you're dealing with Cisco's, you've got acquisitions that change everything. Cisco bought so many different companies, just like EMC bought a bunch of different companies. Nothing is the same. So the process that you use on switch X, Y, and Z doesn't work at all on A, B, and C. Completely different. And then you bump an operating system level up or down, and those commands are different. The standardization problem is definitely what makes this so complicated. And being able to understand which Reva firmware does what, or just have a process that actually does the same thing no matter what and doesn't rely on commands that could break, is really where you're going to find the most stability in your erasure process.
Okay, good. How much confidence should an ITAD provider place in a standard factory reset? What are some of the common misconceptions? Where does that fall short? Roger, if you want to go first on this one.
Yeah, so factory reset is a great word that is applied so differently on different devices. Sometimes it's, really all it does is it gets rid of a profile, right? So, and sometimes you might have a device that actually does a real erasure. You can never count on it. So trying to implement something that seems like it should just work because the manufacturer calls it a factory reset, that ends up creating a situation where you don't have a repeatable process. Because, again, just like we just talked about, OS 10, OS 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, depending on which manufacturer, which model, factory reset behavior can change. So depending on that versus a repeatable process that does the same thing over and over again on any switch that it touches is definitely not advisable.
Yes, to go back to the question, yeah, you can't. Yeah. You can't rely on a factory reset because, like Roger said, there is no standardization, and a factory reset will literally delete some files, is pretty much what we're saying. Let's look at Cisco. Cisco have a factory reset command on some of their more modern switches. If you've got any slack space within that flash, even though it says factory reset secure 3-pass, you think, brilliant, we're doing a 3-pass wipe, but only on the files that still exist on that switch. So if someone's created files and deleted those files, it doesn't touch those files. They're just completely left alone. It's basically it's the equivalent of running the shred command on a Windows PC or Linux PC. You're just destroying the file in situ, not everything that's happened before. So yeah, you cannot trust a factory reset.
So why is this data so important? Like, what type of data is still going to remain on there? Where is it going to be retained?
So I think from the stuff that's on there, if you look at it like a pyramid, so at the bottom of the pyramid, you've got your switches. There's lots and lots of switches in the industry, and you're looking for things like VLANs, IP addresses, usernames, passwords. Some of the more advanced will also have, layer 3 things where it will advise like routing and basically a map of your network from the inside. To compromise that, really, you need physical access inside the network because it's a switch. It's not internet facing. Once you get to the next layer up, and we're talking about your routers and your firewalls, These things, there's not as many on the market. They're normally harder to work on than switches. And if you get those compromised, you've got usernames, passwords, radius credentials, which then link into your Active Directory. So that's a whole nother layer of problems. You've got the external IP addressing, so where it's connected to the internet. And then you've got things like port forwarding. So a port on the outside, where does that go to inside your network? You've got pretty much everything a hacker will need to be able to compromise the network. And the worst thing is, I'm an old network engineer, I can say this, network engineers are relatively lazy. The new router that they've just put in will have the same config or very similar config, potentially the same passwords. You're leaving the door open without realizing it.
As an ITAD, that's pretty scary.
Yeah.
And you guys talk about standardization. For me, I want to have standard processes, but when everything's different, then what do you do? How do you verify that you've done it? And this is sort of where we need to be going more down the technology line, rather than just people investigating and trying to trust them that they've managed to understand where the data is, and that they've managed to get rid of it. Because when we're talking about revisions and firmware updates, completely changing things, it's everybody has to be an expert.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big reason why you want something that standardizes a process, and essentially mitigates the risk, because by doing the same process over and over again, regardless of what it's up against, you get the same results. So repeatable process, repeatable results. And if you don't have that, and that requires a lot of time, effort, and energy to develop. It's not just someone typing at a keyboard, throwing a few commands out and hoping everything is good enough. Like Adam was saying, with routers, access points, anything that can be reconnected in any way, especially wirelessly, gives somebody access to your network. And the last thing you want to do is provide that access. So, forensic-based destruction of data is really important on these things, because even though it seems like there shouldn't be all that much to it as far as what the device contains, it's literally a key to your door. So no one has to break in. They just turn it, walk right through.
So yeah, Giles, kind of a good segue there. So speaking with you having multiple sites across multiple countries, how do you kind of create some of that consistency, that standard? I mean, these are very challenging devices. A lot of times ITAD providers maybe only have one or two capable technicians that even understand this type of equipment. So can you just talk to some of the things that you've done to...
Yeah, as I said, we're across 4 sites, and one of the things that we try to do as a business is, have exactly the same processes followed at each of our locations. We move staff between the locations to deal with fluctuations in workload and things like that, so we can't have any variation. But this is where we then have to go back to having a solution that's based on technology rather than completely a manual process. We have technicians who work on all of our network equipment, but you give the same piece of equipment to 3 guys and they would probably follow a slightly different process each time. Who's right and who's wrong? And this is where we're now, thankfully, there's the systems now that you can buy and you can use that are more familiar with us when we think about the solutions for laptops and desktops. That we've got solutions now that we can use that have a verified outcome, that have been independently tested to work, and and that starts to then give us the confidence that we can go to our customers and tell them that that we can give them verification that we've got rid of the data, because that ultimately that's the most important bit, is that our customers can trust us.
What is some of that evidence that your customers are requesting? Like, what are they asking for? Anything special for the verification?
Well, we're quite standards driven as a business, so we rely on R2, probably ADISA, which is a UK standard, but it's a lot more focused on data security. And so we sort of refer to them a little bit. So whenever we're looking at the software, the hardware solutions, we get them to independently test it and make sure that it works. I'm sorry, I can't remember the other bit of the question.
Just what are you hearing from customers? Because as this
I think as Adam was saying, the risks are so high now with network equipment. I would say that our customers I've been in ITAD for 12 years, and 8 years ago, customers didn't really consider so much the data security on their networking equipment. And now they're so much more risk averse that the challenge is trying to get people not just to ask you to destroy the equipment. Where we're trying to push them to reuse it. There's massive value in this equipment. In the days of sustainability, it's just wrong just to destroy something when it still works. So having that, as I said earlier, customers need to trust us, but we need to go to them and show them, right, well, what have we got? We've got a robust solution here. Somebody else has looked at our process and they've verified that our process works. Somebody else has looked at the software and the hardware and they've independently said that works. And we have auditors who come and they go to all of our sites and they say, yes, we can see that the process is being followed the same way across all of your sites. And that starts to build the layers of trust with our customers, that they can be confident that we're doing what we say we're going to do.
Yeah, and I think just being honest, from Dynamic, I've been there for 15 years. I would say probably 10 years ago, we probably ended up destroying, recycling quite a few networking switches that had value, but we just didn't have the technical expertise that allowed us to confidently wipe it, sanitize them. So I think as it's evolved and we become, we've partnered with experts that know what they're doing, we've been able to recover more value for our customers, and then also from a sustainability purpose as well. So from a technical perspective, what should verification and evidence look like from a successful sanitization? It's one thing to initiate the sanitization, but how do you really verify the result? What needs to happen?
So I think from a verification point of view, with networking equipment, independent verification on the live device is actually quite tricky. Being able to, from an end user's point of view, you probably look at it and you'll open it up and you'll do a dir and you'll see the files aren't there and you're happy and you're great and you move on. But that doesn't really mean a lot. You can do that on a hard drive and that's just been formatted. There's still data there. So the technology partners like us, like Roger, we will verify in the lab. So we will run our process, we will test our process and verify that that's been erased. We will specifically configure a device in a way to make sure that we can find data on that everywhere. Then we'll run our process and we'll verify it's correct. And then we'll repeat it, and then we'll repeat it. From a customer point of view, we have, certain customers have taken equipment after it's been sanitized and send it off for forensic examination to make sure they're happy with it. But also, it should be across everything. You should verify yourselves a percentage of devices that are processed, whether it's by hand, whether it's by a company as well, and come up with a process for doing that internally. You shouldn't trust. Yes, you should trust the technology, but you should also verify the technology.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like he was saying, it's really important to make sure that you do get third-party eyes on it. So having someone like ADISA or any other entity that's capable of doing that kind of forensic level analysis, looking at the media, whether it's laptops, desktops, servers, network switches, routers, access points, all of it can be looked at. All of it can be examined at the forensic level. And being able to do that, even if it's just a small sample size, just to know that you've got peace of mind that the process is working the way it is important. Like Adam was saying, validation happens, we do it as the process is executed, but there's only so much you can do. It's not a storage device in a traditional sense where you've got total control over the SCSI protocol layer or the ATA protocol layer or NVMe protocol layer, and you can do anything you want to the device. These are more locked down operating systems that provide you with a set of commands that you can use to do what you want. And if you use them, intelligently, you can achieve the end result that you're looking for. But doing the validation ahead of time is important, and then also doing it on different revs of OS, on different models, and making sure that the compatibility and repeatability of what we're doing is there. That's really one of the keys.
Yep.
And to ask you guys then, so that means then that even when they're using systems like we can purchase off either of you, then you're still having to have a technician operate it because they need to have that knowledge to be able to go and do the verification.
No, the nice thing is, I'll speak on my side, but the great thing with the kinds of solutions that are provided nowadays for every different type of asset is it's boiled down to a point where you hit a play button. You just hit start. Once you've hit start, the software and the expertise behind the software takes over. And the end technician then gets a certificate of destruction that explains what happened, what the steps were, and what the end result is, and what to expect. And so all the surprises are kind of taken out of it. The knowledge base is taken out of it, and it's really more about executing the same task over and over again.
Which is exactly what ITAD needs.
Yeah.
But then how do we get past the point where you've got revisions in firmware? Does that mean that the technician who's carrying out the process needs to be picking up on that, or do your machines pick up on that?
The machine should pick up. So basically, what should happen is, and what does happen on the systems that we're familiar with, we do the erasure. And there is, as Roger said, there is a layer of verification. So we can check certain things. We can't go down and look at individual blocks within the drive easily. Sometimes we can, most of the time we can't. Right. But we're doing the overwrite, and then because we have to put the OS back on anyway, we're doing an overwrite, then a random overwrite, because the OS is basically a random overwrite. So we're doing more than just one pass of erasure. And as long as when we're doing the erasure, we can see that it has passed correctly, because because we're not relying on factory reset, and I think this is the important bit, we're not relying on factory reset. We are in control of the commands that are being sent. We're not sending one command and hoping that it worked. This is a whole nother level above that. We're sending multiple commands to do what we need to do. We're doing what the factory reset command should do, but doesn't. So we're not relying on a single command. So the verification part is, as I say, part of what we're doing. And then if for any reason those commands don't work, the device will fail. And you'll just get a red light and said not erased.
Now keep in mind too, one of the biggest challenges from where we sit and where you sit is that we're talking about hundreds of thousands of variations of manufacturer, model, firmware, OS version. There's so many different possibilities that no solution ever in our lifetime will be able to do everything. Nope. It's just not going to happen. There's just too many, and they're so non-standard. And so making sure you understand whether or not the solution that you're looking at actually takes care of the majority of your targets. So let's say 90% of the switches that you process, the other 5 to 10% can be worked on, right? Because they may be things that we've never seen. Yep. And, because they're an odd, very specific, maybe even military grade, or something that's, self-grown, so used internally at a corporation that makes switches. I mean, but not released to the general public because advanced technology, keep it in-house, release it later. There's a lot of really interesting scenarios that you can run into, but no one's ever going to cover everything. So you have to go in with that expectation, get something that can do as much as you possibly can, and then add on from there.
Yeah, one bit of advice I would give to other ITADs is figure out what you're good at and partner with people at what they're good at, right? So we don't have that technical expertise, software writing capabilities in-house, so we find good partners to work with, but then they're doing their verification, making sure that their processes are bulletproof. Anytime we've switched softwares that involves data sanitization, we send out devices for forensic testing on our own. We use a company called CPR Tools. I think they're based out of Florida. So we'll send the devices after we run it through the different systems. It comes back clean. We have that for audit. We have that for compliance records. And I think it's just a best practice where you're kind of proving that it is working like they said it is. And then we don't have to do that on every device, right? But I think it's a good practice to kind of implement to make sure it's working as expected. So obviously the industry's really evolved in the last 5-10 years on networking devices. Can you guys kind of speak to that? And also, what do you see next with like automation and maybe even AI? Like, where do you see the evolution continuing?
AI is a funny one. You can't trust AI with networking equipment. And if you're using AI for your research to know how to run the commands, I guarantee 50% of the time it's wrong. And I can say that from experience. So you put in a prompt to AI and say, how do we wipe this switch? And it will give you a list of commands, and you go, brilliant, and you go and run them. And then it doesn't quite work, or one of the commands doesn't work, or it's got a slightly different angle on it. So you go back to your AI and go, that didn't work. You go, you're absolutely right, I gave you the wrong document. And then you go back and you burn through your tokens. And it's very, very rarely right. When you're wiping switches, this is the other challenge. The commands aren't documented. They're not common commands. They're not things that are available within the documentation. So yeah, you build up AI. AI is a massive challenge because you can't trust it. But I think there are some challenges for our industry. You know, Meraki is a challenge. I think that's going to be probably one of the next big things that we need as an industry to get over, and we need Cisco to help on that, unfortunately. So we'll see how long that takes. But when a Meraki device is claimed and it's in someone's network, you can send it to your, the ITAD, you pick up the Meraki, you can erase the Meraki, great. The customer gets it, they plug it in, the config gets downloaded again because the original end user didn't remove it properly. You can't sell it if it's still in there. And the only way to actually verify it is to claim it yourself and then release it again. But that doesn't mean that the original customer can put it back in their network once you've removed it out of your claim. It's the whole Intune thing, but on steroids, right? So we're all familiar with laptops and Intune, and you get the laptop and the customer's got it in Intune, you've tested it, it's been removed from Intune, and then one of their techs uploaded a whole spreadsheet of stuff and it's all gone back into Intune, and then you sell it, and it pops up with the customer's brand on the screen. That's just a brand on the screen. That's not a config, it's just a brand. With a Meraki device, it's everything. So that's our next big challenge. We need to get Cisco to enable ITADs or automated systems to remove that completely. But that's where I think we'll get to in the next 5 years, being able to do that.
And then from an automation perspective, which I think was part of your question, believe it or not, automating power is one of the best things you can do because with a lot of these switches, it's unplug, plug, unplug, plug. So if you don't have to unplug, plug, and everything can be completely automated because you're controlling the power source, then the software can be analyzing, watching, looking at the prompts come by, get you into the proper recovery mode without any technician interaction, no physical touching of the device after they've initially plugged in power and hit the start button. Right, and so being able to automate power is definitely kind of the key to being able to do this in a large scale and do it quickly.
Yeah. Without the power, you can't do it. You just can't. It's impossible.
So is this going to make it easier for ITADs?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, it's back to the standardization, nice, clear, standard processes, repeatable, as you say, Roger. And then that helps with the verification, doesn't it? And the reports that we're giving our customers. Yeah. Because that's what we need.
It is, and you want it to be quick. Without the power switch that Roger's talking about, you'll end up with you'll plug a device in, it'll get so far, and then it'll stop. And if your engineer hasn't spotted that, it's going to be sat there for a while until they unplug the power and then plug the power back in and walk away, and then it'll stop. And then you have to unplug the power and plug the power back. You need the power automation. So without the power automation, the speed is drastic. It's just compromised. You just can't do it really.
Yeah, and quite honestly, it's really the key to automating any of the network switch erasure process because, like we're talking about, the last thing you want to do is turn something on and have it go all the way to the point where it's getting ready for you to log into the operating system, which took 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and now you have to shut it all off. You have to go through a bunch of prompts, answer things, okay, it's this type of device, great, reboot. Yeah. It's just such a waste of time. And that could sit there, instead of having something so automated that the technician hits the start button and then goes to lunch, they come back from lunch and they're no further along than they were when they started. So that's definitely a key to look for when you're looking at solutions is make sure that you've got power automation.
So Giles, question for you. Roger mentioned earlier that there's not going to be one system that's going to cover every model out there. So can you talk about some of the systems you've put in place across the multiple sites on how the technicians identify if that's a compatible model, or can you speak to that?
Yeah, that's the holy grail, I think, from an ITAD's point of view, and probably from the these guys' point of view too is that that means that you're having to have the expert operators or the technicians, so people of a higher technical ability who really understand it. I find it difficult because I don't understand it, so it's even more of a challenge for me, and from that point of view. So you have to put a lot of trust in your technicians. I make sure that they're really risk averse, so when some of the other parts of the business where you're sort of pushing more in productivity, you can get laptops through, desktops through nice and quickly. When we're talking about networking equipment, there's absolutely no expectation on that at all. It is a risk averse environment. Then we've got the technicians here assessing the equipment, and yes, if it's fairly straightforward equipment that can go through using a technology solution, then that's great. Then we don't need to have the skilled operators doing it. If we do get something weird and wonderful in, and that's not that rare an occurrence, then they can spend a lot of time looking at it, trying to assess it. And my question to these guys is, are we ever going to get, from what Roger said earlier, I don't think we'll ever get to the point where we can get completely away from that. So you're always going to have to rely on those experts. And we recently opened up a facility in Frankfurt, and we didn't do it from buying another business. We just started completely on our own, and the staff that we brought in had never done ITAD before. So I've got a team of 5 guys now. A year ago, none of them really knew what ITAD was. So trying to get to the point there where we have that technical capability. So we fly some of our technicians out whenever we get network equipment in, and we have sessions with them to try to train them up. We've got the machines now as well for some of the more straightforward equipment, but it's back to the risk averse environment that you just sort of have to step away from it a little bit, and just make sure that you're absolutely happy that these guys have got it covered, that they've understood it. And and even when I hear these guys here talking, it puts questions in your head, and it does. It gives you a healthy fear, I think. You don't want to get complacent at all.
Yeah, I would agree. I think for us, very similar. Not all of our team members are qualified to work on this type of equipment, so we kind of have we call them senior hardware technicians, and they're the ones that are qualified. They've went through the training. Like, we know that they know what they're doing. So I think, to your point, Giles, you just have to create an environment where everyone understands the risk, and only certain people can actually process it. So I think what we're talking about today, the most important is the data security and just the brand protection, right? But I think there's something that's kind of missing, or people don't think of, is doing this properly should actually increase the value and increase the desirability, I guess, or confidence when people are buying it. So can you guys speak? You kind of touched on it earlier, Adam, with you lost 80% of the value if you do it incorrectly. So yeah, can you just add how we can add value with this?
Yeah. So with all of this equipment, it comes with the OS. And the OS, you need to make sure that you can keep the OS from the device before you do the erasure. And it varies device to device. Juniper, you don't need to take the OS off to be able to keep it. There's methods around it. Cisco, you need to lift an OS off the device. And this is, when we're talking about people looking at solutions and evaluating solutions, if you're not connecting to the Ethernet as well as the serial, it's not erasing it properly, because you need to lift the OS off in order to do the erasure, and then you have to put the OS back on. Keeping the OS is critical. Without the OS, it's a lot harder to sell, and you're removing 80% of the value. And then the other one is the license file, or the license key. So if there's a license file on the device, not a subscription, but just a pure license file, you want to keep that license. It's really important. And sometimes it's a file, sometimes it's a key, sometimes it's where you think it's going to be, sometimes it's in a random file somewhere buried deep within the device, but you do need to keep it. If we look at Dell OS 10, Dell OS 10 comes with a license file. It's sold with a license file. So you can back the license file up and put it back on. If you don't, and you lose the license file, that switch will kill itself in 120 days. So suddenly the switch is worthless, and then the customer, the person you've sold it to, has to go to Dell and ask them for a license and then pay for it. So they're paying for the switch again, because the license is worth nearly as much as the switch.
Yeah, and similarly, on the same exact switch for OS 10, if you don't have OS 10 backed up,
yep,
then once you've actually executed the erasure, you've got nothing. Like, you don't have a switch, you have a server that you could use for something else, but it's no longer a switch until you get OS 10 back on there. So kind of critical to make sure you've got both of those backed up.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Okay, one final question. If someone still is doing factory reset, what is your one recommendation for next step to start kind of exploring what this automation, what steps should they
Stop.
Just stop.
So
Yeah.
after
Don't
stop,
do it.
after stop, what should be the next step someone would take to explore?
I think the first thing you need to do is speak to there's a couple of companies, 3 or 4 companies out there doing things similar to this. Speak to one of those companies. Well, to be honest, you should speak to all of them and evaluate all of them. You need to put in a system to make sure you're doing it properly. The world is changing. 5 years ago, we weren't talking about networking equipment and what could happen. But with the speed that the internet is going, the speed that AI compromises are coming in, we've got Black Hat running down the road. There's a whole building of hackers less than 2 miles away from where we are. Okay. And they are the types of people who will come in and buy the stuff off of eBay. So you need to stop with the factory resets, and you need to start doing it properly.
Okay.
Just one thing we haven't really talked about the value of this equipment.
Yeah.
The values are just going through the roof of the equipment.
Yep.
So, for us, over the years, it's always been quite upsetting, even when you get equipment in and you can't clear the data off it, so you're having to destroy it. Are you still finding equipment that you can't verify, that you can't provide a solution for?
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be some combination of manufacturer, model, firmware, OS that we've never seen. So if you've never seen it, you can't handle it unless it's strikingly similar or almost exactly like something else you've already worked on. Yeah. So it really...
But in time you would find a solution for that?
In time you'd find a solution for it, but that's always going to come up.
Yeah.
It's never going to stop because the number of manufacturers of switches, the number of versions, the number of times that one company bought another company, and now you've got 6 different product lines designed by all different people sitting in the same company. None of them look at all like the other. It just happens, and I mean, and I go back to the mainframe storage side, when Dell did that and started acquiring, or EMC did that and started acquiring all these other companies, they didn't know how to erase their own product, because it wasn't theirs. And so, a solution like ours on that side is what they needed. Something that doesn't care, something that doesn't need to understand the operating system or this or that. Now, switch erasure is different beast. You do need to understand the operating system. You need to understand what you're up against. It's not a consistent storage protocol. So yeah, there's always going to be something no one's seen or no one's touched, or because that person has 3 of them.
Yeah.
But is there much stuff that you've seen that you still can't?
Yes.
Yeah,
and
sure.
And to be honest, and I think this is really important for anyone in our game.
Compatibility list.
Yeah. So we have the compatibility list for a reason, and I think as software manufacturers and hardware manufacturers, we have to actually, if we come across a device, there's a couple of some of the newer Cisco 1300 switches. Your option is factory reset or nothing. There is no erasure. It is impossible to erase that device, and we have to be open enough to go to our customers and say, yeah, you know what, that's never going to be supported. We're really sorry, because we could quite comfortably say, oh yeah, no, that's been erased, it's fine. But we know deep down it's not, so you can't do that. And there has to be trust between the ITADs and the vendors. So, I mean, we will always say there's certain devices that no, we won't do that. Meraki being one, some of these switches being another. But if there is no erasure command, there will be devices that will say, no, that cannot be done.
Yeah, and that would be kind of one of the first questions you want to ask too when you're starting to vet somebody. Can you send me your compatibility list?
Yeah.
And if they don't have one, that's kind of a red flag, because they should have devices they've tested, devices they've verified. I mean, it should have the date it was done. You should know exactly what you're up against, and you can match it up against what comes into your ITAD and say, okay, yeah, this covers 80%, 90%, and the other stuff is lower value, or the other stuff is highly specialized. We don't get it in a lot, or you'll have to make business calls just like you do with everything else. And you have to do them in the right vein, like Adam's talking about. We can't ethically say we do something if we don't believe we do it. And so we're going to put that on the list. It's like this one's, omitted. It's not there for a reason. Or, asterisk, haven't actually tried this. We can't guarantee it works. It's in the same family. It's really close, but unless we've actually tried it, we won't put it on there. And that's when customers come in, right? So we can remote in, try it, see if it works, make modifications, look at the logs, understand what's different between this switch and the last switch that's really close, make those changes, test it, validate it, make sure it works. Now it's on the list.
Yeah, it has to be customer driven, because otherwise we'll be going down we could add 1,000 switches that no one ever processes, because we could get access to them. It has to be customer driven. We have to be driven by you to say, we need these done, and then we'll work on with you to get it added to the supported list.
All right, any final thoughts, recommendations for anyone?
Don't you factory reset anymore.
Don't do factory reset.
Yeah,
yeah, and like with anything else, get as informed as you can, because an informed decision is the best decision you can make. So, vet, question, make sure that you understand everything that you need to know to make the right choice. And once you've done that, you can feel confident is really what you're looking for, right? Is peace of mind. You want to understand something is doing what it says it's doing, and that you can sell that.
Yeah, for me, I would say just easy thing to do is just educate your team, make sure everyone understands the security risk with these devices, so that everyone has eyes wide open. I think it's like I said, an easy first step is just make sure everyone on your team knows this does have data. It's not a hard drive, but there's still important data there. So, all right, with that, we'll open it up for any questions from the audience.
Lady in the front.
Hi, guys. So you talked about, obviously you guys have a lot of experience in this area. So I'm going to ask more of a selfish personal question. Okay. For somebody who's newer to ITAD, who is getting very involved in the data center space, who does not have the background that you guys do or the time in the industry, do you have recommendations on how we can get up to speed faster? Obviously that knowledge transfer of what you guys are sharing today.
Yeah, I mean, our company was founded on data center. So the intro I should have given was I was a data storage engineer at EMC, designing Symmetrics.
So I have to be an engineer. I just
change
my career path.
And then I worked at Digital, designing what became HP Storage Works. So knowing the right people to talk to, having the right relationships with the right companies will get you the information that you need. It's a kind of a fast track, especially with data centers. Going with companies that deal with, so our company is also an on-site service provider, right? So we'll go destroy data everywhere in the world. And so having that expertise, even if we're not going to do it for you, we can teach you how to do it. We can explain to you how it works. We can, so it's important to just find, whether it's us or it doesn't really matter. What matters is that, again, just like we talked about earlier, you vet, you ask questions, you are constantly trying to better yourself, your solution, your services that you want to provide by finding the right people, having the right conversations, and growing your wealth of knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, coming to events like this, going to the talks, listening to your peers, learning from your peers. If you're new to the industry, there's nowhere better than learning from the people that have been in the industry for a really long time, because they will know the answers to the questions you've got, or at least they'll be able to point you in the direction where to get the answers.
Thank you.
So I've got a question, I guess probably more for the ITAD guys. So, we're talking about obviously something that's very sophisticated, lack of standardization from the technical perspective, but within ITAD, obviously you're working to various standards, be it R2 in the US, be it maybe a DISA in Europe. Do you feel that there's a void or a gap between those standards and the requirements of what the standards need you to be compliant versus the ability and the technical capabilities from the products and solutions that are out there?
I sort of feel that a lot of the standards don't fully understand what we're trying to do with network equipment. I don't think they see where the risks are.
Well, certainly, you know, R2 wouldn't be as focused on that, I would say. It's more from the environmental perspective. As I said earlier, ADISA is, and they really dig into it, and they encourage you to be better and to understand it. But, you know, the standards are there to help you demonstrate to your customers what you're doing. You've got to understand it yourself, first of all. So, you know, you can't take your leads from the standards. You've got to come up with these solutions yourself, and this is where you need to trust the experts, be it your technicians on the shop floor, the solutions that you're putting in place with hardware and software, where, you know, you truly are putting your you know, bringing the experts in and letting them come up with the solutions and the verification for it.
Yeah, I would agree. I think network devices is something that's still substandard when it comes to the certifications requirements. It's not as clear as, say, hard drives, where there's like 1 pass or 2 pass, and then it's really easy to audit that everything was done properly. As they're explaining, just some of this data is hidden and you can't quite see it, so you have to make sure that you have a good process that will verify it. So I just think there's some gaps where it doesn't explicitly lay out what it should look like. So I think what the best ITADs are doing are probably going to the level above and kind of imposing even higher standards on themselves, because they don't want to risk that data, or data breach, I'm sorry. So I do think there's some opportunity there for the standards to kind of try to standardize it, I guess is the best way to say it. But yeah, it's just it's probably the toughest category, I think, out of all the things that we see come through. Medical equipment's easier for us to process than it is networking switches. And so I think there's opportunity there. Yeah.
And to expand on that, in all assets, it's not just the standards having a kind of clear guidelines, it's the auditing. The auditing is so inconsistent because, you know, one auditor passes one thing that another auditor fails. And when you have that kind of inconsistency, because they don't really understand exactly what they should be looking for or what they're doing, that's when people who or ITADs who essentially live for the audit to get through it, that means that they're not confident in their process, right? And they don't even know that they can push back if they're doing things correctly, that not every auditor really knows what they're doing. And so it's a very slippery slope when it comes to those kinds of things, because they're put in place for a reason. You know, it's to provide some sort of, you know, feeling that when an ITAD is selling to someone, they've got this certification, that means something. It means they're being held to a certain standard, but that standard's everywhere because of the auditing.
Yep. Yep. And I think that's one of the advantages of the ADISA audits, is that their auditors are their auditors. They're not third-party auditors. They're employed by ADISA to do the audits, which I think gives a little bit more consistency. They also have the fun thing of they'll just turn up. They won't tell you they're coming. You get unattended audits. And if you get called out, you get called out, which is a good thing.
Got one more right there. Oh,
okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry if this is a silly question. Good thing it's not recorded anymore. For like internet providers to like final consumers, not talking about companies, AT&T or Comcast or Xfinity, many times these modems end up in sketchy places, let's call them, as to be scrapped. What type of risks or what kind of risks are these companies taking by letting their modems loose to be scrapped?
Yeah, it's the same risks we were talking about before, where you've created, you know, accounts for this thing, it's on your network, it understands your internet connection, your appliances, all of the devices that are attached. So a real hacker with bad intent can do bad things.
Yeah, I think it does depend on the device as well.
Of course.
You know, if we're talking about what I would call a dumb modem, which is a box that translates from fiber to Cat5 to whatever, and all it's doing is the translation layer, there's probably minimal. There's nothing going on there. If it has your credentials, so they've put your login details for your account into that modem to be able to do that translation, well, you're not going to be changing your credentials every time you get a new modem. So then someone can use that. I mean, We don't really have it so much now, but in the UK, when we had cable, you would have your cable modem. That cable modem would have a login, which is the exact same login to get into your portal, with all your credit card details and your billing details and your email and everything. They used the same password on the routers. So in that case, it would be a really bad thing. But the consumer world, where you've got things like the cheaper Netgear and the modems, where they don't have a serial port, if you're pulling out an old modem, it's got no resale value. So as an ITAD, you would probably shred it.
All right, well, that looks like it's it. So again, great show. Hopefully you see everybody at Overhead tonight for the awards. Thank you.
Thank you.